just a bloke in a bar.
What is up, ladies and gentlemen? Welcome to another episode of Bloke in a Bar. And what a weekend. I tell you what, it's been a wild weekend and a week as a content creator. Let's just say the fans were very passionate in the comment sections after Origin, which is what makes Origin so great. I will say, though, any opinions that we have, guys, it's not from a place of malice or intentionally trying to piss people off or whatever. It's just an opinion, and it's the same as your opinion. Just some blokes talking shit around some microphones. But it's been, I tell you what, if you ever, Matty said it perfectly. I don't know, when it was like maybe before Pack Her Up Boys. If you ever thought that Origin could die, the passion around what happened last week, it'll never die. The engagement, the amount of people that are so glued into this game, it's honestly special. Genuine. I think we take it for granted how lucky we are to have Origin.
I'm still getting messages even last night from people that are the context they're talking to me in is like Origin was yesterday.
Same, 100%.
It was almost a week ago.
Yeah, we're breaking down certain things, and I agree. I disagree with this, and what do you think about that? It's crazy. As I said, we are so lucky to have Origin.
Yeah. And everyone's got their own take on that sort of lead tackle. But even last night I was getting messages like, can't believe you said this. And it's like, that was 6 days ago. What is going on? There's been 7 games of football played since then.
Timmy, how you been, mate? How's your weekend?
It was good, mate. Went down the coast with my partner and a couple of mates. Pretty chilled out weekend. But I did get viciously attacked by a cat.
Okay, walk us through. How'd you get viciously attacked by a cat?
So we out on the town, had a couple of schooner varsity shacks and came across what was a pretty domesticated little ginger cat on the street, and being the loving
It was a red cat.
It was
an orange cat, sorry.
Yeah, Ranga cat.
Yeah, okay.
And I thought I'd get, being the loving guy that I am, I'd go and give it a little pat, and did. It was all going well. We became great mates, and I scratched his back, he scratched mine, and then out of nowhere I got a bit too confident, a bit too comfortable with him. I tried to pick him up, and he just razzed up at me and just had a crack at me, scratches left, right, and centre, and anyway, I've fought through it to turn up today, but I'm all good, boys, so don't worry.
Tigers are cats, aren't they?
Yeah, technically, yes.
Technically, tigers are cat, because I think there's...
This cat showed more fight than the other tigers on the
weekend. Well, I think there's a tiger about to attack you right now, mate. We've got a video here.
Oh, I was waiting for this.
Yeah, I was just gonna sort of pose the question. Is it ever okay to leave the game before it's finished?
Look at the head shake.
I haven't got the time there as well, and there's still 10 minutes to go.
It's DC what he made.
10 minutes to go. So what do we reckon? Play on, or do we stick through to the end of the game?
Did Arse leave seat as soon as Cherry Evans took that?
This would happen.
And sorry for the people that are listening, there has been footage that has been sent in. Did you take this or was it sent in?
Yeah, I took it.
Okay, so Hammy has filmed Timmy shaking his head in disgust with 8 minutes and 50 seconds to go in Origin last week, walking out of the stadium. Please speak to us, Timmy.
Firstly, I left 70 minutes too late. When that send-off happened, I dead set considered leaving because I'm like, game over. And then we just managed to show some grit and some ticker and stay in the game. And they gave us this little bit of belief. That's the only reason I lasted as long as I did. And then when that happened, and we were on the attack, the intercept happened, Ches kicked it, and it was right in front of where we were sitting. And to the eye, I'm like, it's going dead. Just sits up perfectly. Coach dives on it, and I'm just like, catches on Monday.
Because by the timing of this video, so was this the replay on the big screen that was happening?
Yeah.
Oh, wow.
I thought it was live.
I thought it was live that you literally...
as soon as Ches caught it, you went,
I'm out of here.
From where we were sitting, I couldn't believe it. Just sat up an inch from the dead ball line and scored. I just looked up at all the people sitting with. I was going to say Hammy, gave him a thumbs up. I think I flicked.
I don't think it was that finger.
I think I flicked Hammy the bird.
Oh, that is a great start.
I apologise for nothing.
Oh, you know what I love? That's just pure passion. That's pure passion. I mean, it's leaving 8 minutes early. You could argue that's a bad thing, but I think the shake of their head for me says you were leaving out of pure passion and anger. So I can accept the leaving of 8 minutes early.
You mentioned it before, Kempy. Origin's just a different beat. It gets to me differently as well, and that was just a tough night. I'll be honest.
If you weren't shaking your head, I would have said, mate, there's no way that you should be leaving. But the shaking of the head makes me believe that you just got caught up in the emotion and your emotions took over you and walked you out of that
And
stadium.
it's coming back up now that we've brought it up again.
The vision's right there for everyone to see. That to me is the actions of a fan of a state that just doesn't get it.
Oh, wow.
Mate, I was going home to make some game plans for game 2 in Melbourne. We were getting ready. That game was done. We move on.
That is a great film. Oh, I can't believe you got that. Obviously, come check out YouTube if you want to see the footage. Who knows? We might even chuck it up on the bloke story. Who knows?
I reckon that's worth clipping up.
Probably double your followers, mate.
The head shake is what makes it filthy. Alrighty. Hammy, how you been, mate?
Man, good. Can't complain. Obviously, a little bit of a tough week for the Tigers. Some tough reading. I'm sure we're going to get to that through the show as well.
Yeah.
Great week for the state of Queensland last week. So, got to be happy with that.
All right. Before we get into it, guys, it's not really an announcement. It's just more of a little tease. But something that I've been working on, or we've been working on for maybe close to 20 months. It's coming early September. Just a little tease. It's like a teaser trailer, but it's just me talking. Early September, something big is coming. We've been working on it for ages, and we put a lot of time and effort into it. So just, look at your calendars, maybe mark early September for something cool that will be coming, and I'm very, very excited. The boys know what it is.
OnlyFans.
Should I be... That's not something to be excited about. Should I be excited, boys, or should I not be excited?
You should be excited. I'm excited.
Yeah, G'd up.
G'd up.
It's good to have something to be excited for in September as a Tigers fan, to be honest. So, can't wait.
So just mark the little diary there, and obviously we'll ramp things up as it gets closer, but something is coming early September. Also, don't forget, I'm wearing it right now. Still some hoodies left on the Bloke site. We've got just some maroon hoodies left. We've got a few blue Bloke shirts left and some maroon Bloke shirts left as well. So that's on bloke.shop. You can grab it there. Let's get into it, shall we? Let's face the music. Let's face the music. Brought to you by Sportsbet. Give us a follow on the feed. It takes 2 seconds, and it's really, really good to just to see the response. I get some messages sometimes when some bets get up, and it's enjoyable. Let's just put it that way.
Yep.
Bit of banter. Also, give Hammy a follow on the Sportsbet feed, and also each week we have a bloke in a bar, or multiple bloke in a bar multis that you just, if you're following me or Hammy, you can just go boom, copy straight away, and they're a bunch of fun. We're going to get better at them. We'll try and do them earlier in the week, but usually by Thursday they're up. Usually
correct.
by the Thursday up.
Correct.
So brought to you by Sportsbet. A massive thank you as always to Sportsbet. Let's face a bit of music, shall we, Hammy?
Let's face them. So, look, basically, we've spiced things up on Face the Music a bit in recent weeks. We had a bit of a crackdown last week on people taking too long to submit their tips. We're just going to tweak it a little bit today as well. So we've all come to the point now where we've done a rev up for our team. Apart from your rev up around the theory of relativity, not one of the teams have really responded apart from the Broncos.
They responded that week.
They did.
And then I didn't rev them up the next week, and that's what's fallen apart.
Yeah. But the rest of us have all tried to rev our teams up, and they haven't quite worked. So we're going to change it this week and for the next couple of weeks. The person who loses Face the Music, to commemorate their laughable tips for the week, will have to tell a joke. And if the joke kills, they're going to get a bonus point on top of their score next week. If it falls a bit flat, I think that's punishment enough.
Yeah, I think so.
So that's what we're going to go this week. All right, so good luck, everybody. Good luck. Now, don't forget, this week we also had our Origin tips involved as well. So we'll kick off with that. Obviously, Queensland 36 defeated New South Wales 12. Denon and myself get a point for Queensland. The rest of you blokes get no points for tipping New South Wales. None of us had the man of the match, although you could make a very strong case that I was robbed with Hamiso. Hat-trick, moved to fullback, backs to the wall sort of stuff, $34. But alas, he didn't get it. So
backs to the wall, absolutely backs to the wall for Queensland.
I think Matty was robbed. Did you have Reece Robson?
Yeah, Robson.
Should have got it.
Wow.
We'll
I did, and I thought he was best on the field, but no, I didn't.
We'll agree to disagree. Women's Origin, Denon and myself had Queensland 1-12. They won 11 points to 10. The rest of you blokes, again, just don't get Origin.
Don't get it.
You all tipped the Blues, no points for you. None of us had Shannon Marto, who was the player of the match.
Games. I don't think about tips.
That feels like so long ago.
It does feel like long ago.
Yeah. All right. Then we're into the NRL over the course of the weekend. Dargans 56 defeat the Tigers 14 Stadium at Wynn Stadium, although if you're a Tigers fan, more like Lost Stadium.
Oh my God.
And officially, unfortunately for Tigers fans, this is the game. This is the nail in the coffin. Conceded 50, can't win the comp now. So
Yeah.
a tough one to swallow.
Sure. And also you lost your half.
Well, he's got a contract and he's going to have to honour that. But I'm sure we'll get to that later. All right, so the Tigers, they were unable to cover the 7.5 point line. Everyone had them covering, so you just get 1 point. I don't get a point because I had them head to head. So a really tough start to the weekend there for me, for the NRL. Then we get on to Saturday. Titans 12 defeated by Souths 46. It's a tough watch for the Titans fans, that one. What a game this Saturday is going to be, though. Tigers versus Titans at Leichhardt. Spoon Bowl. I'll be down there.
Yuck.
Can't wait. Yuck. 2 points for Matty, who had Souths 13 plus. Only one who picked it this week. A point to myself and Roo, who had the Bunnies head to head.
Could we take a point off because that's pure bias? Like that's not actually thinking about it. That's a pure bias selection.
No, I knew we'd win. we
your bias.
haven't lost to them in like 15 years up there. we pumped the Titans.
I just wanted to throw it out there. Was that a bias pick?
It was definitely a biased pick, but they've suffered enough this year.
Okay,
Bunnies
fair
fans,
enough, fair
so
enough.
happy to give it to him. A point for myself and Roo. We had the Bunnies head to head. Denon and Timmy, you had the Titans, so no points for you guys there.
Heart roll.
Cowboys 12 defeated by Wires 42. Everyone had the Wires at least covering the 6.5 points, so everyone gets a point.
That's almost crazy because like the Warriors were underdogs.
Yeah,
It's crazy.
And we all took the Warriors. See, we're massive pro Wires, guys. We're massive pro Wires.
Well, you particularly, you and Timmy had the Wires head to head as well, so you get the 2 points.
Thanks for coming,
Here we
baby.
come.
Well played.
Thanks for coming. He gets it. Not Origin, but he gets it. You know.
Did you need to leave early from this segment, or are you good?
I'm ready to walk. You know I can go.
Broncos 12 defeated by Sharks 22. Everyone had the Broncos winning and covering, so not great there. Matty, though, he had the Sharks with the 5.5 point start, so Matty's the only one who gets a point out of that game. Storm 36 defeat Knights 28. Educated stuff from the majority of the panel except Timmy here. Everyone had the Storm winning, Knights with the plus 12.5. Timmy had the Storm covering, so you just get the 1 point. Not bad, though. We're into the last two games.
Honestly, Guru's face since like we've stitched up Timmy, he can't stop smiling, and he literally is looking at him like, "This is fucking so good. This is so good."
We're in the business of putting
I think we're
smiles on
dead even
faces.
at the moment.
It's honestly,
I think you've got me.
It's almost like a wife watching a husband fail at telling a joke, and she's just like, "Yeah," and all that bitterness that the wife has for the husband, it's coming out in his demise.
A failed joke is still to come too.
I was going to say, we'll get that in about a minute.
Don't touch that dial. Failed joke coming up soon. All right, Panthers 32 defeat Manly 22. I had Manly, no bueno. The Traders are very good here. They had the line 9.5. Final difference, 10 points. Geez, they're good at their job. Matty picked it like a dirty nose. Penrith win and cover, so he gets 2 points. Everyone else had Penrith winning, Manly with the start, so you guys just get a point. All right, then we go the Dogs 22 defeat Para 18. We all knew it would be close. We all had 1 to 12. Timmy, Roo and myself had the Dogs. Denon and Matty, you got seduced by Gutho and Moses. So you guys missed out.
Robbed at the end of the game.
Robbed?
Yeah, mate.
I thought you got looked after a bit yesterday, to be honest, by the way. Anyway.
Well, Gutho he didn't feel like he got looked after, that's for sure. He was into the ref.
Yeah, well, it ruined his birthday as well, King's birthday. So you got to feel for the guy. Got to feel for the guy. All right, so the results. Denon and myself cap off a stellar week for the state of New South Wales. Joint on 12 points, so we win. Get around
Jeez, I've been at the top of the props for a while now, haven't I, boys? Like, I just get it. There's something about me and rugby league just goes like peanut butter and jam.
Hot air rises,
Jelly.
they say.
Hot air.
Matty, well done to you. 9 points for yourself.
I thought Matty was going to win. There was a lot of.
Yeah,
he was getting a lot
the
of
Origin stuff.
stuff. Because what we get 12, he got what 9.
9.
So even Origin didn't get him because we only got 1 point for Origin, didn't we?
No, you had to pick the margin as well.
Yeah, margins.
Oh, apologies.
Yeah.
We didn't get the margin though.
Oh, yeah, no. So we only got 1 point. Yeah, for the men's Origin, we
So it
only
would
got
have
1
been
point.
10-9. We're 12.
Yep.
New South Wales women's and men's, that's 2 points for us because we didn't get the margin. Oh, no, we got the margin in the women's game.
We
Would have
did.
been a draw. Apologies.
This has been a real slow death, so if we could move it on.
Sorry. Apologies.
Roo got 8 points, and Timmy had another bludger, got 7 points. So,
What's crazy is last week's winner got 4 points, didn't they?
yeah.
So
Yes, he did.
you lost with 7, nearly double him.
I know.
Big week of improvement.
Much like the Blues, it was a gritty loss. There was merit to it, but
Stay patient, Timmy fans.
Yeah. So, Timmy, we briefed you in the cafe downstairs that maybe you get a joke ready. I've got a little bit of music for you, a bit of comedy music, just to lay
that'll help.
over the top. Yeah?
Yep,
Would you like the
let's
music?
go.
All right, let's do it. Without further ado, Timmy, your joke of the week.
all right. All right, who should I direct it at?
Just at the camera.
All right. So, Roosters fan keen to add to his wardrobe a little bit, get some new kit in there. Calls up the club, calls the merchandise store, gets through to the merchandise man. He says, hey, mate, what have you got in stock? And he goes, mate, we've got heaps, we've got everything. We've got jerseys, we've got polos, shorts, socks, everything. And the eager Roosters fan, he goes, oh, beauty, mate, you got any caps left? And he goes, sorry, mate, the Roosters haven't had a cap in over 20 years.
That is great. That is great.
Oh, very
It's
good.
rugby league as well. That is honestly, I'm impressed.
I don't get it.
Oh,
Bit too
that
close
is
to the bone
fucking
for it.
great. Rugby league focused, and it was funny.
Yep.
You know what? I think he should deserve 2 points for next week.
You reckon?
That was a fucking banger.
It's pretty good.
Oh, pretty good.
Thanks,
Yeah.
boys.
Look, I just want to We'll take it to a vote. Should Timmy get 2 points? Because that was a fucking good joke. Rugby league, so it was on topic and had a punchline that delivered well, and also, arguably, there's a bit of truth in comedy.
Had I not seen Timmy's Google search history today, which featured some despicable things as well, but led by funny jokes, I'd be willing to give a little bit more.
Oh, so you Googled that today?
No, I came up with it at the coffee shop.
So he
Straight off the top
Googled
of the
it.
melon.
I take back it. I thought you just had that in the bank.
Off the melon.
Oh, wow. Okay, I take it all back. 1 point for
Yeah,
next week.
1 point.
Way to
Still
ruin
pretty
my
good, though.
vibe.
Mate, 2 points is a lot.
I've been lifting the morale of this show from the cat story to the origin storm off to the joke, and that's what you're treating me, Guru.
Wow. Trouble in paradise, eh?
Can't win them all.
Can we talk about footy?
You win some, you lose more, eh?
I'll give you 2 points, Timmy.
Thanks,
Fuck
mate.
the Roosters.
Appreciate it, mate.
That is Face the Music, brought to you by Sportsbet. Give us a follow on the feed. It's great stuff. And we'll have the Bloke in a Bar multi ready to go. I reckon we'll probably, maybe around Origin selection, maybe,
Yeah.
this week. We'll do something.
We're big narrative guys, if you haven't noticed on the last couple.
Yep.
So,
I'll tell you what, the last one we did with the Crichton and the Sewer, first to score on the 3 tries,
Yep.
first 2 tries, and Crichton anytime, got absolutely annihilated.
It did.
It got annihilated.
He got it hammered.
like crazy.
Yep.
I mean, you're getting calls going, Hammy, I think you've gone too far here.
They were sort of, there's a lot of Denon's gone mad with power. Can you rein him in a little bit? So, it was very popular. So I'm sure it'll go off again for the next game too.
All right. That's brought to you by Sportsbet. Massive thank you as always to Sportsbet for partnering with Bloke, and give us both Hammy and myself a follow on the feed, or you can listen to Hammy's podcast. Give me something. Also, I actually always forget. Give SC Playbook 1 a follow. Give Rugby League Guru a follow. Listen to their podcast. You subscribe, Apple, Spotify, all that good stuff. We always, you know what? On this podcast, we never say the things you're supposed to say, like subscribe to our YouTube and like leave a review, which is like pretty fucking dumb. Imagine if we had said that every episode for the last few years. How much bigger?
I think people go tone deaf to it if you say it every episode.
Leave a review?
Do. Yeah, I think so.
Yeah, I reckon there's like, let's say 50 people go tone deaf and just one does it, and you get one each week. That'd be like 100 reviews.
I'm in the 50.
Yeah, you go tone deaf.
Yeah, 100%.
Yeah. It'd be nice, though, wouldn't it? Like what it means to us to go and subscribe to YouTube and like channels, all that.
Yeah.
Easy thing to do, isn't it?
Easy thing to do. Takes 2 seconds. Once you do it, then you know what? If you do it, we'll stop saying it. All right, let's get into it. Origin chat. Get through it quickly. Okay, so myself, Roo, and Maddie, we've already gone in depth of our opinions with the Suoliti situation. Maddie disagrees with myself and Roo. Me and Roo believe that it was a send-off. Maddie believes, although it was absolutely terrible, yes, a send-off in Clubland. He believes Origin is a different beast, and he doesn't believe it's a send-off. So if you want to hear our thoughts, we've got the shows last week, but I would love to hear Timmy and Hammy's thoughts on, was it a send-off?
Absolutely. Yeah. Unfortunately, from the nosebleeds at the game, so was it 7-8 minutes into it, you could see that where he clocked him, it was a send-off, unfortunately, and from there the game was essentially over. I thought, you boys have touched on in depth, and I thought the flack that the Blues copped for the end result was very harsh. I mean, the result is what it is, but the scoreline, it didn't reflect the game at all, and take any of my Blues bias out of it. there was a period of about 46 minutes there through the middle of the game up until about the 65th minute that the Blues won 4-0.
Yeah.
With 12 blokes on the field against that Queensland team, that's remarkable. Add into it that they had a back row playing centre, which they did the damage to early on, so I thought it was fantastic. But yeah, mate, it was a send-off every day of the week. Did it ruin the game of Origin? Yep. And do I wish that Origin was adjudicated a little bit differently on that? I do, but on everything that's been ruled on with high shots for a few years now, it was always going to be a send-off.
Hammy?
Can't argue that. As soon as we saw it live, even up in the nosebleeds there, Timmy, I think we both agreed this is probably going to be a send-off. As soon as you saw the replay on the screen, shoulder straight into head, you knew it was coming. Unfortunately, even as a Queensland fan, unfortunately, it did kind of from that point on, you knew the way the game was going to go, so it probably did suck the air out of it a little bit. I've seen kind of an argument or an option thrown up by a few people. Keen to get your thoughts on it around maybe whether you bring it in just in Origin, around if someone gets sent off, yeah, they're done, they can't come back. You're a man down for maybe 10 or 20 minutes, but you can still replace it, so you've got 13 on 13 for the rest of the game. Do you think maybe in an arena like Origin, where you've only got 3 of these games a year, it's the jewel in the game's crown, is it worth exploring something like that? Or is it just, do we leave it cut and dry and go, a send-off's a send-off, if it happens, forget about it?
Yeah, you beat me to the punch, Hammy, because I was going to say the exact same thing, and one of the ones that's been floated around is what they do in rugby union. And I don't know if it's just like domestic in Australia or what it is, but just the 20-minute rule. And they send it off, send the player off. For 20 minutes, the team would play with 12 men. And then after that, a player can be substituted on. Of course, that counts as a substitution in the team. 20 minutes is an enormous disadvantage.
Yep.
Like if you have a player down for 20 minutes, especially at Origin level, with all the quality to attack and expose that weakness, I think it's outstanding. I think the team absolutely gets punished. When it goes to the judiciary after the game, they come down hard on them. So the player still gets punished. It's not just a 20 minutes here, but in a game like the weekend, it doesn't ruin the game 7 minutes into it.
I see where people are coming from this, and I guess the logic or the principle behind it would be you don't want the spectacle to be ruined, correct?
Yes.
I just don't really connect with that argument of like the spectacle matters. It's not the ref's job to worry about the spectacle, and I think that, where does that kind of stop then in regards to like if the spectacle is the highest priority, like we're going to make huge changes, like where else do we start making changes to make sure the spectacle is the best? I think what we've got at the moment is fine. I think that the 20-minute rule or 10-minute rule, then you get around concerns of, okay, well, what stops a player from going, all right, we'll pick him to just go after someone, and he may not necessarily intentionally take someone out, but I tell you what, when they come screaming in, it's very hard to prove intent. Like, put it this way, if, let's say, there was no slipping in the Reece Walsh situation, and obviously he slips now. There's arguments as to how much that affected the tackle. I believe his slip was only minute in regards to his head only lowered slightly. I believe that he was already lowering his height to plant his foot to pass the ball. Yes, the slip lowered it tiny, but not enough to change the outcome. I think he was essentially always getting hit in the head. And so let's say he didn't slip. Would you say Suaalii intended to do that? Like, how do you prove that? You don't know. And so my concern with that would be, would people be sent out there to target the star players of the opposition to get rid of them?
I think the speed the game moves at, like, let's say Suaalii was sent out there.
I'm not saying that he was.
No,
I know.
I'm
saying that if they had that rule in, is there a world where people get selected and sent out to just first 5 minutes, boom?
I think the game is played at such a breakneck speed, particularly State of Origin, that for someone to be sent out to do that and for them to somehow time it enough that it gets a player out of the game due to a concussion, but they do it without then getting sent off themselves or to keep it a fine line, I think there's not a chance that could happen. So you
would still have the option of sending them off for the whole game then? Because in your rule, no one gets sent off.
No, 20 minutes.
So, for example, someone takes a hit up, I just scream out of line, head high, clothesline him, gone. Like, that's easy to do in a game.
Yeah, but you're still losing a player for 20 minutes of the game, losing your substitution. You're disadvantaging your side a hell of a lot. I think that'd be such a reckless decision by a coach to send out an enforcer to do that on a player.
Okay, and so let's say Nathan Cleary gets taken out in a game and they've got no halves on the bench. he's gone for the game. Let's say, so Queensland do it to New South Wales. How come New South Wales get punished by losing Cleary for a whole game, but Queensland would then get a player to come back on?
After 20 minutes, though.
After 20 minutes. But New South Wales are punished. Like they let's say they didn't select for a half on the bench, which you didn't. Obviously, Burton was 18th man, but they'd be activated. But that's then you're going into games going, all right, it's strength like if we don't pick our bench right, we could be completely done here.
Yeah, I get that. And I mean, look, if I'm picking a bench in that instance, I know this is only one example and you could tweak it where it doesn't work, but Matt Burton would come in from 18th man. He would be on the bench and he would come in and replace him, and it's a half replaced with a half.
Sure. But let's assume that the bench doesn't have a
you can't
replacement.
cover it for whatever reason. Yeah, I get the argument.
And also, let's take into the factor that Cleary is a substantially better player than Burton.
Yeah, I know, I get it. But it's also like, if someone can time it well enough and make sure that Cleary goes out for the game, what if like if they're doing that, they're going out there with intent. You'll be able to see it. I know you said it's hard to judge, but if they sit out there and go there and miss-hit him and they go, no, that's reckless, they might go to the bin anyway. They might not lose Cleary for the game. Oh, I see what you're saying, but I look at the game the other night and that was we get 3 of these games a year and they're the biggest rating shows or sporting fixtures on Australian TV, and it was ruined after 7 minutes. I know it was an anomaly. I know it doesn't happen every year, but at the same time, we see each and every year in the NRL, the crackdown on head highs and ill discipline is getting harder and harder and harder. So I think as a result of that, we need to tweak interpretations.
Okay, so what about the, like, these are a lot of changes that you guys are, like, you're saying, let's change this. Like, it could change the fabric of the game. It might not, but it could. What about the argument of, like, Suaalii, don't shoot out of the line and get it wrong? Like, because there's only been 6 send-offs in the history of Origin. So for something that happens once every, maybe once every 5 years on average?
But the rules and interpretations and the crackdowns have changed. We're not talking about history. We're not talking about 1980 now.
Put it this way. When it was like 20 years ago, one of the send-offs was from like a swinging arm. Like, there's an argument you made that it was just, the Suaalii one was just as bad as that one before all the rules kind of happened. And also, like, was it Waterhouse that got sent off for...
Yeah, third man in.
Third man in, which was a bullshit send-off, by the way, when you go back and watch it. And so, like, I don't think you're going to see hits like that very often. So I think that because of one thing happened, I think it's a very reactionary thing to change rules. I think what we've got is fine. I think that he deserved to be sent off for the game. He was representing his team. And
yeah, fair. But I mean, and this is Origin, but I think even at NRL level, I know there's a lot of games in the year, but a player gets sent off early in the game, the game's still over. Like, send-offs happen. Send-offs are going to continue to happen. They're going to become more and more frequently as the game protects players' heads. And so, I do think we're going to keep seeing it.
Oh, for sure. I think, though, what the send-off is trying to deter, hopefully we just don't see that as much anymore. You know, hopefully players get better at doing that. What do you reckon, Roo?
No, I agree with you. I get where Timmy's come from, and I know it ruined, that game the other night.
I totally get. Trust me.
Yeah, 100%.
We 100% get where you're coming from.
I think that a byproduct of the NRL going so hard on getting rid of head contact is that you will start to see less and less of it. Like,
we have
can
seen
you not?
less and less of it.
Yeah, we have seen less. So as much as sometimes it doesn't feel like it because it's all we're talking about, I think we are seeing less and less of it. So now I wouldn't be making any knee-jerk reaction. I lean into more, you know what the fucking rules are. If you're going to come charging out of the line like that and try and put a shot on, that's the risk that you take. And when you get it horribly wrong, it's going to go horribly wrong for your team.
And if you, like, for example, if you're a guy like Suaalii, like, you almost just can't charge in because you're so tall. Like, for you to get down as low as you need to get down, it's almost impossible. But I see where you boys are coming from.
It's also, that's not in defence of Suaalii.
For sure.
All. It's a send-off every day of the week.
I totally get the argument of we get 3 of these games a year and it was essentially over at that point. Now, like, look, when I look at that, I go, I hate that mindset. Part of me, like, for example, last year when Flegler got sent off for 10 in the bin, when it was like 68 minutes, and it was like a head clash with Tom Trbojevic, remember that? I was thinking, something great can happen here. Like, I was fucking Devo. I wish it didn't happen. I thought it was a crazy call, but it happened, and I'm thinking, fuck, this is a great story. And obviously Queensland went on to win it. So maybe it's hard for me to judge because we went on to win the game. So I get where you're coming from in regards to
again, look, maybe I'm very much thinking out loud here off the back of that argument, but maybe you can have both an 18th and a 19th man who can be activated so that you can cover positions. Again, in that example of Burton v Cleary, who do you want? Obviously Cleary, but if you have an 18th and a 19th man, you should be able to cover every position on the field.
I guess the flip side of that, would be, let's say that happens in 20 minutes, someone comes back on, and you brought this up last week, Roo.
Yeah.
And that person that comes back on, comes on and just tears someone apart, like in the centres or whatever. So not only do New South Wales lose Cleary, and then their play gets torn apart by the person that comes on. They're going, well, what did we? And they lose the game. Let's say they lose the game. They're like, well, we lost our main guy. And we'll do the reverse. Reece Walsh, for example. Let's say Queensland did lose that game and we couldn't score points. I know Hammer's a gun, but at this stage, Hammer's not on the level of Reece Walsh.
Yeah.
He's not there. And he didn't train there all week. He trained a few times. Queensland would be going, well, we lost the game and we lost our main player and he may have been the difference. And he was selected to be there. I get where both parties are coming from. Even as a Queenslander, I don't really like winning like that. Don't get me wrong, it's nowhere near as being a New South Welshman having to lose the game. So I get that argument. I personally think that it's a pretty rare occurrence. That tackle, I can't remember the last time I saw a tackle similar to that in Origin where a guy has screamed in and the first point of contact has been the head. And so I think that my concern would be we're being very reactionary to something that's not actually going to happen that often and hasn't happened that often.
And that's the thing I think with that Queensland side the other night that, we spoke about it all during the week, but they lost Reece Walsh, and they had Hamiso, but they also had Selwyn to chuck at centre. If they lost Reece Walsh and had to chuck Hamiso at centre and then had to play a back row out at centre as well, I think it just would have made the situation heaps worse.
Yeah. I personally think we're looking at these really complicated ways to fix a problem when in reality, the quickest way to fix a problem is to make sure players don't scream in like that. Because we just can't have, Reece Walsh, he cops another one of them. He could be gone, done out of the game. And we've spoken about it before, but KP, Teddy, all that kind of stuff. So I get where you're coming from. Let us know, or actually be respectful in the comment section. Be respectful. Last week was a bit hectic. I get it. Everyone's passionate, but be respectful. But look, if it makes the game better and there is a way for both teams to be equally compensated in that situation, I'm more than happy to have a look at it for sure.
I always find rugby league, we are very quick to make fixes for very unique examples.
Yeah.
And I think most of the time it causes us more trouble.
I don't think we're going to see that very often, to be honest.
Yeah, we don't see
that. Was bad, but that's not the only incident that gets send-offs. It could have been an accidental lift in a tackle where he goes beyond horizontal. It was a complete accident. Like Suoliti, there was intent. It was reckless. It could be between the legs. Bloke goes beyond horizontal, gets sent off for that. There's a million different things a player can get sent off for, and I'm sort of catering for. I think we're going to see send-offs more and more and more regularly in the game as we look after player welfare, as we should be doing.
I tell you what, if we do see that over the next few years, then I think it would be time to look at it. But I personally think this is more of a one-off situation.
I get the knee-jerk reaction as well. As it stands, it's a bit of a one-off. I mean, there was send-off. Just one send-off last
10
year?
in the bin. It was at the end of the game. At the start of the game, there's no way Luai and Wish-Ross are getting sent off in that. So.
Yeah.
But that's what I think as well, using your examples there, mate, the arm between the legs, that was so common back in the day. You see it now and you just go, what the fuck are you doing?
Yeah, silly.
Because you don't see it anymore.
It's kind of like the crusher yesterday from Kurt Mann. You were going, what the hell were you thinking, bro?
Yeah, exactly. And that's the same as, when you do lift above horizontal, you don't see it that much anymore.
Yeah.
Because they went hard at that rule and you saw a change.
I think also it was something that kind of got lost in the noise, and understandably. You reckon we're going to see a tackle like that? You reckon we're going to see wingers screaming in like that for the rest of this series? I don't think so.
Has there been many
send-off.
send-offs for hip drops or just sin bins? Do we know?
I don't think there's been many send-offs for hip-hop. There's definitely been, obviously, 10 in the bin. I can't recall a send-off for a hip drop. Maybe one, but I don't think so.
Yeah.
But look, can see where you're coming from. Totally understand it. Me personally, I think we've got a good balance at the moment. But doesn't mean that I'm right.
Yeah, I don't think you make rules to fix exceptions, in my opinion.
Okay, let's get to some Origin chat, shall we? Alrighty, now it's time for our McSmart choice, brought to you by McDonald's, celebrating their brand new McSmart meal. It is 2 small cheeseburgers, so 2 cheeseburgers or 2 chicken and cheeseburgers, or one of each, plus a small soft drink and a small fries for only $6.95. We're going to talk about what will be the McSmart decision for New South Wales to make in potentially multiple positions. Let's get straight into it. And boys, as I always say, I always say this. Life can be a bit silly sometimes, but going to Maccas, it's always a McSmart choice. You know I say that. I've been saying that for years.
You've always said
You
that.
have.
So much annoying how much you do that.
We get it.
All right, boys. The centre position. It is a real doozy for New South Wales, because you'd almost hope that a guy like Latrell wasn't playing that well, because it would make the decision much easier. But Latrell came out and absolutely killed it on the weekend. I think that, me personally, if I'm Madge, I'm calling Latrell, having a very long conversation, and I know that it's very important to win a series right now as a coach. Like, you lose a series, you're under pressure immediately. But I do think that it is a real opportunity for New South Wales to build a foundation for what it is to be a New South Welshman going forward. And I think that has been Madge's intent coming in. New era, build a foundation. I think it's part of what made Freddie so good initially is, connecting back with the community and all that. Now, towards the end in regards to selection, that changed a little bit, but that's a little bit different to how well Freddie Fittler connected the New South Wales community back to the team. But I think with Madge, I'd be having a really long and honest conversation with Latrell. And the checklist that I had when I made my initial squad selection, I would be taking that conversation, looking at the checklist and saying, does he fit the checklist that I already had before game one, regardless of the fact that we've lost game one? If he does, after talking to him, if he wants to be a part of this new era of the Blues, then I bring him in. If there's a little bit of doubt or a little bit of, difference in the way they see things, I'd say, you know what? Let's revisit this maybe next year, Trell, when there's probably less noise around your club footy. But if he's all on board and all ready to go, I would go Latrell. If there is a bit of as I said, disagreement, then I would be looking towards potentially Burton or Best if Best can get back in time with his injuries.
I'm so torn on this.
Yeah.
Is Latrell the best option? Is he the guy that has the most potential to win this game for us? Yes, but there's just such a big part of me that I sat there and I watched South Sydney struggle for so long, needing leaders to really stand up and deliver. And he hasn't played terribly, but do we all agree? He hasn't played with the same intent that we saw the other day. That first try that he scored, where they made a break and he went steaming through the middle. Find me tape of him doing anything like that in the first 14 weeks when he's been playing. And it's sort of what frustrates me to some extent. At the same time, once again, I know Latrell's the guy that can come in and can win this series for us. I look at the kicking game of Matt Burton. I would love to have him in there. I think that Matt Burton's a guy that's taken a team that after 3 weeks of this season, I thought, fuck, is this team how are they going to go this year? They're looking like a bottom four side. All of a sudden, I've got them just about locked into my top 8. He was 18th man in the first game. Latrell wasn't part of it. If Madge made the decision that Latrell wasn't his guy 3 weeks ago, there must have been reasons for that. Has Latrell done enough to overcome that on a Saturday afternoon against the Titans? I don't know. I'm divided.
The argument would be Latrell didn't do anything we don't know he can do. So Madge would have always, when he didn't select Trell for game one, he would have known that Latrell can come out and play the way he did. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, 100%.
So it's not like
Latrell's the same dude.
Yeah.
Just because he blitzed the Titans, does it really shock anyone that Latrell comes out and can blitz a team?
The thing that tears me the most, if I'm just purely looking at selection table, when it comes to trying to win this series, he's probably the right decision. In regards to purely playing ability, he will give you the most chance of probably winning this series. But does that go against what you felt like you're trying to build? What do you reckon, Tim?
Yep, very tough one. Purely on footballing ability, nothing else. Who's the best selection there? It's Latrell Mitchell, 100%.
By a substantial margin.
Yeah. And I sit there, and you mentioned Kempy, culture and what's Madge building there. And is Latrell the right fit for that right now? And that's where I'm obviously less convinced. And said, I had him there for game one, and then 10 minutes into game one, he's out there on social media and getting a bit smart with stuff. And I'm like, is this a bloke we want to bring into our team to help build culture? Basically saying, I'm not going to put words in Latrell's mouth. There were no cats.
So basically, I don't know if it was 10 minutes in the game. I think it was at the end of the game.
Yeah.
It was at the end of the game.
It was at the end of the game.
Sorry.
So the game finishes. He puts a post up with a pensive look. It can be interpreted any way.
Yeah.
I guess the concern is that, regardless of his intention, the fact that it can be interpreted in a negative way is not the best for New South Wales right now.
And whether it's an NRL club or whether it's Origin, you just don't need additional noise. Like, it's already such a big spectacle, so much media attention. You don't need this coming in. So,
and he did delete it as well.
And yeah, like, and that says a bit as well. Like, was it the right option in the first place? So, I don't know Latrell. I'm not in a position to speak to Latrell. If Madge sits down with him and chats to him and he can convince Madge that he's the right bloke for the job and the culture and coming in, then by all means pick him, because as I said, I think he's the best footballer to be there. More than anything, I just want to beat the Maroons, so I know the importance of building culture, but I would still lean towards picking him just because I want to win Origin, I want to win Game 2, I want to win Game 3, and I think he can do that for us and be that strike factor. If not him, then you touched on Birdo's a good option. I think if Bradman Best plays this week, we get teams this afternoon once this is live, but if he plays and comes out and looks the goods and looks fit, I think he's a great option too.
The other thing that worries me with picking Latrell, mate, is that we haven't seen Slater have a shot at Latrell yet. And there has been many times this year, as much as he's got this incredible strike power, like he's been caught out of position on a number of occasions through good coaching and good halves play. I just worry that Slater will have something up his sleeve.
What do you reckon, Matty?
It's an absolute no-brainer for me. I think we have to have Latrell in. I actually think they have to both be in the 17. I'd be very disappointed if they're not. We need to win this game. We need to win the series. We've won 4 out of the last 18 series. I'm sick of losing as a Blues fan. Like, it's a freaking punish this time of year. Seriously, it's getting so frustrating. Latrell is our best centre. Latrell's probably the best centre in the comp. On his day, he has to be the centre. And I think Burton has to be in the team as well. Look, he hasn't had the best year, Latrell, but no one from South has had the best year either. I just think put him in that Origin rep environment. He did kill it on the weekend. For me, I'm just sick of losing, and Latrell's a winner. And every time Latrell's played, basically Blues have won that series. Like, Latrell played 2018, killed it 1. Played 2021, killed it 1. It's time. We just need to win. I think it's just time for us to stop mucking around and put in our best team.
The thing is that makes it so hard for New South Wales is he genuinely can't, like, out of everyone in that side, if you were to take a side, whether you love Latrell, don't like Latrell or whatever, if you were to put money on who's the one guy that could have one of the craziest series in the history of all Origin, it's Latrell Mitchell. Like, that's the kind of player he is. He can do something crazy.
With selections like this, you always got to look at, like, what would the opposition least like to come up against. And I think Queensland would least like to see Latrell up and about, much harder to stop than some of the other options that might be floating around. Yeah, he didn't start the season particularly well, but there's been a change of coach at the Rabbitohs. Since that's happened and he's come back from suspension, he's looked pretty interested. The weekend was a pretty good indicator of that. He played probably his best game of the year. Big game this week, they've got the Broncos. If he stands up and plays, to a similar level in that one, I think you've probably got to put him in there. Probably the challenger in the centre position, as far as I'm concerned, is probably Bradman Best. He'll play against the Panthers this Sunday, so that's another big game as well. But I still think they've probably got to go with Latrell. He's been there before on many occasions and killed it at Origin level. So I reckon he's probably the option. I love Birdo, and we got a good look at Birdo yesterday, but I don't know if I'd have him starting at centre. I definitely would add him to the bench, have him there as a bit of cover, but I think Latrell's the guy that they've got to go for at centre if he has another good game this weekend.
Yeah. For me personally, it depends on the conversation, Madge Trell. If he really feels like Trell's all on board, I think you just got to get him in there because, one thing that you guys lacked against Queensland on Wednesday was, like, you actually had a lot of field position. And I just can't imagine a world, if Latrell's in that side with that much field position, I think he scores at least one try. Like, I just can't see, if you've got that much ball on the line and Latrell is in your lineup, he's going to get the ball enough for him to score a try. And I do think tactically that was something that you were lacking heading into game one, was like genuine point scorers. Obviously Lomax came out and killed it and played really well. But when it comes to, like, Lomax is really good at finishing off points and that. Whereas the crazy thing about Latrell is, like, he can just something from nothing. Like, nothing's happening, something's happening. And it's like similar, like Reece Walsh, who's your hammer. Those guys that can create things. And so I do think that with him in the side, that would concern Queensland. But I do also feel, similar to what you're saying, Roo, is that if he does play, I think you're going to see a lot of traffic down his side just to gas him.
Yeah.
Just make him. I want him to make him 30, 35 tackles.
I want him getting up and down as much as I possibly can because he's not used to doing that for South Sydney. He receives the ball, he passes it off to his winger. Like he doesn't. We're talking about a lot. Like he doesn't get through a stack of work. He's got these incredible highlight plays which no one else can do 100%. But what you just said, if I'm Slater, you're getting up and down off the ground as many times as I possibly can, and we're going to go down that channel all day.
See, I don't really have those concerns with him at centre because the queries that you have are around effort areas, fitness at fullback, and at fullback I'd be like, oh, Billy's going to pick this bloke apart, and I would not let him near fullback. I mean, that's a bit harsh. I ideally wouldn't want him playing fullback, but there'd be a lot of people I'd pick there ahead of him. But at centre, I get it, needs to make a lot of tackles, but the amount of work you get through at centre compared to fullback, it's just apples and oranges. Like, yes, they'll send traffic at him, they'll tire him out, he might make 20, 30 or 25 tackles or something, but he'll only have 6 runs, and that's okay. He's not sitting there going from side to sideline and covering kicks. I think going to centre, lesser workload, like they'll do things like, he's a big boy, obviously he moves well, but he's still a big boy at the end of the day. They'll get Reece Walsh one-on-one with him, and if Reece Walsh skins him, Reece Walsh does that to every centre or half. Like it's not really because of Latrell. At centre, I'm not concerned about him.
I think they'll put him under a lot of pressure with a lot of repeat efforts.
See, I think a lot of repeat efforts.
I think
it's
that's
hard
where
for a
you
big
catch
boy.
him.
It's actually sometimes is like, for example, me tackling a lot. I know I'm a small player. Is way harder than me running 10Ks.
Yeah. The only thing is, he'll also slot in on the left edge. I mentioned this for Origin 1, but your Jerome Luai, Angus Crichton, Latrell Mitchell, Brian To'o, that is an outstanding defensive edge. He's got good blokes around him to help him out.
Yep, for sure. I see what you're saying. I guess, the proof will be in the pudding. If he does play, you'll see how he handles it. There's no doubting he can handle it. It's just the speed and fatigue of the game. If he is making 30 tackles, I wonder if you're not going to see him as explosive in attack because he's
and maybe, but when they're playing footy down the middle corridor of the field or they're playing down the left edge of the Maroons, Latrell's there and he's getting his breath back. When he's at fullback and you see fatigue creep into his game and what appear to be lazy efforts off the back of it, as I said, you can't stop at fullback. You've got to go the whole game. Even in attack, he's sweeping from left to right to left to right. Like centre, you're standing in one position. Like you'll get through the work okay.
Yeah, okay. Alrighty, so what is the McSmart choice? We don't know. And you know what? You know what this McSmart choice is? It's just getting to Maccas and getting a McSmart meal. That's a McSmart choice. You're going to make a decision. You make it McSmart.
So get down there, Madge.
Get down there, Madge. You know what? Maybe Madge in a McDonald's. Madge Donald's. And he can just make his decision in a McDonald's and he'll make the right one. Or at least, if he doesn't make the right selection decision, he'll make the right meal decision. And that's a McSmart meal.
And that's something we can all agree on.
Both states, actually.
Yeah.
Both states can agree on that. All right, other positions. Man, we spoke about Nico Hines last week, and my feelings are relatively the same. But, the further I get away from the game, the further I just go, far out. He has had a rough run in regards to, getting just a genuine fair crack in Origin. I don't mean fair as in anyone's, stopped him from getting a fair crack. Just, so much hasn't landed right for him. Obviously, he gets selected, he gets put on the bench, he gets put out of centre, the game's on the line, everything happens. He gets selected again, he's got a calf injury, is he not playing? Then he gets into the game, obviously loses a player, then gets put back out into the centres essentially to defend again with a man down. And there were parts of his game that I actually thought were solid. But the key for me is just the kicking game. I felt like after that 7-tackle kick that he gave away right off the bat, I think he was really nervous not to do that again. And a lot of his kicks were landing short, weren't going as high. And that's an area where I go, you know what, you're probably just going to have to bring Mitchell Moses in. Now, some people go, oh, this is typical New South Wales. They're making changes after one loss. I think the argument against this one is that if Mitch Moses was fit, you probably would have seen him in that 7 jersey. At the very least, it would have been a reasonable selection to go Mitchell instead of Nico. You could have gone either or. So it's not as cut and dry as Nico was the out-and-out best 7 in the competition. You put him in there and then you just brushed him. I think you could argue Mitch could have won that jersey anyway. So I probably would bring Mitch in, although I did have concerns with his game on the weekend, especially when the game was on the line. But I do think that kicking game and the fact that he's gone into Origin, played well before, probably gets him into the jersey. But I have to make it clear, geez, I feel sorry for Nico. It just hasn't seemed to click for him on and off the field. And I also want to say is, don't count him out. If he does get replaced by Mitchell Moses, we spoke about it last week, he's in his third year of a half. Mitchell Moses in his third year of a half wasn't ready to play Origin. DCE wasn't ready to play 7 for Origin. Some of the best 7s we've got, Nathan Cleary hasn't really fired. He's been solid in Origin, but not great. So to expect Nico to just be like the finished product now, I think the Nico we see today is going to be very different to the Nico we see in 2 years. So I don't think you should count him out of getting back into that Blues jersey if he does get replaced by Moses.
I agree. I wouldn't be counting Nico out, and I think, as you said, mate, he's had the rough end of the stick on a few occasions, without a doubt. But Nico, I've also watched him play club games that are the closest things to Origin he'll get, and he hasn't fired shots there either for me.
He was okay last prelim game.
Sure, but like we played Penrith 2 weeks ago, and like
for sure.
It wasn't even in the ballpark, if we're being honest. Like if Mitch Moses was available, I would have picked him in a heartbeat. For sure. And that's, once again, Nico is in his third year of being a halfback. Being a halfback's fucking hard.
Yeah, absolutely.
It's tough. Going into that Origin arena is brutal. You know, he had to, like, I think the other thing you need to remember with Hines as well is that 3 days out, you got a different fullback that is completely different to the dude you've been playing with. Like, he's playing with a hooker for the first time, Jerome for the first time. Tough situation. He was also missing Ferraris, like Latrell, like Turbo, these sort of guys. So
and
I do
also,
feel
he's going up against DC, who's been with this squad now for at least 3 or 4 years.
like he's going up against a side that they've played enough football together. It's almost like a club combination. It's the way they do things. Like, so I do feel very sorry for Nico, but I think Mitch Moses is the way to go. I was at the game yesterday, and I always find it a bit harder to analyse guys when you're at the game. So I probably didn't take in as much of Mitch as what I would have liked, but I think I just know what I'm going to get with Mitch Moses. Maybe I'm wrong, and if I am, so be it. But he would be my halfback.
Yep, I'd go Moses for game 2. I think definitely feel a bit more comfortable off the back of it, and you mentioned it, boys, and you've summed it up quite well. But his kicking game, I think, will just bolster us a lot. I think defensively as well, in recent years, Mitch Moses has proven to be very, very good. And for all the reasons you mentioned with Nico, I don't think we've seen the last of him in the Origin arena, and I think he's actually got a big future in the Origin arena. He's just learning the position well, and I've actually changed my tune a little bit on him and around him needing to be the dominant half. I think more often than not, yes, he does, but I look at it and I look to the future and I go, a combination of Nico Hines and Nathan Cleary has the potential, might not work, but has the potential to be dynamic. I go, what are the 2 weaknesses that Nico has as a 7 at the moment? It's his kicking game and probably just his organisational ability to get a team around the park, especially in big games. Nathan Cleary, they're his 2 strengths. Probably the best kicking 7 in the comp, probably the best organisational 7 in the comp. If you have Nathan Cleary as first receiver there and doing all the organising, all the kicking, or the majority of it, Nico there to lend a hand where needed, and Nico doing what Nico does, running around like a headless chook, going from side to side as a second receiver, as a 5'8", I think that has some serious legs in it.
Were you a bit surprised, and me and Guru, I don't know if we're torn on this, but we were a bit unsure. Were you surprised he stuck on that right edge just the whole night? He did not swing at all. It wasn't Nico ball, put it that way.
Yeah, we said it before the game. I'm like, I thought he needed to approach it in terms of touches of the ball, playing both sides and getting more hands on.
Do you think that was Madge telling him to do that though?
I don't know.
Yeah.
I don't know. The other concern we had was Teddy coming in instead of Edwards. Teddy being such a hands-on fullback who gets into first receiver, getting in the way a little bit, sometimes effectively, sometimes not. We were worried about them stepping on each other's toes a little bit, and I think at times they did do that. Possibly that had an impact on it. I'm not sure, but if it was Dylan Edwards there and we saw the way that Dylan Edwards plays at club level, it's all down the right edge where he does his sweeping movements. So when it was Edwards, I don't know, maybe was Nico going to play more left edge? When Teddy came in, who plays both edges and is in everything, did that change it? Possibly.
And if we knew what the game, if we could talk to Madge, because it was hard to tell what the game plan was because of the send-off and whatnot, but I would love to know what the game plan was with Nico. Was it play Nico ball, or did they get out there and he was a little bit quiet? Jerome had to step up more.
Or did they prepare for Edwards and Nico combining a lot on that right edge, and then Edwards gets pulled out and they're like, oh shit, we've trained this whole way.
That's
the whole
what I
week.
reckon.
And if so, completely fair play, but it's so hard to make a judgment on Nico without knowing
what it was.
whether he went quiet and I wouldn't say he went missing, but whether we just didn't see Nico ball because everything changed, or if that wasn't the plan going in and we just spoke about it like it was.
Geez, he had a crack, and he always
Absolutely
does.
had a crack.
There was a moment there.
He had 160 run meters.
Yeah.
That's not nothing.
Nah. He had the beautiful inside ball for Spencer Lenny, nearly for that try. He did have, his kicking game wasn't great by any means. Did have the kick for Zach Lomax, which was a gem. There was a moment there, the first try of the game, Ben Hunt. Nico Hines comes from the other side of the field because he sees, it was off the quick play, the ball from Nanai. Flies across field because he sees them shot for numbers. He ends up making contact with Ben Hunt, and Benny Hunt scored the try, but he had no right to be there. Like, he tried his heart out. Yeah. The polish just wasn't there.
Yeah.
You know, the hard thing is too, like, I look at Nico and go, as you said before, would he be a better 5'8"? But you have a look at like where Nico plays in defence of the Sharkies is on the right side. It's the same side as Nathan Cleary and Mitch Moses, who are the two guys I would want to pair him up with when everyone is fit. So I don't know if you'll ever see that either. Not to mention Jerome absolutely brained it in that game. I thought he had a cracking game, Jerome.
Hasn't Luai just like flipped? Like this year he was so quiet, and now he's almost like banging down the door of like, no, there's 6 jerseys mine. Like,
that's what winners do, and that's what Jerome has always done.
Yeah. So look, I understand the argument of like Nico maybe not ready for Origin. I get that, but don't throw the baby out with the bathwater. I thought there were parts of his game that were good.
And you have, mate, sorry to keep knocking it down, but they had 12 men against Queensland for 73 minutes. Like, every time they'd have these sweeping backline movements, and don't get me wrong, you need to adjust to having 12 men, and maybe Nico didn't do that well enough at times, but they nearly stripped them 3 or 4 times with 12 blokes, which is ridiculous.
Yeah.
With how good the defensive systems of the Maroons were. Like, there were 3 times there where they had them stripped thereabouts, and Teddy didn't have the polish on the end. 3 balls, I think it was, went to deck or went out the back, and it didn't quite happen. But, like, Nico's job is to create that space and get the ball back, and he did that at times, but because they didn't have that extra man there, they didn't have the runaways and the line breaks, it was just a baptism of fire.
Yeah. Like, put it this way. If Nathan Cleary went down to 12 men and we said, Cleary couldn't strip him numbers, we'd be going, yeah, it's down to 12 men. It's his debut. Nico's essentially his debut. And of course it's going to take time. Like, put it this way, heading into, what was it, probably 2 seasons ago, like, it was Nathan Cleary is the man. He's the guy. DCE has outplayed Cleary essentially, except for one series, every series. And that's just experience. Like, that's just pure experience, and that's something that's going to take time for our New South Wales half to get. And it's the same with Nico. It'll take time for him to get used to it. So I don't think count him out at all. I think we'll see him back in there at some stage.
I think for all the reasons you mentioned, I do feel incredibly sorry for Nico, but I do look at that game and go, okay, the things that he did have in his control, I don't think he excelled in, like his kicking game. And that's what stands out for me, and that's what
he could have been
here at the end of every fucking series going, geez, DCE kicks us to death again, kicks the living shit out of us year after year.
See, that's ironically, if he had been just solid everywhere else, or just like did his job everywhere else, but he had a good kicking game, I would have kept him in the side. But it's the fact that the kicking game, which is something that really doesn't have much to do with the 12 men, wasn't great, is where I go, you've got to put Mitchell Moses in there for now.
And it is something that, we've spoken about with Nico for a few years, and I personally think in Clubland, his kicking game has improved out of sight this year. It has been so much better. But we didn't see it in this game, and I think would you argue it's the greatest attribute of Mitch Moses?
Man, I think that 7 tackle set off the bat was the worst thing.
Worst thing that could have possibly happened.
I think he was rattled from that. From the rest of the game.
He came off the inside, and you could just tell straight away. You're like, oh fuck, it's not what we want.
And you refer back to the Sharkies in the Panthers game. Part of me feels a little bit sorry for him because I'm like, he played 30 minutes, then he went off injured and had the HA or whatever it was. But in that 30 minutes, just his kicking game as well. So it's the kicking game.
Yeah. Matty?
After Origin, I was 100% Moses, get him in. Now I'm sitting around 90, 85, 90, just because I'm looking at the fixtures this week. I really need Moses to have a good game against the Roosters on Saturday.
Oh, he needs to have a good game. I wouldn't lock him in
yet,
for sure.
And if Nico kills it against the Dolphins and Moses stinks it up against Eels, I'm going to be just as confused as I was when Nico stunk it up against Penrith. Just one thing about Nico, and God, I feel bad for him, but like, getting that Dally in his first year is probably the worst thing for him in this. Because if you look at pretty much every halfback, he's the only one really that he hasn't done, because he hasn't done much in finals. Like, that's like the natural progression. Like, kill it in home and away season, then maybe kill it in finals, and then kind of Origin. He's kind of like done the opposite. If you look at Thurston, like he won a comp, or he was in a grand final at starting halfback before Origin. Well, pretty much. You look at Cherry Evans, he won a couple of... You look at even like Cleary, he hasn't killed it at Origin, but he's won 3 comps. You look at Andrew Johns, his third game at halfback for the Blues was after the 97 grand final, and he lost his first 2. So I would just love to see Nico at the end of this year just not win a comp for the Cronulla, but just win a couple of big games at this level, and then maybe we'll see next year. I feel bad for him, and I absolutely do not think it's the end of his Origin career.
Well, you're spot on about some of all the things, just the timing of things not quite being in Nico's favour. So he came into this game under a bit of an injury cloud as well. Pulled up towards the end of the game around the time that Timmy was leaving the stadium. He had a stretch of his calf as well. Like, it was obviously still a little bit of a concern for him. They went down to 12. He had to do a bit more defending at centre. So, yeah, he probably just hasn't had he hasn't been at his prime with a few things going in his favour to allow him to excel, at number 7 there. Mitch Moses probably, I reckon, if he hadn't been injured for the first half of the year, probably would have got the first crack at the 7 with Cleary out. But I don't know. I don't think he's an auto pick either, because we were out there yesterday. The Dogs were a couple of players down. The game was there to be won. A lot of things went the Eels' way, and they still weren't able to come away with a win, which is probably, the halfback goes a long way to kind of locking that down. So not a great position probably for the Blues to be in, still not knowing now exactly who the half will be going into game 2. But yeah, these games this weekend will be pretty big. You'd imagine if they both have big games, Nico's will be against the Dolphins, and obviously there was the loss in game 1. If Moses kills it against the Chooks, who have been looking pretty good lately, you'd imagine they're probably going to go and make the change for game 2.
I'll tell you what is, I think, the most interesting out of our whole selection, if Nico was his number 1 pick, regardless of if Moses was injured, and I think you actually got to stick with him. Like, if Madge was sitting there going, no, Moses, Hines was always going to be my number 7, then I think you have to stick with him, because it's like, well, you can't just give him one game then and go, and see you later.
I get it. Like Madge picked that squad, and once they went down to 12, things basically became relevant. I don't think there were many Blues players who they shouldn't have been there. To give or take a bit of criticism around Nico, I thought everyone had a crack. There was no one who had bad performance considering they were down to 12. So I think, if you're going to make changes, it has to be to blokes that you would have picked if they were fit, aka Mitch Moses, Bradman Best, but you're harsh to drop any players based on that performance.
Yeah, I think that every player, ripped and teared. The only other one that I think changes is Edwards comes in for... Yeah. I think Edwards comes in for 10.
And again, it was an injury-forced one there, so it's like...
Yeah, I look at, and I agree with you, I think Edwards should come in, but I sort of look at the Mitch Moses situation in a similar way. That if he was available, he would have been my halfback.
If Madge had have said, no, Hines was always going to be nice at 7, would you still make the change if you're Madge?
Oh, no, that changes everything. But, yeah. No, it's a valid point, but I don't think that was ever the case, personally.
For sure. I just thought that it's something that could have happened. Maybe Madge really did have Hines as his number 7, which would be understandable. He's been killing it. And
if so, once again, it would be great to get inside the head of Madge and actually know what the plans, what the thought process were. My gut says that wasn't the case.
Okay.
But we don't know.
So Edwards comes in. Jake Trbojevic, what do we do about that situation right now? Was it a forced change because of, the person getting sent off?
100% it was.
You reckon?
I just reckon when they went down, was it 3 tries to 1 quite early on? I just reckon they looked at it and went, we need to put points on the board, and I don't think Jake Trbojevic is the player to do it. Isaiah Yeo came on and played pretty big minutes, and I just reckon if we're going to create points, it's not through Jake Trbojevic. I think that the send-off had a lot to do with it.
So why do you reckon he sent him back out there for with 5-6 minutes to go?
Probably just fatigue. Had a sub up in the bank, and I don't know who he came on for, but playing with 12 men for that amount of time, fatiguing the boys, they probably had a semi-fresh body back on.
Do you think
the game was also done?
I think the game was gone by that point.
It was done, but then all the more reason not to put him back on, because you don't want to get injured or something bad to happen.
But given whoever it was who was massively under fatigue, a bit of a spell the last 5 minutes.
Do you think that him being taken off though, for what he lacks in physical, moving across the park, you lost in his communication? If you're saying he's captain, he's the best in the team to lead the team. When the team's under the pump, surely you want your captain on the field.
Yeah, there's an argument for that. But I just think it would have been that he would have been too slow around the ruck. That's my thought. And I think that it was pretty evident in the substitutions that he made that he went, fuck it, I'm going to try and get us back in this game and then ride emotion home. And they got, I mean, to Magic's credit, they got bloody close to doing it.
He came on for Hudson in the 75th minute.
Hudson Young, who hadn't played much.
And he came off after a 22-minute stint.
Yeah, I'm torn on this one because I kind of feel like two minds. Like, you're under the pump, you lost to a player. Surely you're keeping your number one leader on the field. Like, he's the guy that's communicating, tell everyone where to go, where he's at mark, I need you to hear. But I also understand the argument of, physically, he's not that quick across the park. He's not going to score your points.
And the bloke that came on, I think, does the same job, Isaiah, in terms of...
Did he come on for Isaiah, or did Isaiah come on for Haas? I can't recall.
Well, regardless, he had Isaiah on the field.
Yeah, okay.
He had Isaiah on the field who would have been talking around the ruck, calling shots, club captain. So I don't think in terms of that, I see where you're coming from, and maybe Jake staying on there would have been as effective because of those reasons. I don't know. But Isaiah, he covers that.
Yeah, okay.
He came on for Jake in the 25th minute.
The 21?
25th minute.
25th minute.
And at the same time, you keep... How many minutes did Cam McInnes get, Matty?
You got about 55, I think.
Because you got Cam McInnes, who one of the fittest dudes in the NRL, saying, mate, essentially playing that Jake Trbojevic role, who is fit, fitter around the ruck, quicker around the ruck, more agile, mate. You just go and go and go because they're going to batter down the middle door with the player down.
48 minutes, and it was a 30-minute stint and an 18-minute stint.
Yeah, okay. Yeah, it's an interesting one. It's going to be interesting to see what, game 2, how many minutes he plays.
I'm not sure if there's ever been a game before that I would more appreciate being inside the head of the coach. It would answer so many questions around the halves and his approach and his interchange and all those sorts of things. Because it's a guessing game.
Well, because he did get called up. Like, he got called out by the ref a couple of times for being offside initially, and I wonder whether Madge looked and said, the pace of the game it might be a bit much.
Yeah.
Get him out of there.
As far as Gerbo goes for game 2, though, the optics around dropping our captain and our previous captain on one day.
I think that changes everything. Like, I reckon if he wasn't the captain, I would probably lean towards maybe the game's gone past a little bit and maybe change it, but you can't drop your captain,
You just
can
can't.
you?
You literally
That's madness.
I also think...
Newly appointed captain, sorry.
Yeah.
Like,
I think that Cam Murray, I'm expecting him to be named this afternoon, and if he is somewhat available, I'm picking him for New South Wales in a heartbeat.
Sounds like a chance, hey, the Savo to get named.
Mate, you chuck him starting 13 in my
Well, that's where I think Cam McInnes falls on his sword, which I think...
That's tough. He was good.
Mate, I'm not saying he wasn't good. I think he's very, very unlucky, but were you going to drop your captain?
Did you chuck him at 14?
No, won't they just drop one of the Ola or Hudson, two edge back rowers? I
think they're already dropping one of them, I would assume, to bring on a utility. Would we... If it's... Well, it depends where Burton fits. I don't
know if they will. I hope they do, but I'm not the coach.
He seemed pretty firm on that, not selecting utility. Tough one. Anyway, anything else on the Origin? Obviously, Queensland stays the same, you reckon, boys? Talangi's got a bit of a shoulder injury. Do you think Selwyn Cobbo comes in?
I think Reece Walsh is young in his career. He's had a head knock. I'd just give him the week off and just say, mate, get yourself right for next year. Don't want to tempt fate too much, mate.
Well, he won't have played any footy, I don't think.
yeah, his next game is going to be Origin 2 if he plays.
I'm sure he'll come back very sloppy.
That's right. The bloke who should have been man of the match just slots straight back in.
Any other Origin chat quickly before we move on?
All good, mate.
all good.
Okay. Time now. The team of the week brought to you by Bloke Beer. Get any local, grab a case of Bloke Beer. Beautiful, easy drinking lager. We've got our mid-strength, we've got our full strength, and it's the beer of rugby league, guys. We're a beer that actually live and breathe rugby league. Let's get into it, shall we? Team of the week. And it's a beer for blokes that turn up for family, mates, and good times. At number 1, we have Latrell. Although, special mention to Laurie and Connor Tracy. At number 2, To'o. At 3, Crichton. 4, Gagai. 5, Lomax. Special mention to Talau. He was outstanding, obviously scoring 4 tries. At number 6, Wishart. 7, Hunt. 8, Moali. 9, Little. 10, AFB, Adam Fennell-Blake. 11, Barnett. 12, Talakai. 13, Kalamatangi. Hasn't that been a revelation, bringing him into the visual? I've said for a while now, I think you put him at front row. Put him at front row. Until you have a a front row that can afford to have him out on edge, get him in the middle. He's been outstanding. At 14, Tamade Martin. At 15, Connor Tracy. At 16, Laurie. At 17, Walker. That's right. Our entire bench is halves.
Freddie Kemp.
Freddie Kemp. Look, we're trying to change the way rugby league is played. We're trying to change the way rugby league. We've been talking about the big fella. There's not much room for him anymore. And so that's why we've picked 4 little fellas on the bench.
Game changer.
Game changer. So who knows? Maybe Origin 2, there'll be 4 halves on the bench because they watch or listen to the bloke in a bar.
Hey, just with Latrell, I noticed last week left out a team of the week, put a bit of a pensive Instagram post up. Next week comes out as the game of his life.
We felt the pressure.
I wonder if we'll see the same in Origin.
Okay. Felt the pressure. Alrighty, now. Player of the week brought to you by Menulog. Wow. We've actually had this guy before, so you're not allowed to use the same code twice because they technically can't do that. But we were we wanted to have this guy as player of the week so much that we've actually had a different code for this player. The player of the week this week is Zach Lomax. And to get free delivery this week, use code CLIMAX. Because Zach Climax is our player of the week. Use Climax for delivery, this free delivery this week. Obviously, CLIMAX. Zach Climax is our player of the week. And look, if you had said to me he's going to go in and kill it in Origin, I would have said, look, there's a chance of that. He's got all the physical attributes to do that, Zach Climax. But if you had said that he's going to back up and play the way he did, I would have said, no, that's not the Zach Climax that I know. Mate, he was outstanding on the weekend. 30 points all up in total. 32, sorry, apologies. And for him to back up the way he did, it just shows you that, like, there are certain players that have the physical attributes to be a tier above. And if they get their application to the game right, they take that next step. And Zach Lomax, we've spoken about it quite a bit, but he is really proving a few years ago, it would have been like 3 or 4 years ago now, there was so much hype around him. And everyone was kind of like, yeah, I can see it. And then for a few years, we were like, you know what, maybe he's not going to reach that kind of potential. But has he what? I thought he was absolutely incredible on the weekend.
I love watching Hammy's head there when you said Zach Climax, just like a poker machine over there with the amount of jokes running through his head. Couldn't settle on which one to go for. Yeah. Did you come up with one?
Yeah, I mean, to climax twice in 48 hours. I mean, that has to be recognised, doesn't it?
That's a big effort.
Deserving winner.
48 hours
hats
twice.
Off to you, sir. Hats off.
Twice in 48 hours.
He's just showing off.
Absolute maniac. An absolute maniac. What do you reckon, Guru?
What about that first try he scored where he went through and he could have just scored on the right-hand side of the sticks, and instead he pretty much stepped into 2 contacts. He was just like, you stand no hope. No one can take me down at the moment. He's just, the confidence he's playing with at the moment is just insane. Zach Climax. And sorry. And God, I'm glad he's a blue.
And you brought him into your Supercoach team as well. Is that right?
I've had him all year. Thanks.
I've had him all year?
Yeah. Saw it coming.
There you go.
Yes. Okay.
Loves a climax, Guru.
I think, Sully's run where Lomax ended up scoring, that try is a difference this year with Lomax. It's just like effort. Like the physical ability to do what he's doing right now, it has always been there. It's just been about applying himself. And the fact that he is putting himself in position constantly to affect the game means he's affecting the game.
Yeah, and if you look at the intent, he chased Sully on that. Like, that's what we spoke about last week. The ball goes in the air and guys compete for it. Lomax goes, I'm getting that ball.
Yeah.
And it was the exact same in that moment. I'm pretty sure if you go back and watch the tape, and that's not taking anything away from Sloan, but he's pretty close to Sloan in that moment.
Well, that's Sloan's job.
Job.
Lomax could have easily gone, I'm a winger, I've probably just taken a hit up or I'm about to. Okay, there's a break. That's Sloan's job. I think he beat Sloan there, essentially.
Yeah, and you could just see from the moment Lomax took off, there was only one guy that was scoring that try.
Yeah.
There's then not long after that, he chases a bomb from midfield where he's doing the same thing. He's just roaming in around the ruck, and it's just like the mindset has switched, moving from centre to wing, where he goes, you've got a licence to do this from the wing. It's not that you can't do it from centre, and some players have done it very effectively in recent years, but you kind of have to hold your position a little bit more as a centre, hold the width, whereas wingers have got a bit more of a licence to say, you know what, run around, see what you can find. And yeah, he did the same thing just after it. There was a bomb. He was in the middle of the field just sniffing around, chased up, putting pressure on. He's just a new man on the wing.
Yeah, and what an exciting thing for Lomax is like the solution is so simple. It's just like literally every 80 minutes, have an absolute crack, be in everything, and you could be the best player in the comp. Like it is almost unfair that he's that talented.
And sorry, he was out at the Panthers game.
Yeah, in his Argentinian jersey. Big Argentinian guy.
Huge Argentinian guy. Interesting though.
Oh, don't you dare.
Oh, I'm heaps
Don't you dare. All right, for people listening, Guru's trying to imply that maybe Lomax could backflip on the Eels and go to
No,
Penrith.
that's not what I'm implying at all.
Wow, he's going to get, I mean, if you already get enough hate mail from the Eels fans, could you imagine the hate mail you're going to get if he actually did do that?
I'll be there on Saturday night. The Parramatta Eels too. So.
Mate, what
fans
about the
will love me
Eels?
all over again.
The
They're
Eels.
undefeated with me at home.
Really?
Yep.
They're calling him the mayor of Parramatta over there.
Really?
Yeah.
Okay. What about Zachy Lomax? If he had just waited like 6 weeks or something, his contract would have been like the unders that the Eels have got him on. Like how many years they've gone without signing an outside back? The wait might have been worth it. It might have been worth it because they've just landed a bloke that would have been on probably close to 900K. If he had have waited a little bit after that Origin performance. Now he's on 600 or so K as a centre. It is arguably, if he stays playing like this, it'll be the signing of the year next year.
It's wild, like when you look at a team and what they desperately needed and the time they got on it. It could be one of the greats.
I think, like the concern going into Origin for me with Zach Lomax was, and a lot of people, mate, don't go for the flashy play, don't go for the headline moment. Madge obviously got that through his head that, you know, mate, if you go out there, you run hard, you can test bombs and that, every game you play will be an 8 out of 10 because you're such a strong ball runner, you're so good in the air, you run for your 200-odd metres, even more. I feel like he's realised from that Origin game where he's one of the best on the field in a shorter team that he doesn't need to go for flash plays to do... was essentially just gone had a 10 out of 10 2 in a row, just about. Yep. And he's gone, I don't need the flashy plays to be one of the best players on the field.
It'll come. It'll happen.
Yeah. And I think he's learnt that in the last 2 games.
It'll come. Just be patient. Stay patient, Climax fans. So use code Climax for free delivery this week, as we've already used the code Lomax. And free delivery. Use code Climax. As we always say, massive thank you to Menulog. They've been with us for a couple of years now. They're a huge supporter of the show, so they're really important to us. So if you're gonna order food to your house, support people that support us, guys. Download the Menu app. You get codes each week for discounts. Use code Climax this week for free delivery. Alrighty, let's get into just quickly. Madge pulls out of Eels' job. Now the wording around this it's been confusing because the wording now kind of coming out is he was like never even interested in it. But the wording when it initially dropped that he was. And so the reason why I put this as a topic is like, I want to talk about like, I hope he wasn't interested. I understand that there's a reality of coaching and business and being a head coach, but I hope he was never interested because like what message does that send to the Blue squad if he's sitting there going, oh yeah, I'm thinking about taking a head coach role with the Eels. Thoughts on the recent pull-out of the Eels job by Madge?
I don't think he was ever interested.
Yeah?
I think his heart set on something else. I think this is more of your bullshit, Kempy.
I think it's a fair thing to talk about.
Mentioned at the live show at Origin last week, can be feeding this agenda bullshit for Queensland, being the influential figure that he is, and he's doing it again.
Yeah. Back at it.
Oh, man.
Madge was always sticking with the Blues and had his sights set on it, number one priority.
Wow. Matty?
I'd genuinely be disappointed if, like, all jokes aside,
Surely he wasn't interested.
If New South Wales really gave him that full-time contract, but that 5-month contract has really muddied the waters, and so I'm just kind of like, whatever, you know.
I like to think he wasn't interested.
I'd love to think he wasn't interested. I also think it's crazy that he's not there full-time.
Oh, put it this way: if he wins this series, and it shouldn't be, shouldn't be relying on this, but if he does win this series, give him a full-time gig. My God, like
it shouldn't be relying.
That shouldn't matter.
It shouldn't.
Is
But I
he
mean,
a guy or not? Like,
it shouldn't. But like,
Is Billy full-time?
yeah, he's full-time. But yeah, all right. Not much interest there. Not much interest to chat about that. I thought it was a really interesting topic. You got a New South Wales coach that potentially was putting his hand in the his hat in the ring to coach club.
I think he was putting his hat in the ring because of the complete and utter lack of respect that New South Wales showed him by only offering him 5 months. So poor bloke's got to, feed his
family to feed.
Yeah. I don't blame him.
Madge, he's a bloody nearly broke the poor bloke. Nearly living on the street. New South Wales wanting to coach the state.
Dragons Tigers Friday night.
Okay, look, I thought it was interesting. I thought the whole thing was a bit bizarre. I thought that the fact that his name was even getting bandied about, he's a coach of the state. Like, that's an absolute honour. So I don't think he was ever interested. I reckon that might have been other parties trying to, negotiation power with other coaches that they're speaking to.
Yep.
So if you're going negotiation saying, oh, Michael Maguire might be interested, you don't have to pay. Your leverage is much higher than if you're going in saying, well, there's no premiership winning coach right now that's interested in this job. Very, very different conversation you're having with the next coach up. Alrighty, time for the round review. And first of all, I ordered my Mark Hughes beanies for us all. They didn't arrive, but I did order it quite late, so that's probably my fault. Mark Hughes round, but Sportsbet,
Yep.
they got something big going on.
$1,000 every try for
Holy.
Beanies for brain cancer. So, great cause. Good to get involved with it again this year, and hopefully plenty of tries.
Plenty of tries.
From the West Tigers against the Titans on Saturday.
So if you go to Mark Hughes' website, you can grab a beanie. They're always high quality, guys. We get them every single year. There's 2 options this year. I think it's like a multicoloured option. You actually saw Reece Walsh wearing it in the lead up to game 1. And then I think there's a brownish, maroonish colour one that doesn't have a pom-pom on it, if I recall correctly. But go to the Mark Hughes website. All of the beanies, it goes to a fantastic cause. And this week is just getting bigger and bigger each year.
I'll go just a little shout out to one of my good mates, Brian Porter. He's doing the walk this week. It's from NRL headquarters up to the Newcastle v Panthers game up there. Some NRL legends like Rod Silver, Billy Peden, Aku Uate, Adam Muir, Joe Nullival, Tommy Simons, all doing that. So if anyone would like to make a donation to that great cause, obviously Beanies for Brain Cancer. Can we put the link in the
link will be in the
description?
show notes.
Link in the description there. So really good cause there.
There you go. Alrighty, let's get into it. Dragons defeat the Tigers 56-14. At half time, the game was close. Second half, an absolute blowout. I'll tell you what, the Dragons, because their best game and their worst game is honestly like galaxies apart, they've actually snuck up on the ladder. They're currently sitting 9th. They've got the same wins as, I think, both the Broncos, the Roosters, and... Apologies, just get that up real quick. So right now, So right now the Dragons, they sit 9th on points differential, but they have, and also they've got another bye in hand as well. So the Roosters, Bulldogs, Broncos, and Dragons have all played 13 games, and they're on 16 points, just like the Broncos, Bulldogs, and Roosters. So right now, points-wise, if their points differential was better, they could be sitting as high as 6.
Just in the top 8 market, they're $5 to make the 8, and they're sitting 9th.
Haven't they just snuck up on the competition? And I think the reason for that is because their best and their worst games are so far apart. Like, they're so inconsistent where you go, geez, they're having a bit of a tough year. But at the end of the day, like, they prove the point. All that matters is winning footy matches. It really does. They're within striking distance of the 8. There is no way anyone expected this heading into this season.
They're also one of the teams that has only had 1 bye. I know there's a lot of teams like that, but there's also a lot of teams at the top ladder that have had 2 byes already. So they're in a good little spot.
And
right now you've got Storm and Dolphin Raiders that have already had a bye. So you actually...
Already had 2 byes.
2 byes, sorry. So actually, the Dragons, with their bye, would be equal to 4th, Dolphins. Wow.
And
That's crazy.
they're not necessarily knocking off, big dogs of the season and those high up the ladder, but when you tip to be a bottom 4 or bottom 2 team, and you're saying no, like, we can compete and be a top 8 contender, you just need to beat those that are around you, and that's what they're doing. Like, put a score on the Tigers, which is also going to be enormous for their points differential come back into the season. They beat Penrith last week without all their Origin players on deck, obviously, but Dragons losing a few as well. Games like they beat the Bunnies, they beat the Warriors when they were battling, they've beaten the Tigers twice, so they're winning these games. And look, I said, you don't have to beat top 4 sides to be a top 8 team.
Yeah, so, absolutely. And like, people that want to use the excuse of, they're not beating, top tier sides. I don't even think Dragons went into this year going, you know what, we're just going to be knocking off teams at full strength that are top of the table. And who knows, like maybe they could eventually this year. Like it snuck up on me, put it this way. A couple of weeks ago, I'm thinking the Dragons season has, I wouldn't say, definitely not a disaster, but it's been a bit meh. Like the positive that I'd taken out of the Dragons season so far was the fact that yes, they're inconsistent, but at least they're showing when they're on, they're really, really on. There's something to work with. They look way more explosive. Like heading into this year, we were like looking at the forward pack going, geez, I don't know where do they get their explosiveness from? Where are they going to break tackles? They lost, obviously, Bird a couple of weeks ago as well. So I think they've really snuck up on the competition and they've put themselves in a really good position to potentially make the 8 this year, which would be huge.
You also look at the draw and it's sort of fallen in their favour a little bit in terms of the Origin rounds. That first major Origin round with all the outs, they had the Panthers, did the job there out at Penrith, nailed that one. Round 19, the third Origin week with all the players out, they've got the Brisbane Broncos at Suncorp. So another game that there's every chance they go into that as just about favourites with the Broncos losing a lot of players. It'll be thereabouts. But
and also without Reynolds in the side too.
Yeah, it just becomes a very winnable game.
Yeah. It's been really impressive, and doesn't it just show you that like there is a tier of coach. There's obviously you've got your superstar coaches that are really, really good. Then you've got your rookie coaches that are probably down the bottom that haven't coached much NRL. Then there's this like middle tier of coach that, and I don't say middle tier disrespectfully. I mean coaches that have won a premiership, but they're not considered your Wayne Bennett's, your Ivan Cleary's, your Trent Robertson. And it just shows you like Flanagan. If there's one thing he knows how to do, it's coach a footy side. But for better or worse, his ability to galvanise a team. We have to remember, his son was brought to the club and has been the starting 6 all year long. He was brought to the club. Publicly, they said that he was brought to the club as a 9. There hasn't been a whisper about the fact that his son is playing for him. Not a whisper.
Not a thing. Like, can you just think about that Dragon side and how much controversy there's been around? Like, Zach Lomax alone, he's playing Origin. He's their best player. Like, he spent the whole preseason saying he didn't want to be there. Then he was playing a position he didn't want to play. Ben Hunt didn't want to be there at the start of the year. Like, it should be complete and utter chaos there.
Yeah.
But Flano, he's just, the house is burning down. He's changing channels. He's fine.
He's fine. It's all good. He's like, is the heat on? Did someone turn the heater on? It's a bit cold outside. He absolutely, he seems to just enjoy, I guess, the chaos and also his ability to get the best out of some of these players. Like, obviously you look at Sully, but even like a Sloan. Yes, it's been an up and down year for Sloan, but I would argue his downs haven't been anywhere near as bad as what we've seen in the past.
Not even close.
Especially since that game against the Newey Knights. Since that game, and there was big dramas around that, although he hasn't set the world alight, he also hasn't been terrible either.
Yeah, and I think you can just see the effort around Sloan has lifted. Like, I remember watching that New Zealand Warriors game last year where he let in a few tries, and I just remember walking away from that game going, I think I'm done. I think I'm done with Sloan. Like, I think he's had his
tried to give the benefit of the doubt.
Yeah, and I just not seeing it, whereas this year, he's bounced back in a big way.
It's been rewarded with a contract, and if he continues to, like, progress the way he is, he could be on unders in a couple of years. If 500K for a fullback in today's game, it's a good fullback is unders. So the Dragons, for me, they've really snuck up on the competition. And I wonder the Benny Hunt situation, if they do make the 8, does he re-sign there? Or does he, there's been whispers around back to the Titans. I wonder what happens there, to be honest.
I've got no idea.
Which is insane. Because if you had said at the start of the year, said as soon as he can get out of that club, he's gone. Maybe Flano's done enough to go show him, mate, there's something we can do here.
And that's where, like, part of me at the start of the year was sort of saying I would love to see Benny Hunt retire with a premiership. Like, there's probably worse places you could be, right now than the Dragons. There's better places you could be, 100%, but there's heaps worse places you could be.
Well, I tell you what, they're doing better than the Titans right now.
And, if you would have said at the start of the year, who's more likely to win the comp over the next few years, the Titans or the Dragons?
Titans every day of the week.
We would have shit in on the Titans.
Yeah, absolutely. Timmy, what do you reckon, mate?
Yeah, awesome what they've been able to do. And just, it's really I was going to call it a statement game, but sorry, Hammy, against the Tigers, it's kind of like, I don't know. It was just their ability to pile on the points in the second half. Yeah. Like, they've got some seriously lethal attack in them, and just, I said we had so many question marks around their roster and where they'd find their points outside of Ben Hunt, but look at like the edge back rowers, like Fatala Marin, he's grown a new leg this season. Luciano Leilua, we've been sort of looking forward to the return of him this season, had a lot of injuries, came in on the edge on the weekend and was terrific for them. They got some serious points in them, which I didn't think I'd be saying at round one.
I tell you what, I feel sorry for the Dragons because you can understand their decision to allow Lomax to kind of move on because it's been a few years, hasn't really worked out for both parties. But now they're probably like, he is a big loss next year. Like to replace what he does for this side, it's a lot. Now, you know, Flanagan has shown us that I'm confident that he can because he's just worked magic with what he's got so far. But I put it this way, I think if they were halfway through the year and they could make the decision again about allowing him to go or not go, I think there's a chance they go, you know what, stay.
Yeah, and I mean, I agree with you, mate. Flano has worked some serious magic, but, mate, a lot of their attack is around complete this set, put it in the air, and let's see what happens.
He scored 32 of their 56 points on the weekend.
Yeah, and that's, you know, like, yeah, you have a look at other games across the weekend as well. Like, for example, Ruben Garrick, we'll talk about him later, but I think he's a great goal kicker. He kicks 1 from 5. Lomax is out here kicking 10 on the trot.
Yeah, and the hard thing is like, this is not me being negative on the Dragons. They made the right call at the time.
Yep.
They absolutely did. They'd been very patient with Lomax. It hadn't worked out. They're paying him a mozza. He's in the centre on the wing. But, yeah, I do think it's going to be tough for them to replace that.
It is just so frustrating for Dragons fans, though. You watch
unfair.
so many players leave and do well, and the one guy you are so patient with, literally the moment he sets foot out the door, is he the best outside back in the game right now?
Right now.
Like, it's outrageous.
It's crazy. So I do feel sorry for Dragons a little bit. Now, some positives. Leilua, I thought, was outstanding. I thought he was so good, and he just showed you, like, he's just such a big, explosive body. He genuinely turns games on their head when he wants to. Like, he is an absolute nightmare to defend, and, you know, it is... I don't feel like an idiot because I know what the environment was 6 months ago, 12 months ago in this Dragon side. But this forward pack is playing so well, it makes me feel like an idiot for saying, geez, I don't really see where they get their points and they're not that explosive and they can't really bend a line. Fast forward, and you've got their edge for the weekend was Leilua and Fatala Mariner.
To be fair, had either of those players signed at the time of saying that? Like...
For sure, but I don't think we thought, like Leilua, potentially we thought go. I don't think we thought Fatala Mariner would be this explosive for
I
the
had
Dragons.
no idea about Fatala Mariner. He's been a revelation this season off the back of what, unfortunately, the way it finished up with the Dogs wasn't ideal, but he's been terrific for them. Like,
It's so good.
just thought he might have... How old would Fatala Mariner be? Thought he was sort of...
I don't reckon he's as old as we
1993.
think he is. Yeah, so is he.
So 30 years old, yeah.
He's been just so good. I think DeBella into the front row has been a masterstroke. He's been really good for him. Eisenhuth back to his best form, 150 metres, 66 post contact, 30 tackles, only 2 misses, 3 offloads. Little was really good on the weekend. Geez, they've missed I liked him playing in more minutes, 74 minutes. I reckon you keep him on the field.
It's just his durability, Jacob Little. He's so good. And like, he's got a great running game. He offers a bit of attack in and around the ruck. Solid defender. Like 32 tackle. Sorry, no, that's not that. But it's just over the years, particularly at the Tigers, just can't string games together. But he's starting to do it and play big minutes. They look so much better with him.
He's only going to get better. The more minutes he gets in his legs, the better they're going to be. Sully. I had a feeling like, I don't know, I know this might sound a bit silly or whatever, but I personally felt like he was going into that game going, why don't you pick me for New South Wales? Like, I know he's down the pecking order, but he came out and was absolutely firing on the weekend. He had 2 try assists, 13 runs, 163 metres, 63 post contact, 9 tackle breaks, 2 line breaks, a line break assist, 2 offloads, 4 tackles, 0 errors. Like a massive knock.
He's such a handful.
He is. And like, as I said, I know he's down the pecking order, but who knows? Like, Bradman Best was down the pecking order last year for New South Wales, and all of a sudden, he's, you know, people speak about him a lot for selection.
The Dragons have scored 62% of their tries this season on the right edge of the field, 21% on the left, which is where Sully is. It's because of Ben Hunt on the right side of the field, they get a ton of ball.
Yeah.
If Moses Sully is playing right centre, his attacking stats this year have tripled. I guarantee that. It just gets less ball because he's outside Flano and the ball that gets less good attacking stuff because of where Ben Hunt is. But he's been terrific.
He's been terrific. What about Flano? A try assist, just doing his job, 77 metres, 2 line breaks, 18 tackles, only 3 misses. Hasn't he just gone about his business?
Yeah.
He's been great. He's been really, really good. Now, the double movement. Now, maybe this is me coming from not growing up with rugby league. I thought that was a double movement for sure. Because, like, if he had to pass that off his back, it wouldn't have been considered like a play on.
Play on, yeah.
But I don't know if that's how you look at it. Is that not like, you know what I mean?
I thought double movement. That was
okay, you thought double movement?
automatic.
You thought double movement?
Yeah.
Timmy, what do you think?
I thought it was in the same movement. I thought it was a try watching it. Again, it was Friday night. It just feels like so long ago Friday night. But
It was before the cat attacked you.
Got a concussion.
HIA.
Cat 1 HIA from the cat attack. I thought it was a try watching it.
Okay.
And I'm going through my notes from the game, but yeah, I thought it was in the same movement, and yeah.
Yeah, I thought it was a double movement because I just imagined if he passed that or like tried to continue playing, it would have been like, no, mate, you're tackled.
But wasn't there still momentum like when he went over the line?
Well,
he didn't try past
like
it.
so there was momentum as in like so he lands on his back, and as he lands on his back, he turns and puts the ball down, but he does hit the ground on his back, and so yeah, I just thought as soon as his back was flat on the deck,
Yeah.
I would consider that tackle complete in my opinion. But I'm obviously open to being wrong. Like
I'm trying to go back and find it, but
Yeah.
at the time, I definitely thought it was a try.
okay, fair enough. But yeah, look, great performance by the Dragons, and they're really sneaking up. They are really sneaking up on the competition, and it's going to be exciting to see. I guess this is what Flano can do in 1 year. And what was his plan? His plan was to make finals this year, and then what did he say? Was he top 4 in 2 years, or a premiership in 2 or 3 years, or something like that?
Yeah, I can't remember the exact
But
dialogue.
it was
It was a
aggressive.
long-term plan.
It was great.
It was really aggressive.
Yeah, he said top 8. I think we all laughed this other year.
No, I don't think we laughed at the top 8. I think we laughed at the premiership in 2 years. I wouldn't have laughed at him top 8, but I would have laughed him, period. But I would have been like, whoa, premiership in 2 years. Could you get that up, Matty, please? I think it was premiership in like 2 or 3 years. But we'll get back to that guy, so don't worry, we'll get back to it. Because at the moment, he's making us look like idiots.
Yeah.
They're equal in the
Yeah.
top 8. Like
Yep.
he said he wanted to make the top 8 the first year, which I still thought was a stretch. Don't get me wrong. I still thought it was possible, but I thought it was a massive stretch to make top 8 this year. So a premiership in 2 years.
Oh, no, sorry. I was giving him the 15 minutes.
Oh, okay.
Right.
I know, obviously, hence the name top 8. You can only get 8 sides in there, but geez, if the Dragons and the Bulldogs are in there, could it be a good story this year?
What about the Dolphins and the Raiders right now?
Yeah.
That's crazy. Anyway, we'll get to that.
Just a very bitter pill to swallow here, and it's a theme we're going to touch on a little bit more. Moses Sully, Luciano Leilua, Jacob Little all had great games. What have they got in common?
Former Tigers?
Former Tigers.
Yeah, that's tough. That's tough.
And Ben Murdoch-Masila, honourable mention to him as well, used to play for us as well, but those other three had some of their best games of the year, and it was against us.
Yeah,
so
that
thanks for that,
sucks.
boys.
Lockie Galvin, a former Tiger, wasn't great, though.
Oh, come on. He's got a contract, mate. Big next 2
Contracts
years.
haven't been broken before, have they?
Nope, not as far as I know.
Okay, let's get on to the Tigers. Have you found it yet, Matty, or not? Okay. Maybe we're all making it up. You guys remember that, don't you? That talking about Flano's plan
Vaguely.
for the first...
Yeah.
Anyway. Okay, on to the Tigers. Look, obviously, them losing is a talking point, but the biggest talking point is Galvin has put in a request for a release. I just can't... Honestly, I don't mean to be mean, but it is funny, like, watching you in pain. I apologise.
HR issue now. Clip this up and send it to me, please, Matty.
Okay, Lockie Galvin put in a request to get a release. Now, basically, from what I understand, is that he's been playing with a broken hand. They've been needling him up. Now, they're going to rest him this week. So let's just talk about that initially. I understand toughness. I get it. You're trying to make a young fella tough. But with a broken hand at 18 years old, I do think the Tigers got to be a bit smarter than that with the long-term future of a player. There's also been is the environment great at the moment? I've heard word that it's still not where they want it to be in regards to the environment and the coaching. So look, there's all reasons for why players at the Tigers right now might feel a bit shit. There's all I think that's pretty obvious. Even for the most ardent Tigers fans, you could sit there and go, you know what, we haven't we didn't expect to turn it around quickly, but we probably thought we'd be in a better position than we are right now. But my personal opinion, I think that it's pretty unfair by Lachie Galvin to be requesting a release this early into his career as an 18-year-old that got his shot this year. I think that he should... I'm just surprised that this quickly, already basically saying, I want out of here, is a bit unfair on the Tigers, regardless of... Let's say the Tigers haven't been the best to him, and let's say the environment hasn't been great and certain decisions have been made that haven't been great. And even the broken hand injury, I know that's not good. I agree. He shouldn't be playing with a broken hand. That's silly. But requesting releases this early into a contract that you're playing first grade, I personally disagree with it.
Yeah, I don't love it, especially, they gave him an opportunity at a very young age. Like, they had other halves they could have gone with, and Benji backed him in very early. But at the same time, it's just hard to know what's going on behind those four walls, isn't it? And yeah, I remember when they got rid of the board at the start of the year and everyone went, okay, well, that's the problem solved. It's like, well, they're now looking down the barrel of 10 losses in a row. For me, I think the Tigers have actually, despite what the loss, I think as a club, they've improved.
Yeah,
I think they definitely have. And I think that right now they're a club that, I think Aiden Caesar was incredibly important to start the season. He's out. What is it? You got Papali'i, Bateman.
Yep.
And is there another
Clemmer.
middle? Clemmer out as well.
Yep.
So, in a team that's already lacking experience, to be missing those middle forwards and Aiden Caesar, tough gig.
Yeah, for sure. I just think, and look, the argument against it as well is at the same time, it's been pretty public that the Tigers are looking to offload players. So it's like the club is okay with, moving players on, but then when a player turns around and says, oh, well, I don't like the environment, or whatever the reason is, all of a sudden it's, no, he's staying. So I get the argument. Now, the argument against that is those players still get paid their contract, but it doesn't change the fact that you're getting moved on, and a player is to be looking to move on. Although I understand why Lachie Galvin might be frustrated right now and why, I get his reason for his frustration, I still think requesting a release is a bit unfair on the club. Even though they're looking to move people on and all that kind of stuff, I still think it's a little bit unfair at this early. Maybe wait till the end of the year. What do you reckon, Timmy?
Yeah, I mean firstly, I don't know every reasoning behind why Lachie Galvin wants to do this. To request a release, there's obviously something going on probably that we don't know, so noted of that. However, on what we know, I find it very... I just hate it for the Tigers. I don't like it from Galvin. For the point that you mentioned, boys, and it's at 18 years old, Benji Marshall gave him a chance. And he might not like what's going on right now, and I hope that there's not people in his ear that are saying, if you can get out of this contract, because you've come and shown that you can handle the NRL level at 18, we can get you a ton more money elsewhere, take that and try and get out. I hope he's Lachie Galvin for whatever reason saying that I want out, not people in his ear, because he's 18 years old. I could struggle to do up my shoe at 18 years old. This bloke's playing NRL against men.
Yep.
Even with the...
That shoelace is still nervous, to be fair.
They said the Tigers cleaned out the board, there were coaching changes, staffing changes, things all over the place. It doesn't happen overnight. You've overhauled your whole club, give it a bit of time. And they said they've had a ton of injuries this year. They'd shown a fair bit of ticker in a lot of games. They haven't been quite getting wins, but they've been thereabouts. And I just remember when Galvin got picked to start season 18, I went, Benji, you've got Caesar there, you've got Bud Sullivan, big risk, and he backed him in. Surely Galvin owes him something to say, no, mate, I'll see this out. But look, maybe there's more going on that we don't know.
I also think as well, at what other club would have you started the year at half? Pretty much no club. Probably none. So the same reasons why you got to start, which is the club's not in a good spot, is now the same reason you want to leave. As I said, I understand a young player being frustrated and believing, they want to be the best they can be. This time of year as well, putting in a request for release, surely you can wait till the end of the year. What do you reckon, Hammy?
Yeah, well, it's very disappointing. You've hit the nail on the head. What other club would he have got a crack straight off the bat, straight into first grade? None, probably. The Tigers gave him a crack. He got shown the door from Parramatta years ago, and the Tigers took him on, and He's used to success is probably the real jarring thing, especially for a guy that young. Like they went through a couple of seasons undefeated. He was a big part of that. So coming into a team that's lost now 9 games in a row, playing with an injury, which I think is not the best as well. They probably haven't looked after him very well there. But
look, that's the one thing for me though. That's like a key, like making him play, not making him play, but you as adults and as the leaders should protect him from himself. He shouldn't be playing with a broken hand at 18 years old, in my opinion.
I agree with that. And you're kind of mentioning as well that like they're looking to show a couple of players the door or get new players in, but they're being pretty particular about the ones they want to keep, and they want to keep these good young players that we've developed. And unfortunately, as a Tigers fan, there's been so many instances like you've got a list as long as your arm of players that we've developed have not retained, and then they've gone on to kill it everywhere else. They've been great Origin players, won premierships, all this sort of stuff. So you can't just let that keep happening. It was quite good hearing Michael Chalmers had a chat with Richo, and he kind of explained that, and that he's keen to, we'll see how it goes, make him stick out the next 2 years in his contract. But again, Timmy said it, we don't know exactly everything that's happened behind closed doors, but the Tigers have been pretty good to him on in a lot of areas. You'd like to think as a fan like that there's a little bit of loyalty there, or at least, and there is, we've got great players coming to the club next year, and we've seen what's happened when multiple premiership winners in the Panthers like Stephen Crichton have gone to a new club. Have a look at what's happened there in the space of half a season. We've got Jerome Luai coming next year, probably in the form of his career. I'm hopeful that he's going to have the similar impact to the dressing room as well. Hopefully there's going to be a bit of light at the end of the tunnel, and there's a spot there for him to be a big part of it, driving it forward. So I don't know. Hopefully we don't get let down again, but it's a little bit concerning to hear.
I will say from a club's perspective, it's a good opportunity to look at, like, yes, obviously losing games is a big reason why he's not happy, but also look internally and go, why is a key star player this unhappy after just 14 games? Now, this is not me saying it's your fault, Tigers. It's more just going, how can we improve so that even if we're losing our star player who we are promising the world, who basically is guaranteed a massive contract with the Tigers? Like, and also I hope he's not doing this just to get a contract upgrade. That would be very disappointing. And by all reports, he doesn't seem like a young fella would do that. But you'd have, the Tigers, I do think this is a good opportunity to go, okay, what are we doing wrong for the environment not to be good for this gun young player and for him to want out? I personally, I don't like it, but I understand I understand how a young kid like that, with all that talent and all that ability, wanting to be the best he can be, I understand how his mind can get to that space. I personally just wish he didn't.
I have no doubt that the situation of the West Tigers isn't fantastic, but he's got a quality 9. He's got an experienced 7 inside him. He's got Jerome Luai arriving next year. He's evidently got a coach that backs him. I think once your forward pack is all fit, it's a handy pack. It might not be the greatest of all time, but I do think there could be much worse positions for an 18-year-old 5'8" to be in.
I think if nothing else, he owes Benji to see out this season and just put it behind him and focus on moving forward with the Tigers, if nothing else.
Yeah. In regards to the Tigers' performance, look, the first half was really good. And, I'd seen some talk around mixed messaging from Benji, because he was saying discipline, but at the same time as saying we're going to use the ball. I think there is some nuance there. Like, when you actually look at the errors the Tigers made, it wasn't from spreading the ball. It was just like bad errors, like play the balls, dropping the ball off the deck. It wasn't because they threw a cutout ball and the outside backs couldn't catch it. It was genuinely like just really poor errors. So although it was just a devastating night for the club, there was signs in that first half of like, damn, this team can play a bit of footy if they just be more disciplined. And when I say disciplined, I mean disciplined in the small areas, because they're clearly disciplined in the areas of like the catch pass, spreading the ball early, but it's also disciplined in the areas of don't just shut off once you've been tackled, or don't just shut off when you're picking up the ball from dummy half because it's such an easy job to do. And I thought in those areas, that's where they really let themselves down. All the little boring parts of rugby league where they just were like, yeah, I'll just shut off for now, boom, error. So they've just somehow, some way, and Benji's already said this, and I've said this for quite a while now, unfortunately, they're getting to a point where if this team doesn't react to Benji, he will be bringing other people in. It's really that simple. Really that simple.
That's what he has to do.
Yeah.
Yep. Because, I mean, also, if you're the West Tigers, you sit there going, fuck, if Benji can't do it, Who's next?
Yeah, we'd have to get a super coach in here to do it, really.
Not many of them available next year. Wayne to the Tigers.
Oh, could you imagine? Could you imagine Wayne to the Tigers? Wow.
Oh.
Madge back to the Tigers.
Oh my! Could you imagine? That is very Tigers. That is very Tigers. I thought Sullivan's first half was really good, or at least most of the first half. I thought he looked really, quite electric.
He's frustrating, isn't he?
Oh,
There's
mate.
such a good football talent in there. Even like a Tiger side lacked a bit of spark in attack and that. He had some terrific moments with ball in hand. He's got such a strong running game. Defensively, he lapses. He just can't seem to put it all together for 80 minutes, can he?
And I'm not blaming the Dragons at all, but I do think there was a core bunch of young fellas coming through there that just didn't get the best development at that time. You've got Sloan that's almost had to reset his development. Obviously, other players are no longer playing at the moment. Then you look at Bud Sullivan. And so, ironically, that does go to the argument that I assume, again, I don't know, but I assume Lockie Galvin is making. It's like, these are key years of my development. I don't want to ruin my development if the club is going to continue to struggle. Because like a guy like Bud Sullivan, he probably had bigger raps on him than Galvin did coming through. He had beaten all those young Penrith players in Jersey Flegg and all that. And yet his growth has almost been stunted to a degree. And I don't know whose fault that is, whether it's Bud's or whatever. Because you see these flashes of absolute brilliance. And then obviously the 10-minute sin bin was just a brain explosion. Like you're always getting 10 in the bin for that.
I love these two back rowers. I think Samuel Ofanu's putting together a fantastic season. He's been a great get. The other one that I like, mate, Seafarth, he's a bit of a lunatic.
A bit.
Yeah.
He's a lunatic.
What about him begging the ref going, sorry?
That is the dumb sort of stuff that must kill Bet, because he could have very easily got sent to the sin bin there, and he was like, thank you for not sending me to the sin bin.
Thank you, cunt, sir.
Yeah.
I love watching him play, though.
Yeah.
Whenever he's on the field, he's entertaining.
Yep.
I imagine he would be just a heart attack waiting to happen for West Tigers fans. But
Yes.
I love the passion he plays with. He just goes at it.
Alrighty, on to the next game. Souths defeat the Titans 46-12. What a turnaround it has been for South. Yeah, granted, is against the top tier teams. Like, no, it's not yet. But I tell you what, the further they get away from Demetrio sacking, the better they seem to be getting. And unfortunately, I don't know whether it's just luck or by chance, but unfortunately, the way they're playing suggests there was merit into the decision to move on from JD as coach, because they're playing like a totally different. Like, this is a different side. This is a different side. And I know that's really harsh on Demetrio. I get it. And as I said, maybe it's just pure chance. But at this stage, if they keep going like this, it does look like the coaching methods of Demetrio were holding back this squad to a degree. Now, we have to remember, this was a premiership threat squad. They're nowhere near that yet. So they're not back to where they should be. But at the very least, they're better than what they were a few weeks ago. Now, that may change. But at this stage, they're a substantially better side.
Yeah, and there's a number of factors to talk about it when it comes to it. But for me, mate, I just think, I can't believe it took them this long to put the keys in Cody Walker's hands.
We've been saying, just get Cody in the 7 jersey.
He's not a halfback, but he's the best halfback at this club right now.
Get your good players in key positions, and just, who gives a shit about structure?
Yeah.
Just let them play footy. Because, like, you get to a point where your season's going so bad, structure's the last thing on your mind. Just get good players with the ball in their hand and fucking hope for the best.
Well, to that point, the stars stood up, didn't they? Latrell Mitchell, Cody Walker, Jack Wyden, all the gun ball players and the gun ball runners, they all lifted for this, and they completed at like 85, 86% or something and piled the points on. We know that when they complete and show a bit of discipline, they've got more points than any team in the competition, them just about. But when they're not completing, when they haven't had discipline, they can't do that.
Yeah, it's honestly night and day. Latrell Mitchell, he's our LDV T60 power play of the week with his try, 3 try assists, 16 points against the Titans. The LDV T60 has 160 kilowatts of grunt, which makes it one of the most powerful utes in its class. Auto from 38990 drive away for ABN holders, 7-year or 200,000 kilometre warranty, whichever occurs first. At that price, why go second hand when you can have a brand new LDV? Let's talk about him, the big fella, Charlie Mitt. He was absolutely outstanding. We'll be quick because I've already spoken about him quite a bit earlier in the show. But just reminded everyone, like, when he's on, when he's, fully zoned into the game, he is truly a level above everyone else.
Yeah, he's unstoppable when he's flying, and he was the other day. And, you have a look through the stats once again, and, he only ran for 135 metres, which...
Yeah. He's just never going to do it.
He's just never going to do it, and that's just who he is. And sure, whatever. But
Even though he could do it. Like, as in, he's...
and if he did do it, he'd be terrifying.
He would, literally terrifying.
He would be a nightmare on legs. But yeah, look, Trell, a great game. Titans defensively were pretty poor in my opinion. The South Sydney Rabbitohs rolled through them, but you can only play what comes up against you. And Latrell did what he was meant to do.
Yeah.
Latrell did what a superstar was meant to do. He absolutely ruined them.
Another guy I want to speak about. We've spoken about a few weeks ago how he's almost been unfairly lumped into the group of Rabbitohs playing poorly. But I think throughout this whole season, there might have been one or two games where he was a bit down or whatever, but Keon Kalamatangi, he has ripped and teared all year. Matty, I'd love to get your thoughts because you obviously watch it as closer than anyone. But me personally, even in your darkest games, if you watch Keon play, yeah, okay, you might make an error here or there or whatever, but he is absolutely ripping and tearing.
Perfect example of that is the Storm game, which was one of the many bad games this year, but he was great that game. It's interesting. He moved to the front row early in the year, which I was kind of taken aback by, but since he's played in the middle, and since he got moved, he's moved back to the edge, but since he's played in the middle, he has been ridiculous. He's played 2 games at lock since Cam's been out, and he's run for over 200 metres in both games, and he's just proven to be a handful. He's fantastic.
He's the perfect body for the modern front rower.
Yep.
Like, he's still really big, but he's super mobile, really lateral, can ball play a little bit, but also great in contact.
I can't remember if you said it off air or on air, but you said that they should put him in the front row. I think it's a no-brainer now, especially South with so many injuries in the middle and just so not a heap of depth there. So,
well, yeah. I was actually going. I think it was when we said maybe put Jackie Whiten on the edge. I think it was Keon we wanted to move into the middle, or was it? Or
it could have been Arrow.
Anyway, I've always, not always, sorry. When your forward stock started to get quite low, Keon was the first guy that I thought maybe put him in the middle because I just think he suits it.
He does. He's proven in the last 2 weeks that he undoubtedly suits it. So it'll be interesting. Cam Murray, we're expecting him to get named today. I'm interested to see where Keon plays.
Sean Kepi started in the front row. Like, you pull Kepi to the bench and you put Keon at 10 in my opinion.
If nothing else, with where the Bunnies are sitting on the ladder and how the year's gone and how the last 2 weeks have gone with him in the middle, you give it a crack and you just see what happens. And look, if they do it for 2 weeks and he's starting at prop, Cam Murray's at lock and it's not working, move him back to the edge, but it's worth a try.
He's playing 80 minutes.
Yeah, it's mental.
Like, he's a big, big boy.
And I think the development of David Moale's been really, really good this year as well. So if you're starting them to...
Well, you know what the frustrating thing about that is? It's like, oh, surprise, surprise. The young front rower finally gets some games back after each other. Like, he finally gets one game after the other, week after week. And all of a sudden, he's playing some really good footy. Like, that's what I couldn't understand earlier in the year. He'd get brought into the squad, he'd get dropped. Brought into the squad, he'd get dropped. We're talking about a 21-year-old front rower here. Give him some time to...
Yeah, absolutely. And I still truly believe that South are waddled to edge back row short because Tallis Duncan, they refuse to play him there, and Jai Arrow is probably our only one if you move Keon there. Like, Cheekam started there on the weekend. Sometimes they're putting Host in. So I do think we are short on the edge, but it's way more important to just win that middle battle.
Even Arrow is... I still feel like he's a stopgap on the edge. Like, I
agree.
think his best footy is by far and above it as a middle.
At least at Clubland, I think.
At least at Clubland, but yeah.
Yeah, so I think in the future, South will, for next year, they need to recruit some edge players. But other than that, the team's looking pretty good.
But like, when I look at this side, I go, okay, you can recruit, whether it's young fellas or whatever, just get 2 edge players that are really good defenders. Not going to break the bank, get through their work. If you've got a front row rotation with like Moale, your Keons, your Jai Arrows, like, that's a devastating front row. Like, how your front row rotation is way more important than your edge back rows.
Definitely.
And also, you've got Cody Walker there, Jack White and Latrell Mitchell. Your points don't need to come from your back row, your edge back rowers.
Just defend.
Yeah.
They literally just defend and the points will come.
And run a good line.
Yeah, that's it. That's really it. I mean, the Melbourne Storm built a whole dynasty off 2 edge back rowers that ran good lines and defended their asses off. So Moale, I thought he was great. Who else went really well? I thought Cook, and definitely in the first half went really well. But I thought Cody Walker, although he got bumped a few times, missed quite a few tackles, but he's another guy who I think, he probably started the year really quietly, but also probably been unfairly lumped in with the whole. Not unfairly because he's a leader, but in regards to just purely form. especially this last 6 to 7 weeks, I think he's been one of your best most weeks.
I just love the energy he's playing with at the moment, Cody.
Yeah.
He looks excited to play footy again, and which a lot of this South Sydney side, which, with all due respect, 5 weeks ago, it looked like the complete opposite.
Yeah.
There was nowhere they'd rather be less.
I thought he had a quiet start to the year when his teammates were having a bad start to the year, and then his resurgence in form came way earlier than what people give him credit for. He's been our best player for the last 2 months.
It's been great. So really, really good win for the Rabbitohs. And so at the moment, let's just look at the ladder. Do you dare to dream? That's the question. Okay, so you're basically 3 wins outside the 8. And you had 2 buys. Okay, so you're 4 wins. Yeah, so you probably can't make the 8. You can't. I mean,
$23 to make the 8.
You'd have to go on a crazy run. So the worst thing, that's bad for obviously Rabbitohs, but the worst thing for the rest of the comp is you might find yourself playing a Rabbitohs that are sitting fucking 14th, that do a number on a Broncos or a Sharks or a Roosters or something out of nowhere, and you're going, fuck. And everyone blows up because let's say you're supporting a top 4 side, or not, and Broncos are not top 4, but let's say you're supporting the Panthers, Sharks, Storm, Roosters, or even Raiders and Dolphins, and you're going, fuck, we got beaten by the Rabbitohs. But this isn't the same Rabbitohs from the start of the year.
They'll come in, they'll move the ball around. If it works, they'll absolutely fucking give it to you. If it doesn't, they'll go, well, we're 14th.
Yeah, who gives a shit?
They're probably too far away. They've got the strike power to do it. We know that. We know the Bunnies can go on enormous runs with these players, especially if Latrell were to miss Origin. The Bunnies play those next 2 major sort of buy rounds around Origin in round 16 and round 19. So if they've got Cody on deck for that and Latrell, Cam Murray probably drops out still, but they're going to have a damn good team against depleted other sides. So it's possible.
I tell you what, hasn't Cam Murray's value, watching Origin and that, and just going, oh, fuck. He's almost the first picked after watching that Origin. Obviously, you've got guys like Toto and that, but I think Cam Murray's value in rep footy is it could not be higher right now.
That's undeniable.
It is undeniable how important he is to that.
Well, the first 2 picked for the Blues are Toto, Cam Murray.
Yeah.
I think.
I know people don't love talking about hypotheticals, but obviously South have had 2 good wins. It was against the Titans. It was against the Eels when the Eels were playing terribly. If they can beat, and this is a big if, don't get me wrong for a second. I know this is an uphill, but South are digging up right now. But if South beat the Broncos and Manly back to back and then have a bye,
the Titans just beat the Broncos. So that's absolutely possible.
That's when we can start saying, wow, it's possible.
And Manly's without Cherry Evans and Ola probably.
Yeah,
and you might have Trell and Cody good to go.
Just this Friday against Bronx is a big test.
Absolutely.
Yeah.
I have got, from a purely fans perspective, they absolutely can beat the Broncos. Put it this way, if they do, it's not going to be a shock win where I'm like, oh my God, I can't believe they beat the Broncos.
They have a spine of Latrell Mitchell, Cody Walker, Jack White and Damien Cook.
And they got...
And Cam Murray probably back.
Hopefully back. And then they've got guys like Moali who are building into great form. You've got Keon who is in arguably, right now, he's playing as good as he's ever played. They're definitely a real sniff. So great performance from the Rabbitohs. Now onto the Titans.
Just very quickly, good to see Jai Arrow living up to his name. Sharp shooter off the kicking tee there as well. Good to see a bit of depth there in the goal.
Oh, nice, Hammy.
As you were.
How long were you sitting on that one for?
Quite a while.
Apologies, I nearly stole your thunder, mate.
That's all right.
How many jokes per minute are stolen from you by not throwing to you, do you reckon?
That's what you just got to. Sometimes you just got to throw your weight around and just get yourself in there. It's on me.
I like that accountability. I like that. Okay, on to the Titans. Obviously a big loss at home. It's hard to be too critical on the Titans when you consider at where they were at. Considering, they don't have Brimo, who is an absolute. Talk about values to team. He's almost as valuable as bloody Mitchell Moses. So. You can be critical. It's obviously a disappointing loss, and they're above the Rabbitohs. Rabbitohs been really poor, but to me, it just looked like a team that had run out of puff. If I'm being honest,
I don't know what to say. Yeah. I really don't. You come up against this South Sydney side. You come up against Latrell Mitchell, who's got a bee in his bonnet, and he wants to show everyone what he can do, and he has one of those games. I thought that their middles were really poor in this game, but when you have a look at the way their salary cap's built and the guys they're missing, I get why their middle's poor. I don't know, the Titans, they came out in the first few weeks and you thought, geez, they're going to get the spoon by a distance. Then you watch them for 5 or 6 weeks and you go, oh my God, Des Hasler effect's starting to come in, and now This competition's just off its head at the moment.
It's
keeping track of where team, like it's just week to week, and if you're off by 5%, you might as well be off by 50%.
Dragons are fucking equal 5th right now.
It's bizarre.
Like if you had said to me like last week Dragons are like equal 5th, I would have said Dragons have had a terrible year. That's how strange this year. Like the Raiders are sitting 5th. The Dolphins are sitting 4th. No disrespect. I'm not trying to be disrespectful. But like, do you know what I'm saying? Like, for example, has the Raiders season been that impressive? Like when you actually watch them play?
It all stuns me. Or everything you said, you sit and you go, wow.
They're 5th.
Yeah.
The Raiders, if they had it, let's put it this way. If you had been like, wow, the Raiders have had an incredible year and they were sitting 5th, you'd be like, yeah, that's mad. Like, that's how bizarre this year has been.
And like for me, 2 weeks ago, standing on the sideline watching the Roosters and the Raiders, like the Roosters just looked absolutely miles ahead. Raiders in 5th, Roosters in 6th. You're just sitting there. Like, it's just so hard to get a grasp on what on earth is going on in this competition. Even the Sharkies at the top, like you...
Yeah. Are they a world away from Penrith or not? Like, and yet they're like equal top of the table.
They've now beaten Brisbane and Melbourne without Nico Hines. Like, it's just... I've got... Which is the greatest thing about this competition. It's unreal, but it's hard to sit here and analyse.
Some positives for Titans. I really think Haas has come a long way in his game. I think he's really improved a lot.
Yeah.
I thought he was decent on the weekend. Obviously, a few misses here or there, but 10. Remember, this is the same, Cleese Haas that there was a meme about, I think it was about a year ago, when he had like 2 runs for 10 meters or something like that. And basically everyone was laughing at the fact that he didn't do much in attack, but in defense he actually was making a lot of tackles. So in this game, where they got beaten handedly, 75 minutes, 10 runs, 140 metres, 48 post contact, 7 tackle breaks, 37 tackles, only 2 misses and 1 offload. I think he's developed quite a lot in the last year.
There was a few times last year, and I remember the game you're talking about where everyone took the piss out of him, but to be honest with you, there was a few times last year where I looked at his stats after the game and went, someone fall asleep on the job here? Like, what's...
It was about 3 games in a row.
Yeah, it was bizarre. And then, like I look at him now and I almost find it hard to remember that guy.
Yeah. Like a different, like he always worked hard in defence. He was always worked hard in defence. It was just his attack. So I think he's improved quite a lot. Interesting. I'd love to get your thoughts. I watched Dave Fafita closely, really closely, because of obviously everything that happened. What did you think of Fafita's performance?
It was good. I didn't think he was outstanding though. To be honest with you, I and maybe I just set my standards too high, but I thought he was going to come out in this game and just go berserk. And I thought for the first 20, 30 minutes in particular, he was a little bit quiet.
Jimmy?
I thought he was okay. Scored a flashy try at the back end of the game, which was like barnstorming, but too little too late. I don't really care. As Guru said, he needed to kind of make a statement. I don't know why they switched Foran and Jaden Campbell edges. It'd be obviously something, Jaden Campbell, more of a fullback than a 5'8", so it obviously suited him, but I think in attack, he just didn't get anywhere near the same quality ball that we've seen him get over the last 18 or so months with Foran there. I just would have done everything I could to keep Foran together, but so they would have had their reasons for that. I thought it was a bit underwhelming in this one.
Yeah. So you look at his stats, and he's still decent. Obviously had that try, which was outstanding. 16 runs, 168 metres, 52 post contact, 7 tackle breaks, a line break, 2 offloads, 26 tackles, 3 errors. 3 errors that were a bit concerning. But also, and this is me thinking like Billy Slater, so the standard Billy Slater has a lot for him. There were a few times where he'd get into dummy half, and this has been really nitpicky, but he would just like get up, slowly pass the ball, and I think I'm looking at going, maybe that's what Billy's looking at, is like those little things, and it's like super nitpicky, but it's like, just get the ball off the deck as quick as you can. Don't be lazy in dummy half. And I wonder whether that's what he looks at with Dave Fafita and goes, all those like little parts of his game where you've got to stay intense for 80 minutes, maybe that's why he wasn't selected. As I said, I'm looking for things because everything that happened. I could be wrong, but that's what I was.
Yeah, and it is pretty nitpicky, but I mean, for how he's played this year, whatever Slater's reasoning is, it would have to be a little bit nitpicky.
Yeah, that will happen.
Most damaging second rower in the comp.
Yeah, I mean, that try he scored, holy shit. What are you going to say, Matty?
Oh, I actually thought he had a poor game because I was watching him just as closely, and I also had him anytime try scorer, so I was watching him. I'm not joking. I was watching him closely, and obviously that's not the reason he ended up scoring. So it doesn't matter, but yeah, I expected him to come out and set the world on fire as a statement.
Did you notice the little things that I'm talking about?
Yeah, absolutely. I was watching it with a bunch of people, and we all had an eye on him, and it honestly took Cody Walker talking shit for him to do something crazy.
Yeah. And so that's going to be the challenge for Fifita is like he can keep playing the way he's playing and he can be one of the most damaging back rowers in the comp. Everyone is scared of him. And that you know what? Sometimes in life, that's enough. Like, I think this is a bit left field, but like Nick Kyrgios is like a really good example of that. Maybe, he could be the best tennis player in the world, but maybe he's just happy to be a good tennis player, one of the best talents we've seen in a long time, play a bit of tennis here and there, and that's fine. Like that, it's his life. He gets to do that. And Fifita is obviously a little bit different because he's gone into Origin and he's played in the big games and everything. But maybe Fifita is like, you know what? Like, I want to be a really good back rower for club. I'll get selected in Origin sometimes not. And him going that extra mile to be one of the greatest back rowers we've ever seen, maybe that just doesn't appeal to him, I'm not sure.
I agree with the sentiment on most parts. The difference in that comparison, though, and I am nitpicking, Kyrgios is in an individual sport. He's not letting anyone down if he's a bit lazy or doesn't want to train or do all that. So it's like he can do what he wants. Dave Fifita has teammates. And I'm saying this as like one of the biggest Dave Fifita fans who I couldn't believe he wasn't picked in Origin. But if you are content with whatever level it is that he's at, you've got teammates who you're letting down who are busting us and playing for contracts that don't have the natural God-given talent that Dave Fifita has. So I don't mean to be critical, but it's a team sport. It's not an individual sport.
I'm not doing it a one-for-one comparison. It's more the mindset of being okay with like a certain standard. And I don't think Fifita is playing... The argument, if he's not playing to his potential, he's letting other people down. Like, I get that. That's a fair argument. But when it comes to actually on the field, I don't think he's playing poorly enough to suggest he's letting his teammates down actually on the field. So...
Yeah, no, I don't think he does. I just bet...
I get the argument, though, is if he's in a club that's in a team sport and if you care about your teammates, you're going to play as well as you possibly can because you're there to win premierships. You're not there to win...
Side note on Nick Kyrgios for all the non-tennis fans that don't give a shit out there what I'm about to say, but I will anyway. I follow him at tennis and like Kyrgios and that's so careful, and I'm his biggest critic about the way he goes about it. But one thing I've always respected about him is exactly what you said. It's an individual sport, doesn't have teammates, it's like whatever. He's been himself. Every time he plays Davis Cup tennis for Australia and it's a team sport and he's representing Australia, I mean, he's representing Australia anyway, but he's actually under the Aussie flag. And like, he puts in so much effort, and when he's playing doubles, it's just a new beast. He goes, no, I've got teammates in Davis Cup. It is incredibly for Australia, and he puts in. I'm like, okay, he doesn't care by himself, but as a team, he does. I'm like, that's kind of cool.
Well, didn't he win with his partner, the
Kokonakis Aussie Open doubles? Yeah.
So yeah, it's a fair point. But yeah, with Fifita, as I said, like maybe I get what you're saying though. Like you're playing a team sport, you're getting paid to be as good as you can be, but maybe it's just not in his. I don't know. He's still, 23, 24? So he's still 24, I think. Still relatively young. But 24. I did think he'd come out and rip it, like absolutely rip and tear. I didn't really see it that much.
Just on Titans, like you're saying, hardly a bit too critical. No, they've been up for a while, but like I was so disappointed. They beat Brisbane, albeit a very high scoring affair. Just lost to the Knights, who were on a bit of a winning run. Beat the Cowboys, lost to the Storm by 2. Beat the Warriors, just lost to Manly, just lost to the Raiders. They'd been so good for 6 or so weeks. And to your point, Kemp, you're saying like maybe they'd just been up for a while and they ran out of steam fair. They were coming off a bye. So I don't think that was an excuse.
Yeah, actually it's funny because I said the same thing with the Bulldogs when they were on their bye. I was like, they've been up for so long. When I say run out of steam, I don't mean physically. I usually mean mentally. Because physically in the season, you shouldn't. You've got such good science back behind you and they're tracking everything so well that you should be able to get up for each game throughout the season. It's more just like the mental strain it puts on you of being up for so long. Like when I used to play, it was never really the physical. Don't get me wrong, you need a shoulder reconstruction by the end of the year or whatever, but it was usually the mental strain of each week, just like being up, being ready that would get to you. So when I say be a bit fatigued, what I more mean is like mentally fatigued. That's what it looked like to me anyway. But been wrong many a time, Roo.
Occasionally here and there. I think it is interesting when you talk about Fifita. Like you look at that game, you just look at the stats. 1 try, I think you ran for 170 metres, 7 tackle breaks, whatever. Like fundamentally, stats-wise, it's not a bad game. Like, do you reckon there's part of us that looks at it now that Slater's made this big decision and we're looking at him a little bit differently?
Yeah, for sure. Well, I think it's because we all agree that he should probably be the best back row in the competition, bar none.
Yeah. Yeah.
it's just, I do think we're looking more
Yeah.
for sure.
Like as we've all said, I expected him to go bang. It's
Yeah.
like, well, I probably more so than anyone expected him to go huge in this game. Just interesting way to look at it.
I didn't care about the stats. I just expected every time he ran the ball or was involved in anything, I expected to be like, wow, the energy there.
Yeah.
Put it this
Yeah.
way, like Latrell.
Yep. Fair.
Like where the energy was
Yeah.
up, he was in everything. You could see Latrell wanted that jersey.
Yeah.
So he didn't play poorly. And like this is the curse of being gifted the way Fafita is. It'll follow him around forever. It's got him to where he is today, where he's so gifted, such a good footy player. But it'll always be, are you being as good as you can be?
Yeah.
Which is sometimes, I know, like, don't feel sorry for the footy player on $1 million a year. I get that argument, but I mean they're still human beings, and it is a lot of pressure to be constantly told, oh, you scored a try, you had 7 tackle breaks, you ran for 170 metres, but it's still not enough. You know, eventually you're going to be like, fucking hell, like I wish I would be treated like everyone else. The problem against that is you're not like everyone else. You are special.
Yeah.
You are gifted. So yeah. Anyway, who else? Anyone was trying to be positive. As I said, I thought Haas has developed quite a bit. I thought, I know, like newsflash, but Jaden Campbell, whenever he gets the ball, like, how the fuck does he break all these tackles and get all these offloads? And he's tiny.
I hate him at 5'8".
Oh, I don't like him at 5'8".
Oh,
No.
it's just like, I get what they did. Like, Keanu Kinney was so good in their last game before the bye, and like, I guess he warranted being kept there, but he's just so small in the defensive line.
He is a fullback.
But freak.
They're going to have to make a decision at some point which direction they're going here with fullback 5'8". You're going to have to make a bold call at some point. They can't keep, like, once AJ Brimson's back in there, I don't think you can keep running with all these 3 guys. I think you need to pick 2 of them, decide what you're going to do, and move forward.
Well, I think you might need it. Like, this is the way I would see it. If I had this squad right now, if Campbell and Kinney are okay with being backup fullbacks to Brimo, that's how you stay in this squad. If not, at this stage, there's no other way I can see you in this squad, and I think it's actually better for your career if you go somewhere else.
I think the Tides are just so scared of getting it wrong.
Yeah.
For old Desi Hazard, like, he was getting there and he'd sort of starting to work out what his spine looked like.
Yeah.
And then Kinney, who was down the pecking order, the game before the bye, he won him the game. Like, he was exceptional against the Broncos. And you go, oh, another headache.
Yeah. I personally think that Brimo has to be their number 1 when he's fit. Now, if the Titans are sitting there going, Brimo gets injured too much, then maybe you make the call on one of the other boys. But all 3 of them, they're fullbacks out and out. And I think that if the other 2 are to stay, one of them has to be like, well, I'm back up for Brimo, or I'm waiting for Brimo to either move on or whatever. I don't think you can have 3 of them in the squad.
I want Brimo.
They're too good. They're too good to be in.
Brimo, fullback is Brimo's best spot. In the current squad they've got now, though, I'm more than happy for him to play 5'8" alongside Kieran Foran and have Jaden Campbell at fullback when, which is very rare, they're all fit and on deck. Just because I think there's so much strike power there. You get Jaden Campbell at fullback, defence is less of an issue. I'm happy with it under the current roster, but yeah, long term, you want Brimo at fullback.
Yeah. What do you reckon?
Yeah, Brimo's the best fullback in the squad. So when he's back, I think you're probably right. It's going to make a bit of a call and let some of those guys go, because it just creates such a imbalance and just a bit of a. They've tried to make it work so many different ways.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Put it this way, I think we all agree one of those fullbacks probably is too good to be in Q Cup and should go to another club.
Yeah.
Fair?
Yeah.
For sure. Yeah.
Okay, on to the next game before. KO's got you covered footy season this week. Sorry. KO's got you covered this footy season with every game of every round live and ad break free during play. Some key games this weekend include the Raiders versus the Cowboys, the Eels versus the Roosters, and Manly versus Dragons, which are exclusive to Fox League and available on KO. But you can watch all games live and ad free during play on KO. Warriors v the Cowboys. Warriors go up there and absolutely put on a clinic. The best thing about this wasn't just a Warriors side that kind of, oh, what an incredible win. They managed to do it and against a team that they shouldn't have beaten or whatever. This was the Warriors back to looking their best without someone like SJ. I thought Tamade Martin was absolutely outstanding. And look, it's a long way. It's still, at least a month away from saying the Warriors are back to where they were, say, after 4 weeks when the comp started. But they are absolutely headed back towards that with the way they played on the weekend. They were ruthless. They never let up. Their attack looked slick as anything. They were running with a purpose. They weren't just going out the back every single time. They were laying platforms. They looked outstanding.
Yeah, much improved. Heading in the right direction. The Wars still with SJ and Roger Tuivasa-Sheck to return to this side as well. Mate, I thought it was a big move, but I thought moving Jackson forward to the middle, I thought he looked really good there, and I think it just simplifies his game for him.
Yeah, I was a bit surprised because I'm like, he still offered so much on the edge, but Barnett's been so good on the edge for them, which just shows you the versatility of Mitch Barnett. But I agree with you. It takes away the defensive reads. It takes away that short ball that he was running where when he nailed it, it was golden. But he would drop it maybe once every 5 lines.
Mate, he runs one of the best lines in rugby league, but he's just got too many errors out there.
Yeah, agreed. And you're right. It does simplify his game in the middle. Run hard, tackle hard. He had 19 runs, 186 metres, 78 post contact, 33 tackles, only 3 misses, no errors.
It's good to see Adam Fanua-Blake crash over too. He was obviously in our team of the week with plenty of speculation and whatnot around AFB. God, it's just great to see him just get back out there.
Yeah.
Just do what he does best.
And play good footy so that you don't have to worry that the drama, if there is any drama, it's going to affect this season.
Yeah.
You know. Timmy, what do you think of the Warriors, mate?
Tamari Martin, boys. Like, we saw the Warriors season slumping and they'd lost 4 or 5 on the trot, whatever it might have been. And then SJ goes down along with a host of other stars in their team. Their best players basically put a line through all of them. They're all injured. And then round 11, Tamari basically given the keys to this side, mate, you have to step up. 22-20 against the Panthers, remarkable win. Dolphins, knocked them off as underdogs again, 24-20. And then the Cowboys, 42-12. So in that time, he had 7 try assists, 1 try. He had 7 tackle breaks, a couple of line breaks. Like, SJ is going to come back into this team. Sounds like he's every chance of getting named this week along with Roger Tuivasa-Sheck either this week or next week by the looks of it. But the confidence that this is going to give Tamari when Sean Johnson comes back into the team, with the Warriors building some steam again and showing that they could do it without a lot of their stars on deck, makes him a very frightening prospect going into the back end of the season, because Tamari, he obviously knew he was a good footballer, but I think the last 3 weeks he's gone, no, I can be a dominant half in this competition.
I tell you what, as a club, they must be breathing a bit of a sigh of relief, because, you know, the question around the Warriors was, SJ is so close to the end of his career, who the hell do we get to replace him? Like, you know, it's one thing to have a young gun coming through. It's another whole different ballgame to actually kill it in first grade or not miss a beat. And I think he's still only like 29 years old. I think Tamari Martin's relatively young compared to because he's been around for so long. Can you check that for me, mate? He's 28. So they're probably sitting there going, oh.
It's somewhat similar in a way, a bit later down their careers, obviously, but with the Penrith Panthers, with Jerome Luai, who's been an out-and-out 5'8" his entire career, had moments at number 7 where you've gone, he could possibly do this. And I think in recent weeks, both Luai at the Panthers with Nathan Cleary out and now Tamari with Sean Johnson out, you're going, this dude can be our long-term 7.
It's great, and it just shows you, like, what's interesting is, like, Tamari Martin come through the grades out of Penrith as, like, boom, rookie. And honestly, watching him, I actually didn't see it that much. I was like, I don't really see it. Even when he went to the Cowboys, I was like, I think he's good, but there was so much hype around him. I was like, I'm not really sure. And so he retired. I didn't really expect to see him back. Since he has come and played for the Warriors, I'm like, I see it now. I see it.
I loved him at the Cowboys.
Yeah, okay.
Absolutely loved him. I thought that season
17.
they went to the grand final and everyone spoke about Morgan Tamala. He was tremendous that year. I always thought he was a real unsung hero in that team, and it really, like, to think he's even playing first grade footy. To think he's playing contact sport.
Yeah.
It's an incredible story.
And to have the bravery to still take it to the line with everything that happened, it's like, that's guts. That's guts.
Another one the Tigers let go.
How long was he at the Tigers for?
Not long. I'm not even sure if he played a senior game.
Oh, so he was a junior at the Tigers?
Yeah, I think he was from there, wasn't
No,
he?
I think he played first grade.
He might have played 1 or 2, and then he went.
No NRL.
Yeah.
He
See,
didn't
I
play
didn't know
NRL
he
at the
was Tigers.
Tigers?
I thought he was
Holden Cup 2014-15 said 20s.
There you go.
I thought he was a Panthers junior.
We just churn him out, mate, and everyone else reaps the
He was
rewards.
5'8" in the 20s team of the year, both years.
Wow, and the Panthers just went yoink.
Wow.
Yeah, so he's been great. One of the tries like that they scored, I think it was
Are we talking about
Maybe
the... Oh, no. You go.
Oh,
Tamari Martin was named in the Kiwis training squad for their tour of Great Britain in 2015. So he was still with the Tigers and hadn't played NRL at this stage. Wow.
yeah, wow. Charnce's try might have been the first one, but Chance's try, Egan's ability to get out of dummy half and do that like no look. He shoulders a square towards the defence, but the no look like spin pass, like just like you're looking like 15 metres, 10 metre pass. But it's got to be the best in the game. When it comes to hookers squaring up defence like that, no one does it better than him.
He's a gun, isn't it?
Like the ability to get out, square the defence up, and throw a spiral pass 5 to 10 metres around your shoulder without looking. It holds the defensive line better than anyone in the competition. Yeah. It's outstanding.
He's a freak at it. He's an absolute freak.
He nails it like 9 times out of 10.
Yeah.
He gets out a 5 to 10 no-look pass, but the amount of times the defence just has to stop their run, it's the best in the business. The best in the business. Who stood out for you boys for the Warriors?
Mate, I thought his stats weren't tremendous, but I saw it was a Warriors page that put up some stuff, and forgive me, I think the page was like up the wires saying just some little defensive plays from Murata near Kore. But I didn't really notice during the game, but watching them back, like just how laterally he moves so quickly. It was just a little highlight package I saw of some really key defensive plays that he came up with in this game, and I think that they've obviously now got him on the edge with Mitch Barnett, and I think it might be the way forward.
Yeah, okay. Neil Cotter, he's been like almost lost in the noise of the Warriors. Like he was one of their key signings.
He really has been lost. He's a very good player. Like even when he was at the Eels and they'd chuck him out at centre, and you go, fuck, okay, maybe he solved their problem all of a sudden.
Yep. Okay, big talking point for me. I felt the ref lost control of this game. I understand there was a bit of push and shove between Townsend and the boys. Anyway, there's a push and shove. I forget how it happened. Someone was on the ground and they dragged Kyle Felt out maybe. Anyway, Townsend, a little bit of a push and shove, but there was no punches thrown. All good. Anyway, so a few plays later, Catewell runs a line. The play gets called up. Townsend takes him to ground, like a little bit of niggle, but not too much. He gets up. No, he gets to get up, and then Harris Tavita, just drops the ball on his head. And the ref goes, 10 in the bin for you, and then 10 in the bin for Townsend.
For getting a ball dropped on his head.
Well, I think the 10 in the bin for him was for taking Catewell to the ground after the call had stopped. And I felt like the ref lost control of this game. Because even after that, he tried to... Remember the penalty that got called for a shoulder charge from Val Holmes? And then you watched it in replay and it was just a good tackle. I just felt like the ref was jumping at shadows by that stage. Got a bit too panicky and just needed to look, there's a bit of push and shove. Just let it go.
I'm not sure who the ref was, but I'm sure if he had sat down with them, which I'm sure they will, and asked them what happened, I think he'd just sort of go, I fucked up. I just lost it that second.
I get the argument that he told Townsend, if anything happens again, players are going. But it's like, is a tiny bit of tiny shove or whatever, and dropping the ball on someone's head, is that really is that really it kicking off again? Especially when Townsend didn't react. It's I don't think it is.
Mate, you get away with it in Origin.
It was a power trip. It was so bad. And thankfully, and look, maybe he doesn't do it if the game's more on the line. But if the game is more on the line there, and I know they both lost players, but they lost neither of those players had to go to the bin.
Yeah.
And there's no argument to suggest that either of them should have been in the bin. It was so bad.
Yeah. I just think he got caught up in the everything and he just lost control of it.
How is there not someone in his ear when he's talking? Unless it's just him just going bang. I don't know. Is he not mentioned someone and he's like, I'm going to send him in the bin, and they're like, do not do this. It's not on.
Yeah.
And I wrote a note here. And I've been for this in the past, but the more I've thought about it, the more I've backed away from it. I feel like these sin bins are a great example of what would happen if they introduced a 5-minute sin bin. I really think if we introduced a 5-minute sin bin, if we think that the refs are sin bin trigger happy now, imagine how trigger happy they'd be with a 5-minute bin. It would be absolute carnage.
I think especially, and I'm for the 5-minute sin bin. I like it. But I think you're right. I think there would be an initial period where the refs just go bang, bang, bang.
Yeah.
But I think they'd come to a point they go, no, boys, like chill out. We don't have to do it for every second set. I think there's a place for it, but I think you're right. Immediately.
It would go great. Look, what I am realising, the more I kind of, we go over these rules in detail and everything is, it's like, unless it absolutely desperately needs to change, just don't change the game. Like, that's what I'm getting closer to. For example, the wrestle was ruining... I believe the wrestle was ruining the game. Like, it was... For me personally, it was making it... It was still enjoyable to watch, but it was ruining the game long term. And so I think that it got to the point where that 6 again rule was a good change. Ironically, though, we always do it. We went too far with it, and we brought it all the way back. And we've still got quick footy. Like, it's much quicker than it was when the wrestle was around, but we're definitely getting closer to the rule set that we had before the 6 again rule. And so the way I see things now, I'm like, you know what? Unless it's absolutely desperate, just leave the game as it is.
There's a try scored and they do that reverse angle of like where it starts at the play of the ball and it goes slowly, play by play. I was sitting there watching on the weekend going, if they had a crackdown on the weekend of not touching the ball with your foot as you play the ball, we would have had 7-0 all draws on the weekend. It's a joke.
It's honestly... And I'm not one for crackdowns, but it's getting so bad there might need to be a crackdown. They're not even trying.
Every try you watch a replay of, the footy's getting the blokes aren't even bothering to make it look like
they're literally just rolling it through their legs. It is getting bad. Like, I do think that at the very least they need to send out, like, guys, come on.
Just pretend like you care about it.
Just pretend.
Just act like you're doing it.
Like, there are some guys that are barely on their feet and they'll just roll it through their legs.
Yep.
And it's just like, it changes the whole momentum of the play because it's so much quicker.
Hence why the rules there in the first place.
Yeah, absolutely. On the Cowboys. Jeez. Okay, so I'm just looking at this right now. Cowboys. They've had 14 games, so they've had no buys. So if they have had 2 buys, this is what makes this whole buy thing. But anyway, this is what makes this season so friggin' bizarre. We all agree Cowboys season has been pretty bad, correct?
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
If they have 2 buys, they are currently sitting 5th. Make that make sense.
Yeah, it's wild. Yeah, I can't.
Like, what the hell? Because they're currently on 14 points.
Yep.
And Raiders are on 18.
I hate this conversation. I hate it how we give...
And Raiders have played 12 games and the Cowboys have played 14.
Yeah. I know we had this conversation last week and, Matty makes a decent point that as a South fan, he doesn't want his team to have a bye and go down. As someone that doesn't have a team, I couldn't give less fucks. I just think it makes the whole thing so confusing.
Well, at the very least, if everyone had their buys, the Cowboys would be sitting in the top 8. Oh, well, like... They'd have equal points to the top 8 teams.
Yeah.
And yet, their season has been, like... Honestly, at times it feels like close to a disaster. But it's clearly not. Like, I'm wrong. I'm clearly wrong in that because they're still fighting for an A position. That's why, like, watching the game and seeing the result, before I found all this out, I was sitting there going... I felt like I was thinking about, okay, what am I going to say when I go and talk about the Cowboys? And I was going to say, like, pressure on the coach, pressure on positions... Could be a big clean out heading into next year. But that's craziness. They're fighting for top 8 still. Like, so why would you be doing that? Especially with a coach in his 2nd or 3rd year.
Yeah, and as you said, they are the only team still to come with 3 buys. There's only 13 rounds left in the regular season.
Yeah, so they're guaranteed 6 points for the rest of the season. So they will finish the year on 20 points at least. At least. And you have to think they're going to pick up at least, 3 wins in that time? So they're going to finish on about 26 points if they get 3 wins.
And if they all of a sudden work out how to defend, you're going, okay, maybe they could pick up 8 wins.
Yeah.
They've also got one of the biggest origin contingents in their squad, and their 2 buys are the next 2 major buy rounds where they would have lost 5 players, so ideal for them.
And they were missing Robson and Talangi on the weekend.
Yeah.
I guess they did win their first 3 games, even though they were against poor opposition. So, like, since then, they're 4-7, which is terrible. And I guess that's why they do have that in the bank a little bit. Like, they have fallen off horribly.
The thing is, though, like, they did beat the Roosters down in Sydney.
Well, they just won 3 in a row, including the Roosters, which had a fair few guys who were fired up having missed out on Origin selection. So that was a pretty good win. They're hanging in there. They're
so it's like, how can I come in here and be super harsh on the Cowboys when, Like, although when I look at this roster, I think that's a top 4 roster. But look at what the Broncos are. The Bulldogs are ahead of the Broncos. The Roosters are. Their roster is good though. So that's the Raiders are. The Dolphins are. So if I'm, it's hard to be harsh. Like it really is. When you look at other teams, then you've got to be harsh on them too. If you're going to be harsh on the Cowboys,
It just feels like the Cowboys, I could give you 5 really good reasons why we should be harsh, then give you 5 really good reasons why we should feel sorry for them at the same time. Like,
it's tough. It really is.
because when
tough.
I eyeball them and I watch them, I go, you aren't where you should be.
Yeah. No, I agree, mate. That's what makes it so weird. Like, I get it why some Cowboys fans might feel frustrated because we've been a bit negative on the Cowboys this year, but yeah, it makes sense. But when you watch them play, anyway,
But also, like Matty made the point as well. As an overall season and ladder, you go, all right, we maybe not be too harsh, but they won 4 or 5. So since that point, what'd you say, Matty? They've 3 and 7. So like,
yeah, but in their last month of footy, they're 3 from 4. Like, you know, any other team that's 3 from 4 would be sitting. Well, look at the Knights. We were sitting here going, how good's the Knights going? But anyway, I just thought that it's an interesting point to bring up because it's
such a weird team.
They could beat the Raiders by 40 this week or get done by 40, and I
just don't know.
No idea.
I've got no idea. Yeah.
Okay, so Taumalolo, some positive up, 14 runs, 166 metres, 65 post contact, 2 tackle breaks, 26 tackles, 0 miss, 0 errors. I guess one positive for the Cowboys, and I think also we have to remember Cohen Hess has been out for most of the year, so that's a big reason why their front row hasn't been as strong because he's been good for them.
I think he's been out the entire year, hasn't he?
Yeah.
Yep. Taumalolo, though, it looks like he's getting more minutes. You know, he's not back to his peak, but he's definitely playing better footy.
Yeah, he looks better now than I think he has in the last 2 or 3 years off the top of my head. I think he's looking really good now, Taumalolo. And I was team sell him for a printer a few weeks ago. But I think he's looking great.
Boys, who stood out for you for Cowboys? And thoughts on the performance?
Positive, I think we were critical on Kulikefu Fuiaki's just work rate early on in the year. Want to see him get a few more runs on the board, a few more effort areas. That's increased a lot, I think, particularly over the last month. On the negative side, Val's defence this year. We've touched on it week in, week out, and I'm aware he was backing up from Origin on a 3-day turnaround, but he's also a champion of our game. And like the missed tackle on Nickel Cookstad for his first try, then there was the miss on Rocco Berry for his first try. Like, I didn't think Val ever had this in his... I thought he's one of the best defensive centres in the game for the last 4 or 5 years, and maybe a bit of last year, but certainly this year, his defence is just so many uncharacteristic misses, and I don't know where they've come from.
Well, I feel like last year he might have had like 1 or 2 games where you went, what happened there?
There was the Toa game at Leichhardt.
But outside of that, whereas like this year, I feel like it's at least once every 3 or 4 weeks he'll have a maybe even once every 2 weeks.
Yeah.
I even reckon
game.
this year, even the games where he has good attack stats, I mean, there's still a lot of things throughout the game that I go, fuck.
He had 2 errors in the Origin game.
Yeah.
Like 2 errors that were just like nothing errors. And then I was actually watching game 1 last year, and he had an error there as well that was just like nothing else.
Even like the last game he played for the Cowboys, I think Drinky throw that cutout to him late across. Like, even throughout that game, I was like, fuck, he's still not where he should be, in my opinion.
I feel like his head's, sometimes it's somewhere else.
Yeah.
He's not concentrating as much as he did in past years.
Yeah, I think, certainly at the start of it, he came out
he killed it.
like a bat out of hell. He was flying into the line, and his tackle was awesome, and it's still okay. I think it's been down, and he had a try assist very late in this game, but just defensively, I'm not sure what's happened to him.
So like the thing, I guess the biggest negative about this game for them is not even their attack was firing. And like that's one thing you can guarantee with the Cowboys side, 7 line breaks to 2. Yeah. And that's like, when we're talking about line breaks, Cowboys are some of the best in the business. So that was disappointing, but did have key play, like Dearden's backing up, Cotter also.
No hooker made life tough too.
Yeah, made it really tough.
Like the Jake Granville injury into Reece Robson.
So look, the positive is for the Cowboys this year is they're still in the run. They're still in the hunt for the top 8 footy. They just got to find a way to sort this defence out and this inconsistency because it's going to be tough. Otherwise, going to be tough. Alrighty, now it's time for our mate Dwayne Bennett. Big news for the Dolphins. Tavita Pangai Jr. signs for the rest of the year. What do you think about that, mate?
Mate, he brings so much power and versatility. It's going to be a huge asset for the Dolphins. The other teams better watch out, man, with the Hammer and Felice already making waves. Adding Pangai into the mix is just lethal. This trio is going to be a nightmare for the opposition.
Oh, I love it, mate. I love it. The big fella. Look, if he plays to his potential, look out, look out. All right, what question do you have for us this week, mate?
Mate, it comes from a young Natalie, and she's a Rabbitohs supporter. Now, this is a good question. She wants to know who should replace Joseph Suwali in the next game.
Ooh, all right, boys. The question is, who should replace Suoliti in the next Origin game due to his suspension? This is a really tough one. I think if you're Madge, you've got to call Latrell. You see where his head's at, see what his commitment's like, see exactly how he's feeling, and really, you have that checklist that you had at the start of Origin, and if he ticks all those boxes, then you bring him in. But if he doesn't tick all those boxes, if you're feeling like he's not going to fit he's not going to fit the criteria that you had before game one, then I think that you go in another direction and you look at, potentially Katoni Staggs. Had a bit of a quiet second half, or you look at Bradman Best if he's back in time. There's obviously Tungo. But look, you've also got Burton as well that I think could slot in. At the moment, depending on how the phone call goes with Latrell, I'd be leaning towards Burton with his versatility and that big boot of his. But if the phone call goes well with Latrell and he is fully committed to this new era of the Blues, you bring in Latrell. Gurrit?
Yeah, I'm leaning towards Matty Burton at the moment. There's no doubt Latrell's performance on the weekend was incredible, though. Matt Burton's taken a team that I think 3 weeks into this competition, I thought, geez, they could win a spoon here, Canterbury, to now I'm confident they make the top 8. Latrell, he was great on the weekend, but that's the first time I've seen that sort of intent from Latrell this year, so I don't know if 2 weeks is enough for me, to be honest with you. So I'm leaning towards Matt Burton at the moment, and being at that game yesterday, watching that boot, it is just something else. I would just love to have it on the field for us.
Yeah, I'm so torn, like probably Madges and like probably the rest of New South Wales Blues supporters are, because football-wise, Latrell is our best option. And all I want is to beat them around, win game 2, win game 3, win this series. He's the best player for it, and he can do it. He can be the X factor, as we know he can. But, what is, as you said, Kempy, where's Latrell at right now mentally? Where's he at with his footy? Because how badly does he want to be there? Because I was all for him, and then just throwing up the social media post after game 1 when Suoliti sent off, I'm just sitting there going like, this isn't the kind of thing that's going to galvanise a group that's down 1-0 in a series. So I don't know. I haven't spoken to Latrell. I'm not going to speak to Latrell. That's Madge's job. As you said, if Madge speaks to Latrell and goes, this bloke is zeroed in and ready to go for the Blues, I'd pick him. If there's any doubt around that and his place in the team and where his head might be at, I like the Birdo call for Origin 1, and it's a point you made, Guru, just around the long kicking game and what we probably didn't have in Luai and Hines. But for game 2, I think Mitchy Moses comes back in. So I think we're going to have the long kicking game. So I don't mind the Bradman Best play. If he's named to play this afternoon, gets a game and looks good, Bradman Best.
I think as a Queensland fan, the player I would least like to see in the Blues team is Latrell, because he's so dangerous. And when he gives a shit, he's one of the best players in the game. And it looks like right now he does. And he's got a big game. They play the Broncos this Friday. That'll be, if he performs like he did last week in that game, I think you've got to pick Latrell, haven't you, if you're Madge? I think you've got to get him in. Outside of that, Bradman Best killed it when he came in last year as well. If he's back, maybe they have a bit of a look at him. But I reckon Latrell would be the biggest handful for Queensland.
Okay. That's what about yourself, mate? Who are you going?
Mate, Burton Ernie, you need a good kicking game. But look, I have to go with Latrell too. I mean, he's an all-rounder, especially in big games. But look, if you're willing to jump the fence, Denon, I'm looking at you right now. You look great.
Thanks, bro.
Mate.
Me?
Yeah, you look fast.
I'm a Queenslander, bros.
Yeah, I know. I said jump the fence.
Oh, jump the fence. Apologies. No way, sir. No way, kind sir. That's never going to happen. Not even for my own son. If my son ends up playing for the Blues, not supporting him. Matter of fact, I know how to get in his head because he's my son. I'll be doing things like, that'll be mind games with my own son.
I'd be the same too, mate. Me too.
Mate,
Queensland all the way.
How do people become Finlanders? Is there any new updates in regards to competitions?
Mate, there is a lot of competitions coming out. And look, I've been out there. I've been signing up new Finlanders. So with no game to prepare for, I've been out there rallying fans from other clubs. It's been all about spreading the Dolphin spirit and get more people to join the Finland family. It's really, really easy too, Dan, and it's been fantastic. I've had some great conversations with fans from other various clubs, and the number of people choosing the Dolphins as a second team is growing rapidly. We've seen a surge in new Finlanders signing up. You just have to go to finland.com.au, download your digital passport onto your smartphone. Don't forget new Finlanders out there. Get the iconic, the magnificent Budget Direct Fins sent to their home address. So put your home address in there unless you've got warrants out, okay? And then we'll send it to your cousins.
Okay, fair enough. There he is, the great Dwayne Bennett, mate. Thanks for joining us as always. Alrighty, time. Sharkies defeat the Broncos 22-12. And isn't this exactly what the Sharkies needed? It'd been such a rough couple of weeks for them. It wasn't just the fact that they had lost. It was, obviously they lost to the Eels. Mitchell Moses, Gutho come back, so that softened the blow a bit. But I really feel like that loss to the Penrith Panthers, it could make or break the season. To go up to Suncorp without Nico, to get the job done against Broncos, I really feel that's... I don't think it would erase the massive loss to Penrith. I don't think that at all. But I do think it'll ease that tension with that playing group. They were outstanding. They had a high completion rate. They went up there and basically did exactly what you need to do. Complete high and play for 80 minutes. It sounds really simple because there was a period there where Broncos defended incredibly well and they just hung in there. And you expected Sharks... put it this way, I think Sharks from last year, that breaks them. So that 20-minute period where Broncos just defend their asses off, they go, fuck, there's no way we're getting through here. They come out in the second half and Sharks go, guess what, boys? You know that 20 minutes of defence you just did? Now you're going to make another 20. Let's see if you can do it again. And Broncos completely crumbled. Not completely crumbled. Their defence was still relatively good, but they were not in the match. Like the Sharks came out in the second half and completely dominated most of the match. Now, the Broncos, they still kept the game to only 22 points after being so thoroughly dominated. So there was good things to take out of the fact that they were able to, even though they were almost never in the match in the second half, they hung in there to a degree. But the Sharks, high percentage footy, did their job and went for 80 minutes. It shows you they're still committed to the game plan. Fitzy had a great halftime speech, a really good win for the Sharkies.
Yeah, once again, just that back five. They're just incredible. You have a look at, their centres and wingers. Sione Katoa, who I thought was probably the best out of all of them, he ran for 160 metres, but the rest of them, all between 180 and 190 metres.
Well, it's funny you say that, Roo, because I felt the difference in the game was the back five.
Yep, 100%.
Because... and this is what I wrote after the game. The difference was the Sharks have underrated backs that essentially work their asses off. They're not superstars the way these Broncos backline is. And the Broncos backline are, superstars. They're at a big glamour club. And they didn't come in with the same mindset as the backline for the Sharkies, in my opinion. And,
even the halves, they both ran for 100 metres each.
Yeah.
They just...
So this is how much the difference was. The Sharks outside back ran for a total of 880 metres. The Broncos outside backs ran for a total of 543 metres. And you might go, well, the Sharks had way more possession. The Sharks post-contact metres, so this is like purely grunt effort. This is also without a line, or with only one line break across the whole outside back, so essentially without a line break. 290 or 300 post-contact metres, compared to the Broncos' 174 post-contact metres. The Sharks had 20 tackle breaks compared to 18 tackle breaks. The Sharks' kick return metres was 221 metres compared to the Broncos' 57 kick return metres. The Sharks had 10 metres per run and 3.4 metres post-contact metres per run. The Broncos' backs had 8.22 metres per run and 2.6 metres per post-contact per run. And just to drive the point home, this is the outside backs for the Broncos. Corey Oates, Origin player. Katoni Staggs, Origin player. Selwyn Cobbo, Origin player. Dean Mariner, one of the best young backs literally in the NRL. And then obviously Tristan Saylor, we speak about him often as, like, at a lot of other clubs, he'd probably be starting fullback. Compared to Will Kennedy, very underrated, good, solid first grader, but not in the top 5 fullbacks by any stretch. Katoa, good, solid outside back, doesn't get anywhere near the raps he can get. Jesse Ramian hasn't played Origin yet. Even when we brought his name up for selection, there were people going, whoa, that's a smoky. Ito, a rookie, nowhere near as highly touted, in my opinion, as Dean Mariner coming through. Still highly touted, but more because obviously Guru watches a lot of...
Depends where you live.
Yeah. Mulatalo, he is of that tier, though. He is a representative.
Yep.
So for me personally, this outside back for the Sharkies, they're not superstars. They're not at the Glamour Club. They were willing to rip and tear, and I don't think that the outside backs for the Broncos were.
I thought this was Britton Nicota's best game of the season. I think I said it last week. Like, I just assumed he was carrying an injury or something. He just hasn't looked as keen as previous years over the last few weeks. But I thought this was a fantastic game, and I thought Talakai. Oh, fuck.
For me, Talakai, he was actually going to be my McSmart decision by Fitzgibbon. When you look at, okay, how good is a coach? Like, you can look at all the wins, the losses, and, squads and balance. But then when you, go into the nitty-gritty, his ability, if Talakai got dropped and we heard that Talakai was pissed off and wanted to go to another club, I would completely understand. Statistically, he's one of the best centers in the competition. And still also, statistically, he's better than Ito, just statistically. And yet, Fitzgibbon's ability to not only essentially drop him to the bench, but also get him playing arguably career best footy off the bench. Now, I know he was obviously playing on the edge back row, but he's been on the bench, come on the bench. That's good coaching, to keep a player happy and arguably playing even better when he's getting less minutes.
Yeah, very team-first mentality. And, Siva's obviously from New South Wales, but more importantly from Mascot. That's how we breed them, Kempy.
Oh, my God. Jesus. That'll do me. But, I mean, Craig Fitzgibbon, his ability to just communicate clearly with Talakai, mate, this is what I'm looking at. This is why this is happening. I think he deserves a massive rap for that. I really do. How often, and as I said, Talakai would have every right to go, look at my stats. They're I've got the most try assists of any centre in the competition, and I run for 200 plus metres a game. What are we talking about here, me getting dropped?
Yeah, regardless of which halves you give me, I produce the same stuff, yeah.
He was the best player on the field, in my opinion, Talakai.
He was great, yeah.
Well, you look at the Blues, who there was controversy over picking him on the bench last year in Origin, 12 months on, and the Blues don't have a bench utility, or they didn't have coverage for the outside backs. Does Sifa come into the conversation?
Well, that's the thing. If you're looking at I don't think he'd be your 14 jersey. I think that still belongs to a half, a hooker, or whatever. But if you're looking for a bloke that can be an explosive front rower, middle player, lock, and also outside back, he fits the bill perfectly.
And also, let's say they do go Matty Burton at centre. Well, he's also your halves cover. Yeah. So if you were to go with Sifa there, he could slot in there in the back line.
Save yourself, I think. Yeah.
He can be extremely impactful in the forwards, as we know. And I'm not necessarily saying I would, but if they don't want to pick a genuine utility on the bench, why not Sifa?
We'll put it after seeing, and I've spoken about this on the review, this is through no fault of Hudson Young at all. I didn't think he'd come on and play poorly or whatever, but it just didn't seem like he needed to be on the field. And also, when you go across, whether it was Olakau'atu or him, it's irrelevant. It's more just that extra forward that's an out-and-out forward. Because when you look at the minutes of the forwards in New South Wales, a lot of them were cut short. No one actually played really long minutes.
Yeah.
And so that extra bench spot, why not have it? And I'm with you, Timmy. I'm not saying I definitely would put him there, but surely he's got to be in the conversation for bench spot.
I've got another one for you for the conversation, mate. And I'm guilty of not considering him before the series started and for game one. Granted, when I picked my team, I had a bench utility there, so I didn't really need to, like in Matty Burton. Dylan Walker. So one of the, I guess you call him one of the better middle forwards in the game, can play big minutes. He can cover the halves. He can cover the outside backs. You get impact on him going on as a middle. He's this agile, this mobile middle forward that we think will suit Origin and suits the modern day game. I haven't heard him brought up in conversations anywhere, but if they don't want to go with that out and out Matty Burton backline player, why not Dylan Walker?
I've been surprised that there has been no conversation around it because he does fit that utility.
He fits it perfectly.
We bang on about how much Connor Watson fits that utility. So does Dylan Walker.
They're the exact same essentially. Given Watson more of a number 9 utility, but I would be so much more assured going into Origin with him on the bench. So I'm we're covered everywhere.
But back to the Knights, who else did you think? I thought Trindle's second half was really good. I thought his first half wasn't the best. Who else stood out for you guys?
It is an interesting conversation, isn't it? The Sharkies have now beaten Brisbane and Melbourne without Nico.
Yeah.
You can remember these two halves and they just seem to simplify everything. But wins are wins at the end of the day.
Yeah.
Not saying it's a negative on Nico, it's just wild that this is how it's played out.
Well, you look at the Warriors without SJ.
Yep. Yeah, exactly right.
You know, like there's no one sitting here saying that Nico shouldn't be in this side. To be honest, I think it's a really good thing because now when Nico comes back in the side, he can have more trust in whoever his six is. He can be like, you know what? Like I've seen you do it yourself. Don't always rely on me to do everything. Like you just jump in every now and then and you get the job done.
I thought he didn't play huge minutes, but and apparently he's could be on the move soon. But mate, Royce Hunt,
Yeah.
Yeah, he was outstanding.
Kind of took the role that Talakai had for the previous few weeks. Just as soon as he came on, he kind of just changed the whole momentum. I thought he was very good as well. Royce Hunt.
6 tackle breaks in 6 runs in 24 minutes.
He's always had this. Like
Bloody oath, yeah.
sometimes I watch guys like Weller and Hamlin Weller and Hunt, and I'm like, you should be destructive, big, mobile, good forwards, and for some reason, just they'll have like a good run and then it'll be a bit quiet. A good run, it'll be a bit quiet, but. Geez, he'd be a bloody good. If you get him for the right price, he'd be a good picker. Because he's came out and said he wants to stay at the Sharks, but he's not stupid. He understands, Adam Fanor Blake's coming. I tell you what, I know we say it every week. But you know what? Just lock it in every week. We're going to say, what about this side with AFB in it?
Well, you look at, and that was one of the big boxes ticked this weekend by the Sharkies, aside from bouncing back from a few poorer weeks. But you mentioned the meters around the backs there, but in total, granted, the backs made up for this a lot, but they ran for the Sharks ran for 650 metres more than them. They ran for a ton more metres.
It was a total domination.
And you go, a question on the Sharks was, all right, they're good, but how do they go against the best packs in the competition? Sure, the Broncos were missing attacking players in like Walsh and Reynolds, but they had their full pack on deck, and the Sharks went out there and smashed them.
Yeah, and like as I said, it was just the fact that Broncos, like ironically, they actually did defend really well this game. They got dominated. Like they had no field position. And Sharks just applied the pressure. They just applied, and they didn't have Reece Walsh to just go bang, bang, bang. Oh, see all that pressure you just had on us for the last 20 minutes? Doesn't exist
matter
anymore.
Yeah.
So really, really good performance from the Sharkies. I think they can take so much out of that. Jesse Ramian, once again, I thought he was great. Katoa really bounced back from obviously that poor game against Penrith. What about Mortalo? Like, best year of his career? I think so far.
Yep.
Probably. Mm-hmm. He's been one of the best players on the field in nearly every game he's played.
That's fair.
If you put it this way, if you had a top 5 players for every game the Sharks have played on the field, he'd probably be in that top 5. I'd go even as far to say is top 3 players for the Sharks each week, he'd be in that top 3 probably 80% of the time. That's how good he's been this year for them.
Yeah, another good player, not from Queensland, you tried to pick.
And you guys, please don't pick him. He's a technicality. Oh, don't beat us. Bees anyway. Did we really, or was that a different year? Sorry, that might have been 2021. I might have to take that back.
2020, I think.
2020?
It has 20 vibes.
It's all a blur, really.
Yeah, just all a blur. It's all a blue.
Wasn't blue though.
Yeah, only 21 was. Yeah. But no one takes that year seriously.
Big asterisk, 21.
3 games in like 3 games, one after each other in Queensland or something like that, was it? It's weird. But everyone does take 20 series, even though we had it at the end of the year. I tell you what, never do that again. Origin at the end of the year sucks. Did you hear yarns about it being on a Monday night? Don't you dare, sir. Don't you dare. It was 21? I take it all back.
Idiot.
Take it all back. Okay. Who else stood out for you, boys?
The Sharks.
Yeah, Sharkies. Blake Brayley getting through his work. Is he the most durable friggin' hooker since Cam Smith? Does he ever get injured?
He might be the most durable player. He never gets injured. He plays 80 minutes every single week.
Every week. Never looks gassed. Never has, barely ever has HIAs.
We've said it a few times, but when they signed Jaden Berrell a couple of years from the Q Cup,
he hasn't got
been sitting there for 3 years going, fuck, can this bloke have a spell at some point?
Games in the last 6 or so years. So 13 this year out of what? That'd nearly be 13. I don't think he's missed one. 25, 26, 24, 20. 20 was in 2020 when there was... Yeah. He's literally... I don't know if he's missed a game.
And with the current state of the game with HIAs where you stay down for a second, you can get out for 11 days.
And he's in... he's got away more than this surely, but NRL.com or the Sharkies have got him listed at 80 kilos. He hasn't had a head knock that... maybe he's missed a game somewhere, but I don't remember it.
I think it was one time he came with HIA and Cam McGuinness went into hooker.
And there's a reason why there's not too many 80-minute hookers in the game. It's because the game is faster than it's ever been through the middle, and Blake Brayley just hangs in there. It's like Craig Fitzgibbon doesn't have to pick a 4-forward bench. No one's forcing him to do it.
Yeah.
He's got other hookers.
He just goes, nah.
Chooses not to.
I tell you, what's going to be, really exciting to see is Blake Brayley. I think he's around the 25, 24 age. Could you check for us?
25, I think he is.
25, player of the year for him last year as well.
And so, like, the little nuances he's going to begin to pick up heading towards 28, 29 years old, like, he is going to become so crafty when he hits that age because he's played so much rugby league in the NRL. It's going to be interesting to see if he does take that next step towards rep footy because of that. A game's under his belt.
And you have a look at the Warriors between like Wade Egan and those guys, how crafted they've been having a body like AFB around.
Well, I was going to say, and thinking about durability, I had these in the notes as well coming out of the game. His tackle technique must be perfect.
It must be unbelievable.
Like, you look at Wade Egan, who gets his head in the wrong spot more often than not and keeps getting these concussions. Blake Brayley, his technique must be so good.
And he's tiny. He's he's been good. Cam McInnes went backing up, 159 metres, 50 post contact, 34 tackles, 1 tackle break. Didn't get split, I don't think, too, which was weird. So, yeah, look, for me personally, though, Talakai was the man of the match for me.
Yep.
What about the step that Katoa put? Just bang off the right foot.
Yeah.
And then just Ezra Mam hanging on for dear life after Selwyn Cobbo missed a tackle. So, look, great stuff for the Sharkies. Exactly what they needed. Also, wasn't at home. It was in Suncorp. And, like, okay, yeah, like the Broncos were missing Reynolds and Reece Walsh, but you cannot tell me that this Broncos side isn't still crazy strong. Paddy Carrigan, Jordan Ricky, Pia Cora, Haas, Jensen, Walters have been playing decent footy. Ezra, like this is still an extremely strong side. There is no reason to go, oh yeah, they were missing Reno and Walsh. Like the Sharkies did it without Hines as well. And who's more important to their side? Hines to Sharks or Reynolds to Broncos? It's Hines to Sharks. When you look at their rosters. Great win.
Your
Great
starting forward pack here, that is essentially your absolute full strength pack, right?
Yep.
That's probably the most disappointing game I've seen from this pack.
Yeah.
I think. Another one come to mind?
Disappointing, yes, but I do think they got let down by their outside backs, and I'll talk about that when we get to them. Okay, anything else on the Sharkies, boys?
No.
Okay, on to the Brizzy Broncos. The reason why I say that is because I really, it was one of those games where I felt like the outside backs let them down. Sailor had a 7 tackle set early on. They come out in the second half. Sorry. Okay, here it is. 30 minutes into the game, Broncos defend set after set on their line. It may have won them the game. Then they're coming out of their own end and Corey Oates just drops it cold in a play the ball. So that's they have to defend their line again. They defend it again. The Sharks give away a penalty. Broncos then go up and score. And so that's where I go, the forwards are clearly laying a platform, but the outside backs just keep letting them down. Anyway, 70% of the first half field position has been down at Broncos' end. Anyway, so they come out in the second half, and there's a bomb, I think, that hits the deck or something, and Tristan Sailor tries to pick up the ball like one-handed. Look, I can cop errors when you're trying big plays in attacking footy, but like doing things like, trying to look slick and picking up with one hand in your own try line, because what happened after that? They score the next play. Then the next one is he goes up to catch a essentially uncontested bomb, drops the ball. What happens? They score the next play. That's literally the 2 tries that they won by. And although I understand what you're saying, they did get dominated by the Sharks pack, it was really about, in my opinion, the outside backs making key errors in key moments. And that's what really let them down, because those 2 tries are off unforced errors by their outside backs. Katoni Staggs made an error. Selwyn Cobbo, I think he ended up made an error. Corey Oates made obviously an error. And so that's where I look at it and I go, you know what? Let's say you erase those errors. Broncos probably squeezed by this game. And I really felt like our outside backs let us down this game.
Yeah, fair. I don't think it's strange for your outside backs to make a stack of errors though at the same time.
It's more that where they were made.
Yeah.
Like it's the one, like trying to catch the ball one hand in your own end. It's the catching a ball that you should catch. I think Tony Staggs was coming out of his own end when he made an error. It was, put it this way, none of it was in attacking
yeah, fair.
ball.
Yeah. And then adding on to it though, like whether they would have or wouldn't have won the game without the errors, like the Paddy Carrigan try, 11th minute, that was fantastic. Some scintillating footy off the back of that one. Tyson Smoothie, their only other try in the game, that was off a kick deflection as well. So like they had their opportunities, but essentially, as far as I'm concerned, they got through them once in this game, like off the back of good football.
They got dominated in field position. Like they very rarely were up their end. As I said, in the first half, 70% of the game was played in their own end. So it's just one of those things where, as outside backs, like for example, Corey Oates, like he's nowhere near as quick as I love Oatesy. You know, he's a club legend. Like I'd consider him a club legend. He's been around forever. He's got the most tries at Suncorp. Most tries, I think, getting close to the most tries ever for Broncos. Actually, is he? Can you check for us?
I think he got injured today too.
Yeah,
did he?
Training. Yeah.
But like, if Oatesy, he's a bit slower. He's a bit older. So you essentially can't afford to have any errors because what you don't have that youthful explosiveness to put points on. So therefore, you just got to be safe as houses. Then you've got, I thought Dean Mariner, for example, remember when they put that kick in and he knocked it on over the line? Like all these like little stuff where it's like, you just got to concentrate.
He's one try off Lockyer, who's second. So if he scores one more, he'll be equal second. But then he's 20 off Steve Renouf.
Renouf was number one. So he's second. He'll be second.
Yeah. Sorry, I was just having a quick maths there. Blake Brayley has missed one game in the last 5 years. It was in 2020, and it was in the last round where everyone got rested. So he wasn't even injured.
Shit.
And the game before that's when Jaden Brayley was at the Sharks.
What?
Wow.
So he's essentially hasn't missed a game.
He pretty much hasn't missed a game.
No.
Fuck, that's crazy. That's insane.
Like he played some in 2019, but he wasn't the full-time hooker.
And so look, the thing is that all those errors that were made, I just feel like these younger boys owe it to Paddy Carrigan, Payne Haas, that are ripping and tearing each week, to at the very least, if you're going to make errors, make it in good ball. And you don't have to be perfect. Those errors are going to come every now and then. But for every single player to have an error like that coming at their own end or in their own end, that's a bit too much in my opinion.
Yeah, fair call.
Look, the Broncos need to figure something out because at the moment they're spiraling. They are spiraling down the table. What do you guys reckon?
They're a little bit to play. I mean, guys backing up from Origin. I mean, Carrigan and Haas, if you look at their numbers there, Haas just below 100 metres and Carrigan 150. Like, they're usually up closer to that 200 mark, but backing up from Origin probably made it pretty tough for them.
But that's where my point of like, you owe it to them. Like, they're backing up after Origin. They're ripping and tearing, doing their best. Clearly, they're fatigued. Like, clearly, look at the numbers. Yes, you got it. Like, they're doing you a favour by being back. So the younger boys have got to rip and tear from them.
Yep. You're probably right. Well, they've lost 2 in a row now. Obviously, had the bye in between, but it's going to be pretty tough. I mean, the Rabbitohs are going to be a pretty tough game this Friday. With we spoke about Latrell and a few others maybe looking to push their case for an Origin recall. So they've got to be careful.
It's going to be an interesting game.
It's going to be a crazy game. Like as I said, like it's a bloody. I think it'll be a tight contest. Fletcher Baker again for me, unfortunately, just. I feel bad because I feel like I'm singling him out, but I just think he needs a bit longer in Q Cup to build his game around because he has one good game and then he'll have a not so good game. One good game, not so good game. I thought that he was Tristan Saylor as well. Like really, really poor game. Like I understand that he's a flashy player, but there's only Reece Walsh can do that because he is Reece Walsh. I think that Tristan just needs to find a way to just get those errors out of his game. Because what do we speak about at the start of the year? Before he'd even really played much, we said, like, if he gets in NRL and makes his error, it can cost you the game. And it cost us a game.
I mean, there was a trial at the start of the year where he made 3 or 4 errors and we'll text him saying that exact same thing, but then he scored an unbelievable try.
Yeah.
And that was all you heard about for the rest of the league. You saw that try on repeat, every single highlight on social media, everywhere. I agree with you on Fletcher Baker, mate. I believe Xavier Willison had a child born on the weekend.
Congratulations to the big fella.
Yeah, unreal. I would imagine he comes straight back into this.
Absolutely. Jeez, we missed him. Once our starting forwards went off, just night and day.
Selfish Broncos attitude, just dogging the boys.
Anything else on the Broncos, boys?
No.
I think we all probably agree like they've got the roster. There's no excuses here. There's no like, we're missing Reynolds.
We'll get to tips shortly, but you mentioned it could be competitive on the weekend. It could, but you'd hate him playing the Broncos off the back.
Surely.
They'll be ready to rock.
Surely. So the positive for me, though, if you're taking some positive out of these games, it was that 20-minute period where they just dug in. Like, 70%. They went in at halftime up, didn't they? I think they went in up.
Up.
and it was 70% in their own end. So for me, when I see that, I go, okay, it didn't work out this game, but at least they're ripping and tearing for periods there. So hopefully they can turn it around. But it needs to happen quickly because, confidence can go very quickly, and then all of a sudden you're digging yourself out of an even bigger hole. Alrighty, on to the next game. Storm defeat the Knights 36-28. Really good win for the Storm. I actually thought the Knights were way better than last week. Like, there was a lot to like from the Knights. Yeah, for sure. Probably a bit of a strange game because the ref opened the game and basically just let them play. I think it was like a 10-minute period where the ball was in play. No penalties.
It was unbelievable. It was great. Yep.
And then all of a sudden he just went, nah, don't enjoy this. This isn't fun. The whistle wouldn't leave his mouth. It ended up being, I think at one point it was like, I'll just get it up. Apologies, guys. Put it this way. There was a lot of penalties.
While she's looking for that, I said to Maddie yesterday, I go, how cool is this in the first 8 minutes because the ball was in play. I took a screenshot of the Supercoach scores of the 8th minute mark and look how many points all these guys had built just from tackles, just because the ball was in play the whole time. And he goes, that's cool. Don't say that to anyone that doesn't play Supercoach. They won't give a fuck. Thanks, Matty.
Okay, so, and this is, you got to remember, first 10 to 15 minutes, there's barely any penalties. There was 12, so the 12 penalties, if you include 6 agains inside the 10 metres for the Knights, and 6, so it's 12-6 penalty count. So you're looking at 18 penalties. It's just when it starts getting up around the 18 to 20, it's just tough.
Yeah.
Tough.
In what was essentially a 72-minute game to make those calls.
Yeah, because they didn't call.
Because the first 8 were nothing, yeah.
So if you add in that first 10 minutes, you'd be looking at around the 21, 22 mark. I understand the frustration of Adam O'Brien, but I got to say, it was what lost them the game was that period before halftime where they just completely switched off.
Yep.
Outside of that 10 minutes, I thought the Knights were really good.
Yeah, that try on the Jerome Hughes one as well, but the one on halftime, without singling anyone out, mate, Greg Marshy has been off his game for the last few weeks. I'd be considering giving him a little spell over the next few weeks. He's just concentration levels. He's just not himself. I don't know if he's carrying an injury or what's going on there, but he's just not the player that he can be at the moment. Greg Marshy.
5 tries in 22 minutes. That window was
crazy. Yeah, Marju's, especially his defence, I think he's still running and getting out of his own end to a degree, but nowhere near as damage. Yeah, for sure. But
and when he is doing that, you can accept that defensively he's going to have a few issues, but he just doesn't look as keen to me at the moment.
Well, it's kind of it's the deal you make. Almost like what we're talking about OT earlier. If you're a bit older, you've lost a metre or two, but the deal we make is low error count. Really good, strong hit-ups out of your own end. Similar to Marju, where you go, okay, if you're going to have a few defensive lapses, we'll continue to work on that.
Yeah.
But we'll cop that because you do things that pretty much only Brian To'o can do coming out of your own end. So, outside of the 10 minutes, I actually thought the Knights were substantially better. I want to talk about my boy, Dane Gagai. He was an absolute animal on the weekend. It's almost like his body naturally awakens around Origin, even though he's been quite good actually this year. But it's almost like his body goes, it's around that time of year again where I play really good footy.
He looked quicker. He made a line break at one point. I went, you're faster than you were the last 2 years. Just that Origin period, as you said. Could
you imagine if they ripped his shirt and there was a maroon jersey underneath? He had a try, 19 runs, 246 metres, 66 post contact, 8 tackle breaks, 2 line breaks, an offload, 19 tackles. And look, I know Gags defensively, sometimes he can have that brain explosion or whatever, but mate, when they were talking about he might go to the Roosters, I was like, Knights, if you do this, that could be devastating for you because you just know he's going to go to the Roosters and kill it. But also, without Gagai in that backline, it's just a very different prospect. He holds that backline together, in my opinion.
For sure. Yeah, and you know what I loved about Newcastle's game on the weekend, that Dane Gagai had the hot hand and they didn't overcomplicate it. It was just get the ball early to Gagai and just let him do his thing. And I think quite often you see teams just overcomplicate it so much.
Yeah, absolutely.
I love that they just kept it simple. And, I know the halves were criticised in the game last week because they were really poor, but in this game, I thought the halves were much more improved. For
3 tries between them.
And, they might not be the fastest and the quickest guys, but, fuck, there's a lot of teams out there that would give so much just to have a half that can follow a game plan. We've got 2 there.
Yeah. And I think they were really poor last week. But we have to remember, this is a new halves pairing that's played, 5 games together? Going to take time to know each other's roles, especially when they are so similar.
Yeah.
Like if they were the polar opposite where, like the reason why Gamble and Hastings work so well is because Gamble's he's a ball running 6.
Yep.
Whereas this is going to take a bit of time to find that balance because they're essentially the same player, style-wise.
Yeah. And you've got 2 halfbacks, which is always hard.
Yep. We'll say, might be nitpicky, but the dramas at the end with Hastings, bro.
Not needed.
It's just like, look, maybe you're just the most unlucky bloke in the world, but if it's always happening around you, it just doesn't help your cause. It doesn't help your cause.
If he is the most unlucky bloke in the world, apologies.
Yeah, if you are, apologies.
It's on us.
But it's just, you don't need it. You're a leader in the side and, put it this way. If you don't like the media talking crap, don't give them ammo so much. Unfortunately, it's just been so many times where it's happened around you. And what's weird about this year is I feel like he has been more niggly and...
Yeah, I feel like over the last few weeks he's been trying to find it, and it's like you're not Reid Marnie. Like, that's not part of your game. Knights have got you because you're a genuine halfback. There's not many in the league. And like he showed the other day, there was a few times where he really pulled the Melbourne Storm's defence apart.
Yeah. Just 2 try assists.
2 try assists, like the kick early to Tuala, I think it was, like a brilliant play. Like, I don't know, it's just something that's crept in his game recently, and I can't imagine Adam O'Brien is walking in after going, got him.
Yeah, well done. Very weird. So
it's weird. It's
maybe they
bizarre.
need to get Tyson Gamble back in the side because he played the Nicola role. It was two very clearly defined roles there.
Yeah, true.
True.
Isn't it if it was Tyson Gamble giving it, no one gives a fuck.
Yeah,
no one thinks
that's who he is.
That's who he is. That's his. Yeah, that's part of his.
I don't see Hastings as.
Yeah, I don't need Jackson to do that.
Yeah, so very weird. But anyway, that's just a small thing. The main thing is, are they playing good footy? They are playing good footy. In regards to other players that played well, I thought Saifidi was pretty good. But Dylan Lucas, for me, he ended up being out in the centres. He was named at 12, but he ended up out in the centres.
Played centre.
Mapapalangi was named at 4, but he pulled out late injury.
Not sure why, but Dylan Lucas definitely played.
He definitely played centre.
He was 18th man, Mapapalangi, so...
Well, he was named at 4. He was named at 4 initially. Yeah. But first of all, I want to give a shout out to Mapapalangi because he's been so unlucky. In the trials, essentially like first 5 minutes, goes to put a shot on a front rower, returning the ball, completely knocked out.
Yeah.
And he's had to fight his way back into contention. Really good young player. I think he's only 21 years old, can play a bit of 6 as well as centre. So hopefully we see him sooner rather than later back in NRL.
We got to see the debut of Fletcher Sharp at fullback, which was good to see. Scored a nice try. Kid that has dominated junior grades over the last few years. So I thought during the week that Armstrong had been dropped. Turned out it was an injury.
Okay.
So you'd have to think Armstrong will probably
return. Did he just
resign?
like reports that he's going to resign as well.
God, it was awful timing with him. Reports of signing with Roosters and then all that shit. But it sounds like it was an injury, so I think you'll see Armstrong again soon. But I still think Sharp is a player to watch.
I thought he was pretty good on the weekend for sure.
Yeah, if Armstrong's back this week, which I think was a very minor quad, little strain or something, who are you picking?
Oh, Armstrong.
Going over, yeah.
Yeah, he had a shocker 2 weeks ago, but he was their best player for 3 weeks. Yeah. I think he's earned an opportunity.
It's a tough one. It just shows you how fucking ruthless. You have 1 week off. Fletcher Sharp comes in. That's against a Melbourne Storm down in Melbourne. You had a try.
Yeah.
Could have been 2. 18 runs, 155 metres, 45 post contact, 5 tackle breaks, line break assists, 6 tackles, 0 misses. I would, out of, culture in the squad, you'd give it to Armstrong again. Tell you what though, they're very actually quite similar. So
what's interesting is it sounded like when Ponga went down that Fletcher Sharp was probably the front runner for the position, but was injured. So it's like Armstrong's come in and taken with both hands for the majority. His last game was a bit of a bludger, but it was going to be Sharp. And he's come in and had a good game. Very interesting. Not like good problem to have for him.
Who else played? Are we all happy-ish with the Knights? I know they let in 36 points, but look. It's just a fact that they scored a bunch of points, and I'm pretty happy
After scoring 2 points against the Dogs the week prior, the Dogs with 2 blokes in the bin, to come out and score 28 points against the Storm, that's a damn good effort. Defence another issue, but at least in attack, ball in hand, they've shown that he do have points in him.
Yeah. And if you just take out a couple of minutes either side of half time, different football game.
Definitely not too disappointing. Just trying to look where they're at on the ladder.
He's walked out again.
He's left early.
He's gone. See you,
Beat the
mate.
traffic, mate. See ya.
They're another team. They've played 13 games. They're on 14 points. So really, they would. Yeah, they're in touch with the top 8. They're in touch with the top 8. What are you? Are you consuming drugs in this establishment?
No, it's who taught me? It might have been dang it ain't. Was it you telling me, Matty, or
Clear the
Been a
throat.
big long weekend, mate. So just good for the throat.
Yeah,
I
okay.
was at a concert the other night, and the singer stopped the show to put some honey down the throat. So here we are.
Yeah, really?
Yeah.
Where'd you go? Who'd you see?
It was Thelma Plum
I don't know
at
who
the
that
Opera
is.
House.
Any relation
Related
to
to
Nigel?
Nigel Plum?
Was Nigel proud Indigenous singer Thelma? So
Okay.
I don't know if Nigel had any Indigenous bones in his body, but I don't believe so.
Okay.
Good gear, but
Alrighty. Anyone else, boys, for the Knights?
Nah.
Very
Nah.
well. Okay, on to the Storm. Look, good win. And when you actually look at their points differential, they're decent, as in their points against. I think that they're currently like third. No, it doesn't. So their points against is 233. So they're third, I'm pretty sure. So this is going to sound silly, but I am a little bit concerned that the Storm, and when I'm talking when it comes to being a premiership, as in winning a premiership, they have had games where they've leaked a lot more points than they would have in the past. And that's the only really negative from this game that I take away from it, is the fact that they had so many points scored against them. And there has been a few games now where there's been quite big scores, where they've won like 34-30 or whatever. Being nitpicky, but that was the one thing I was like, okay, that's getting a little bit concerning. We've seen it a few times now. That's not very Storm-like. But they are still third in points against. So it's not like alarm bells, but just something that I noted.
Well, they're actually fourth if you do it on average. So
Okay.
fourth, they're 19.42 points per game, and they've got Sharks, Dogs, and Panthers ahead of them.
Yeah, okay. So, like, as I said, no crazy warnings, but it is a little bit unstorm-like to be, usually they're around like first, second, or third.
Obviously, the 36 points, the 28 points speaks to that. But I thought defensively Melbourne were pretty poor in this game. I felt there was just a lot of individual matchups that they were losing. Like
uncharacteristic.
Remus Smith normally is a really good defender. And I know he went up against Danker Guy, a very good player, obviously, but he gave him a real bath in this game.
But then you look at the other edge, and Dylan Lucas gave Nick Meaney a bath. I was like, Nick Meaney's been great in attack this year, but defensively, that edge has been quite weak.
And that's like, it all kind of comes into if there's one thing I would have assumed that we would be sure about the Storm midway through the year, it would be their defence. But it's actually the opposite. Their attack is almost like an assurity. Like, we know they can put points on, but it's actually the defence that's probably not where I thought it would be.
So Meaney on the right, he's not the only one to blame for it, but conceding right edge 47% of all their tries compared to just 29 on the left side. So he said Remus generally a bit more of a solid defender, but teams are targeting. They're just going straight at Meaney, straight at that edge, and they're having success more often than not. Like you get that to a grand final, and they're playing against like a Broncos or whoever it might be. You've got Reece Walsh going at it. Like, can they go all the way with that liability out wide?
Yeah, so that's where I'm like, it's not warning signs, but it's got to be fixed before they head into final
You've got
footy, in my
time to
opinion.
work it out. And like, you'd back Nick Meaney. He seems like a very smart footballer, can work on it. He's also been chopped and changed between wing and centre and fullback, and even 5'8" at times in his career. He's really only locked down this centre role the last sort of year or two. So,
Well, it's really been this year, because last year, all the injuries, it's really been
fullback
this year.
for Pappy most of the time, wasn't it? Yeah.
Look, that's, we sound negative because they won the game. Now, the positives, what about Wishart?
Oh, yeah.
Goes into 6 and just rips and tears and plays it outstandingly well. Yeah. And he's played essentially every position for them as well. 2 tries, a try assist, 122 metres, 4 tackle breaks, 1 line break assist, 2 offloads, 28 tackles, 4 misses. Like, just once again, Bellamy takes a guy that, he's not really great in any area, but he just rips and tears in all areas, and he affects games.
Sort of just having a look at Wishart's stats there and putting him with Hughesy as well. Like, just also credit to the Knights halves. Like, they forced Wishart and Hughes together to make 56 tackles.
Yeah. which is a good game
Which is
plan.
once again a halves that can work to a game plan. But I thought Wishy was tremendous. He's just such a good guy to have in your system.
He's very well-rounded. Like, he's not necessarily a star in any facet of his game, but he's a really strong ball runner. He's a strong defender. We know he can play any position. He's certainly more of a ball-running half than a ball-playing. But at the same time, like, he threw a really nice cut-out ball for, I think, it might have been coached for a try in this one. He's got great support play. Like, he just does everything quite well.
Yeah. And, like, when you talk about squad balance in the modern era, like, the value of a player like Wishart in your squad, it almost has doubled since the early 2000s, where you need a guy with how many injuries you get with to key players in key positions. You need a guy that can, like, we always talk about it and joke about it, but, like, Mitchell Orbison is the king of that. Like, genuinely, you keep him in your squad because he will play anywhere.
Yep.
And he may not give you a 10 out of 10, or sometimes he might give you 9 out of 10, but at the very least, he's not giving you anything lower than an 8 out of 10 in that position.
He has shown Craig Bellamy that, like, I'd like to get the stat up, but in his career, I reckon he's played fullback, wing, I think centre, definitely 5'8", obviously. I reckon he's played halfback, I reckon he's played number 9, and...
I think he was at front row at one point.
Yeah, I reckon he's certainly been thrown on as, like,
Yeah.
a lock and a middle forward. That's incredible
Insane.
versatility.
Insane. So great stuff. I thought Grant Anderson was really good. 2
Yeah.
try assists, 191 metres, 5 tackle breaks, 2 line breaks. I thought he was outstanding.
Played a big role in that try right on half-time too, with the little kick back inside. He was great. Well, do you know the story with Warbrick there? Is he injured, rested? What's
Groin.
Injured.
Injured. Yeah.
I would say if Anderson keeps playing like
Yeah.
this, you know, he may keep his position because Warbrick's he hasn't been his best this year.
Yep.
He hasn't been his best this year.
Yep.
Anderson's biggest challenge, I think, is consistency. He's he's able to show these games here and there. It's just the consistency you want to see. But I do agree with you. I think this was probably his best game, I'll say.
Yeah, like sometimes guys that are coming through that don't get that, you know, game in, game out crack. The reason why they're inconsistent is because they're not playing first grade regularly. So maybe this is the opportunity he needs to build that resume of consistent NRL games up because he was great. But yeah, look, I really do look at this Storm side, and I do think that by the time they hit finals footy, I think they're going to be flying. I think that there's the elements are there. Like, even a guy like Nelson, he came on, he put off a big shot, 10 runs, 100 metres, but he's still got plenty more good footy left in him.
Played 19 minutes.
Yeah. So, like, this is where they're at. They're currently on top of the table. And the one area we talked about their big men is probably their weakness. They need one more big man. Their one big man really hasn't been used that much. So when he does click into gear, like, the Storm are on top of the table again. Like, fucking, they just do it every year.
When I'm
don't
watching Nelson, though, like, it feels like it... To me, it almost feels like it's not that he's not clicking into gear. It feels like Bellamy's just holding it back at the moment.
they? Yeah. Maybe he is waiting for that last final push to go, mate, I need you to go mental. So Storm on top of the table, outstanding stuff. And remember, they've been without Munster. He played 6 games this year? They've been They haven't been that lucky with injuries. Like, they've had quite a few injuries in key spots. Currently on top of the table, outstanding.
They've lost, Pappy, Munster, Jerome Hughes, all at different stages.
Yep.
Said the first 2 for extended periods. So
Yeah, great stuff. Great stuff. Top of the table. Alrighty, on to the next game. Jeez, my chair will my head is going to be beneath the table soon. Just friggin' won't stop falling down. It's all right.
It's been one hell of a battle.
I'll tell you what. I'm just going to sit like this now. Alrighty. This is comfortable though. Get to sit back a little bit. Alrighty, before we get into the next game, watch every game of the NBA Finals with ESPN on KO. It's the Boston Celtics versus Dallas Mavericks fighting it out to be NBA champions this season. Don't miss Aussie Josh Green and Dante Exum fighting for an NBA title. There's plenty of room for everyone, so get on board with KO. Now also available on Hubble. Let's get into it, shall we? Also, don't forget, Bloke hoodies are available at bloke.shop. Will be gone by the time the next few weeks roll around, so get to bloke.shop, grab your Bloke hoodie. Just quietly, I had our old Bloke hoodies on the way to work this morning, and the difference in quality, I almost felt bad for ever selling those old ones. Like, seriously, they're nowhere near as good as... Now, granted, we didn't have the designer that we have now. The quality is so much better than new ones that we've got. So make sure to go to bloke.shop and grab some. And that's the same with the shirts as well. Panthers 32, Manly 22. This game was... I know Panthers ran away with it. I know. But I do feel like Manly did show a bit of a blueprint to ruffle Panthers' feathers a little bit. That's side-to-side footy. I felt like the Panthers were struggling with that for the first 30 or so minutes. I really felt that their systems were getting a bit broken up. Now, granted, they reined it all in and sorted it out, but I felt like there was a period there where I'm going, Manly might do them here. Like this game plan that they've come with, and it's not necessarily just a game plan that they've gone for Panthers. Manly have a very specific side-to-side game plan. Like, they will go through the middle, but very often it is to one edge, to the next edge, to one edge, to the next edge. It's hard to defend, and I thought Panthers, it took them a while to click into gear to go, oh, okay, this is what they're doing. Eventually they came at the top, but to be honest, both teams, I think, walk away from this game, yeah, pretty good.
Well, they know, Kempy, that playing Penrith style footy against Penrith, it doesn't really work, and that's playing through the middle. You know that Penrith want to keep it tight, play through the middle. They are more powerful than you. Their line speed's better. Their wrestle's better. All of those things. So Manly have just gone, and remember, they beat them earlier this year at Brookvale Oval, relatively convincingly as well. So the way Manly playing, going side to side, sending it to the fringe, as long as it's in a controlled manner, and we've spoken about this season, it can ruffle them a bit where they go, okay, you're throwing us out of our game plan of dominating you through the middle and making them work. And they lost Olakau'atu after 24 minutes as well. That's a big part of this game plan. So that didn't help them. But it's, I said, they've had, without winning the game, they've shown that they can compete with Penrith twice this year.
Yeah, and also, like, Olakau'atu, you could say he's worth 6 points at least for Manly. Like, that's how important he is to the side. So a game that goes from 32 to 22 turns into a 32 to 28 game. Like, that's at Penrith's home ground, that's a good outing for Manly for where they're at right now.
Keeping in mind, another big part of this side-to-side footy and the expansive footy that Manly play using the ball, Tom Trbojevic is the most important part of that. He's gone. They've got Lehigh Hopewade in his second game in the NRL doing this against Penrith at Penrith. Yeah.
So, like, there's a lot to take away from the Manly performance. It's just about, really hard to put your finger on where Manly are at. They go away to Penrith and they 32 to 22. They're missing Tommy. Olakau'atu goes off. Granted, I know Penrith are missing Cleary, but look what they did to the Sharks at Shark Park, a few weeks ago. There's a lot. I think there's a lot to like, and what I do like about where Manly are at, like, although their season's been really up and down, I like at least there's an identity to the way they play. Like, we're already talking about. There's a specific type of footy that Manly play. Is it the right way to play? I'm not sure. But at least, you look at some of these other teams that are struggling, like, you don't really know the style of footy they're playing. So the key for Manly is just consistency. That's going to be the toughest thing.
I hope this makes sense to people, but for me, the Seagulls are the inverse of the Cowboys. I look at the Cowboys and I'm like, I think you're good, but tells me you're not. I look at the Seagulls and I'm like, I'm not. I don't believe you are proper contenders in this competition, but your performances keep on saying that you are, and the way that you hang in games like this one, I have no idea where to place the Seagulls.
Yeah, I see what you're saying. Like, the Seagulls are strange because you're right. Like, there's a part of me that goes, I just don't see.
There's just something missing. I don't know. Yeah. I don't know if it's just that Turbo's not there. I don't know. Even when Turbo is there, I'm still not convinced. They're going to beat those top sides. But I can't really explain it.
But evidence would suggest they actually are, because they've beaten the top tier sides and they've played some really good footy. So, I see what you're saying. Like, there is this niggling feeling of, like, pretend is way too harsh of a word, but just not as good as what they play sometimes, which is dumb to say.
Obviously, they've beaten Penrith, lost to them by 10 here.
Very close to beating Broncos.
Nearly beat the Broncos. They beat the Storm at Brookie.
Yep.
Pretty convincingly, potentially. I'm trying to remember back. They have big scalps to their name, don't they?
Yeah, and so you should be, of course they should be contenders, but there's just this feeling I get. I don't have confidence that they're going to be able to keep it together for long enough through a final series. And I hope that changes.
They beat the Roosters back in round 2. They drew with the Warriors early in the year when the Warriors were going all right. That was over in New Zealand. So, like, results-wise.
And they're basically, they're on 15 points, which is only a point behind Roosters, Bulldogs, Broncos. Like, they're essentially in the top 8 right now. Like, I know it's like, that sounds silly, but they're there or thereabouts. Like, they really are close to the 8. So it's like they can go on a run. Like, put it this way, if they went on a crazy run, it wouldn't surprise me, because I do feel like when they're playing their best footy, they can go with anyone.
They're devastating.
Yeah, they're absolutely devastating. So it's very hard to put a finger on. So I think they can walk away from this going, good win. I am still a bit... We saw Hopewadi's ball playing, and I think he's a really promising rookie. I am still a bit confused on what is the long-term plan with a guy like Hopewadi, because, look, if your long-term plan is to bring Trbojevic back into fullback, then fair enough. But I personally think the long-term plan should be to bring Trbojevic back into the centres. And if that is the case, and Seabold has been on record saying Seabold said that he's considering Trbojevic back at centre. If that is the case, why isn't Cooler getting more reps in at fullback? Even though I think this has nothing to do with how well Hopewadi's played, and everything more to do with when Tom Trbojevic gets back, if you do move him to centre, then you're going to have to either drop Hopewadi or drop Cooler or Garrick, which I don't think you're going to do.
I feel like I've got rocks in my head sometimes because I feel like it's so evident, but I can't believe Garrick isn't the fullback when these situations arise.
Don't you reckon Cooler should be? I think Cooler.
I'd have Garrick. Garrick got you into the top 8 if it wasn't for Jersey Gate a couple of years ago. They're playing finals footy without Tommy Turbo.
Well, at the very least, I think we can both agree that someone that is a guarantee in that first time, like full-time squad, should be playing as many games as possible, whether it's Garrick or Cooler.
Yeah, I personally think Kohler, his best position, I think Kohler's a better centre than what Garrick is. Like I'm still far from convinced on Ruben Garrick at centre. Like it's been a fair whack of games now, and I think defensively he's just not up to it. Like I'd be playing him at fullback for sure.
Kohler's played... I like either of them two at fullback, but Kohler at fullback, to my knowledge, his last 3 games there. Broncos game, got injured, and they lost to him by a point or something.
And he played well.
And he played great. The 2 games there last year, I know it was the Doggies and Dragons, they were depleted, but like he absolutely tore them to shreds. I can't believe he hasn't been given more of a crack.
Yeah, I'm shocked. And I know Hopewadi played really well last week, and he was good this week as well. But I just feel like surely you've got to be planning for life after Tommy. And look, if you've made the choice of like Hopewadi's in this side, like Hopewadi is the next up for fullback, then fair enough. Then the tough decision probably comes is that either Garrick is getting moved to wing when Tom Trbojevic gets back and someone's getting dropped, whether it's Saab or Talau. You'd have to say maybe Talau, even though he scored 4 tries. But I just think a firm decision has to be made by Manly. Who is the next up if Tom Trbojevic is injured, and give him as many games as possible. If it's Hopewadi, then fair enough. Then everything I'm saying is wrong.
Yeah, but potentially they've made that decision.
They must have.
Yeah.
Because otherwise it just doesn't make sense. In regards to playing, boys, I thought Josh Alloway's trip was just so silly. Like, how many weeks are you going to get for that?
2.
2 weeks that you're going to miss him for that?
Yeah.
Holy, bro. What a brain explosion.
I think it's worth noting as well, they lost Olakwatu in this one too.
Yeah, 25
minutes. 25 minutes in, so yeah, tough gig there. I thought Burbo was really good. I've had my questions on him throughout the year, but I thought he played really well here. Not so much targeted on this game, mate, but Lockie Croker's been out for a few weeks. Carl Lawton starting at 9.
We haven't really, to be in Manly's defence, we haven't spoken about that much, and he's really crucial to their attack.
He's heaps crucial. Yeah. They signed Jake Simkin the other day from the West Tigers too. I'm
bit strange.
Yeah, a little bit alarmed by that.
Yeah, okay.
Hope he's sweet.
Nathan Brown continues to prove why he's been such a friggin' good signing for them. Holy. I will say, and I think that they've struggled with this for a little bit now, I do think they've got too many big bopper front rowers, and I think that they may need to just get someone in that front row that's a bit more modern day front rower to a degree. I think they're missing that to a degree.
Even just one of those. I know they got Jake, they got Nathan Brown, not enormous unit, but
like what about Lawton?
Yeah,
in the front row?
Yeah, they got Lawton there. One of those.
Bullymore?
One of those smaller bodies like Cam McInnes, Connor Watson, Brandon Smith through the middle, just be a bit more mobile through the middle. I'm with you, mate. They sort of get away with it. Just one more smaller body through there.
Yeah, because I do feel like when they've got too many of those big boppers on, just laterally through the middle, they get ate up a little bit.
Like even Jakey, obviously a bit shorter, but not massive. Not massively mobile. But yeah, look, Paseka, Alawai, Sipley, there's some
big boys. Like big boys. And like, look how good Nathan Brown's been. And like, 5-6 years ago, he wasn't even close to a front rower.
Just a bit more leg speed through the middle.
Yeah, but it's leg speed through the middle. He's important, like so important to him.
Is Bullimore injured, or where is he?
He must be, because surely, otherwise he'd be playing, surely. Anyway, so, Not bad for Manly, not bad. On to the Panthers. Look, the key to victory here for the Panthers, like, was it their best outing? Like, not especially the first 30 minutes, not necessarily, but their completion rate, 92% by the end of the game. They went 30. At one stage, they were 37 from 38. Their second half was 19 from 19.
That makes Manly's performance even better.
Yeah.
Like, to be within 10 of them completing at 92%.
As I said, I really do think Manly can take positives away from that. 10 points off, and they lost Olakau'atu, their key man in attack. 10 points off the Penrith Panthers at home. I think there's a lot to take away from that from Manly.
They're in for 700 more metres too, Penrith.
Mate, they just ground them to a pot. Like, they just ground them to the basically the 80th minute. And so what I loved about this from Panthers, they just said, you know what, like are we, especially the first 30, are we as on as we would hope and all that? But they just give themselves every opportunity to win. Like, they just keep themselves in the game. Doesn't matter how well they're playing, because they do all the things you can control, which is effort and low errors. They keep themselves in the game, and before you know it, they've scored a bunch of points and they're ahead.
The more I look at these stats, the more bizarre it is Manly were even in this game.
That's what I mean. Like, I really think Manly can take a positive away from this.
Yeah, especially around this origin period where they just go, all right, hopefully we can give some people some rest. Obviously, Liam Martin, Dylan Edwards both out with niggles in this one. Nathan Cleary out. They just go, if we complete high and just play smart footy, high percentage play, low risk, no one's really going to beat us, and they won't.
What about, okay, so some players that played really well.
Sorry, one sec. Bullimore played reserve grade on the weekend.
Okay. See, that's bizarre to me, because I feel like a Bullimore is perfect for the middle for them. Okay, in regards to the Penrith Panthers, Ryan To'o, in 40 minutes, 3 tries, 4 line breaks, 158 metres, 11 tackle breaks. Just, he is backing up from Origin, where he also ran for 200 metres. Seriously, he is one of the greatest wingers of all time, and it is not even an argument anymore. Like, and if he keeps going like this, he'll be the greatest winger of all time, in my opinion.
Yeah, it hasn't been an argument for a while. He's just... he just does stuff we haven't seen before. And he does it consistently, no matter what level he's on, whatever. You know, you got to remember as well, this is going up against a halfback like DCE who's smart enough to know kick the fucking football away from him. Still gets 200 plus.
And 100 of those post-contact as well.
He's
Tough
just-
carries, hat-trick.
He's so good.
I would have him as probably second best of all time. I think it's a bit of disrespect to the famous Brian Bevan. Brian Bevan, Warrington winger.
I thought you were going to say Adam Mogg.
Yeah.
He's third. Ryan Bevan, 18 seasons with Warrington, 796 tries. The greatest winger of all time.
You could argue the worst one the Roosters have ever let go. Brian Bevan.
What a name, Brian Bevan.
Brian Errol Bevan.
Love
The
that.
finisher.
Okay. The great Dane Laurie. How good was he at the back? Like, clearly he got a message from Ivan Cleary of, mate, I just need you to run the ball as many times as possible. Here's his stats for the game. This is Dane Laurie, a guy that couldn't get a start for the Tigers.
Well, we're stacked, to be fair.
A try assist, 26 runs, 343 metres, 108 post-contact, 9 tackle breaks, a line break, 2 line break assists, and offload. No errors. What a knock from Dane Laurie.
Also raised the bat as well, 108 post-contacts.
Unbelievable stuff from Dane Laurie.
Yep.
Went in there, did his job, like, to the nth degree. Like, basically, usually Dylan Edwards, during this period where we don't have Cleary in, he goes for 1,000 metres. We need you to do that too. And he just goes, yep, no worries. Just outstanding stuff. And it, like, how good for guys like Alamotti and Dane Laurie, who are at struggling clubs, you know, like not even getting a start, going from that to, with injuries and everything, getting, you know, quite a few games. Like, Dane Laurie he's been there 14 at times. Alamotti, with everything going on in regards to Taylor May, looking like he'll probably play the rest of the year.
He'll be there.
In centre.
Yeah.
Just, you know, really good stories of 2 blokes that probably took big pay cuts for an opportunity to be the best versions of themselves, and it's paid off.
Just on Dane Laurie, he had 1 try assist there, and obviously he had a fantastic game. But I know he given Manly a lot of compliments, and maybe this is just another compliment to them. Luke Brooks getting into a stink at first marker. In a game that was tight like this, I would have been filthy if I was one of his teammates.
Luai got him.
Luai got him.
Yeah,
Yep.
got him so good. Like, just reeled him in. Yeah, they scored off.
And then it was Laurie went step, found Henry
Yep.
on the inside. Oh, I wonder what he said to him. Brooksy never blows up.
Well,
like that.
he pushed him. He pushed him, and Brooks just reacted. Like
Yeah,
he just
got
went,
him.
just got him, drew him in. And did you think it was should have it been a penalty? I don't think so. I think that if Brooks had have been looking like trying to get away and Luai was grabbing him in that, then I would have said, yep, penalty. But it was when Brooks turned back around to engage in it, that's when I'm like, nah, that's your own choice.
It was all Brooks was focused on in that moment, and I know he didn't play a heap of minutes on Wednesday night, but fuck, if I'm Jake Trbojevic backing up and playing 80 minutes for me and then we're in it at Penrith against Penrith, I would have been filthy at my 5'8" for that.
Yeah.
How about on Paul Alamotti? How about the ball playing of him?
Improved so
How
much.
about those tip-ons? I'm like, this bloke known, obviously very early in his career, but just a big destructive ball-running centre. Two of those tip-ons for the Toto tries were brilliant. Like, again, he's still had his moments in defence in this game, and there's a lot to work on there. But early in his career, he's got the right people around him, certainly, to teach him the ropes. If he can sort his defence out with how destructive a ball runner is, I didn't know he had that ball playing in him as well. Good luck stopping him.
Yeah, when he was younger, he did plenty of it. I think it's just that year at Canterbury that I don't think was the best environment at the time. I think it just sort of held him back a little bit. He's going to go huge at Penrith.
I thought Liam Henry was outstanding. Liam Henry, Lindsay Smith was really good, but I thought Liam Henry was really, really good. 13 runs, 131 metres, 44 post contact, 5 tackle breaks, a line break, 30 tackles, 0 misses. He's really each time I watch him, initially when I first saw him, I was like, I don't know, can he replace what they're losing next year? And I don't think anything will be able to replace it. But if he keeps developing the way he's developing, he may not be the same level as Fisher Harris, but I tell you what, he may fill that gap pretty admirably. Admirably.
What about, I think it was Nathan Brown that came out to put a shot on him. Got him with a good one and he span out of it. When he span out of it, the camera was on him. He just had the biggest grin on his face.
Love that.
As if I just fucking love this shit.
Alrighty. Now,
Just quickly, negative. Was the right side of the Panthers.
Yep.
Cole Tungo Taruva torn to shreds. They're at sea.
well, I spoke about this maybe last week or the week before.
Yeah.
Tungo for me he just hasn't looked the same for ever since his really big game, or a few weeks after that, hasn't looked the same this year, unfortunately.
Yeah, I quite often get questions about, why isn't he in the Origin conversation? I'm like,
That's
You're
right.
watching the football. He's a shell of himself at the moment, Isaac Tungo.
All those, edge defensively, and these stats via statsinsider.com.au, but 52% of their tries conceded, Penrith are on that edge, 26 to the other. So it's all going through that channel.
It's something to watch because he re-signed. He came out and had that bell ringer of a game after re-signing, but ever since then, or a couple of weeks after, it just hasn't. I don't know the Taylor situation obviously isn't great for the club. I don't know. I think there might be something as in not him specifically, but Taylor May is a loved player in that squad, and all the dramas, and I know it's off-field stuff that we can't comment on, but it's not good for a squad. It's not good for a squad at all.
Especially a squad that's tight-knit.
Yeah.
Like that squad.
Okay. Let's get to the next game because I've got to bounce, boys. Bulldogs defeat the Eels. I tell you what, this wasn't just the Bulldogs beating the Eels and what a great win. They've improved so much on last year. When you think about what the Bulldogs had go against them to win this match, it is actually insane. And granted, I know that there was a big call at the end with the penalty, with the tackle on Preston that, they ended up scoring off. But outside of that, Hayward gone. So he went off pretty early on. Curran obviously goes off with a head knock. Preston ends up going off. Kikau out. Fox out. Not only that, the penalty count was 60 minutes into the game. So 20 minutes to go. The Bulldogs' completion rate was 61%, and the penalty count was 10-2 against them. They're somehow still in the match. They then not only be in the match, they win the match all off their defence. This was purely a defence win. It was more than just, the Bulldogs played really good against the Moses. Let me repeat. Hayward gone. Curran gone with a head knock. Preston gone with an ankle injury. Kikau out. Fox out. It was an absolutely incredible win. And to top it all off, they did it in front of a record crowd between Bulldogs and Eels of 45,490 people, a penalty count of 10-2 against them, and a 61 completion rate.
And Kurt Mann in the sin bin.
And Kurt Mann in the sin bin.
Quite literally a man down.
That's great stuff. Like everything, and look, I know the Eels have stuff go against them too, but like the adversity that they faced, like not only before the game with kick out and box out, but to win this game the way they did, like it's genuinely one of the best wins I've seen the Bulldogs have in the last few years. And they've had some incredible ones, like recently that we could talk about, but they had absolutely no right to win this game. And they still found a way. It is incredible what they're doing there. And in my opinion, I believe they've turned a corner as a club. What they're building there is special. I think this isn't a false start. Yes, there may be hiccups along the way, but I think that they're building something special. And watching them walk in with that boombox and Critter at the front playing 50 Cent Many Men before the game, like there is something special being brewed there, and it is all being built around Stephen Crichton, because he was also incredible yesterday. The Bulldogs have turned it around. I've gone from a few weeks going, there's no way they'll make the 8, they'll have a great year, they're not going to make the 8, to now me going, they actually could make the 8, even if things don't go their way. They've been so impressive this year.
I think they play finals footy this year. I thought Stephen Crichton was tremendous. I know there was a number of very good performances this weekend in games that were blowouts. I thought in a tight game, Stephen Crichton was unbelievable.
That flick pass for that first try assist that he had, like the no look, hit the gas, just boom out the back, unbelievable stuff.
Some of his defensive players, like just every time the ball went to that side of the field, just nothing came of it. Critter was just incredible, and he actually bombed a try at the start of the game too. It's not bad from you. Not great. Not bad.
Just came out.
I thought he bombed a try early in the game too. I think he tried to turn Max King under. I reckon if he just goes on his own, he probably scores there.
Yep.
He also went up for that bomb that he come down, took. I agree with the call that he was held on the ground there, but like he almost won this game 2 or 3 times for Canterbury.
Yeah.
They still managed to get the job done. He was tremendous. Connor Tracy was great. I don't know. I felt like we were lucky enough to be out there at the game last night, and there's something special about Canterbury at the moment. They've just got that feel to them.
And their fans, like this is the fans getting around them now. Imagine if they're in the 8. I think it's been so long since they've struggled, we've forgotten how big of a club they are. Like they are a big, big club.
Yeah. I mean, you summed it up pretty well there, Kempy. It was quite inspirational. I was getting tingles on the arms. It was nicely done. But
I've been staying patient for many years with the Bulldogs, so I'm getting rewarded.
But yeah, like even before the season, chatting to sort of people within the club, and they were saying 2 that stood out were obviously Stephen Crichton and Jacob Krause was the other one. And this was before Crichton had been named captain of the club. And just saying the impact and the influence they have on the boys and had during the preseason. Watching there last night, that massive, 45,000 people came out to watch it. 40-odd minutes after the game, the crowd's obviously all gone, barring a handful. Stephen Crichton and Jacob Krause are still signing autographs. And they're like, this is a Monday night. They've just had a massive win. To still be out there, I'm like, well, bang, there it is, on show. Because even if you do it for 5-10 minutes, it's cool, but 40 minutes later, this is Stephen Crichton 5 days after Origin as well. Must be gassed, and they're just so impressive what's going on at that club at the moment.
Yeah, it's and also the position rugby league is in to get 45,000 people out on a Monday night. Like the game is in an incredible position, and we're not talking about 45,000 out to watch 1 versus 2. We're watching an Eels team that struggled most of the year, and a Bulldogs team that wasn't in the 8 at the stage, I don't think, before the game.
Yeah. And then on top of it, I know they won very comfortably scoreline-wise against the Knights last week, but a game where they lost 2 players to the bin at different stages, you do overtime in this. It takes a toll on you. And after games like that, you can understand a team being gassed a little bit or running out of steam, but no, not even close to it in this one.
Now, I've got to go, boys, so you can continue talking, so I'll just talk about the big points. Man, definitely 10 in the bin, and I actually think that the judiciary should be quite harsh on this. That was a genuine crusher. That wasn't accident. He had a brain explosion, let's just put it that way. That wasn't getting called up or whatever. That was losing your feet, crushing. Now, don't be not too crazy, but I think that he definitely should spend some time on the sidelines. We cannot have that in the game. He's going to get 2 weeks. Probably about right. Connor Tracy, incredible to win the match, amazing. Just quickly with Mitchell, with the Eels before I go, I did think when the game was in the balance, Mitchell Moses had, I know Sean Lane dropped that ball, but I felt like he threw that pass really hard at Lane. So it's obviously Lane should have caught it, but still, just little things from Moses. And then also he had that inside ball where he tripped and he threw a pass that he shouldn't have to RCG. And Dylan Brown also had an error when the game could have been won. It was really a rare game where Brown and Moses didn't put it away when they should have. And that's what I was talking about earlier, where very uncharacteristic of Moses not to be able to put that away, because we know he can. He's done it so many times. So, yeah, incredible win from the Bulldogs. Eels, I think that, they're going to have to build back into the team that we know they can be. And I also think that the Bulldogs are just much better than people give them credit for. Currently, they're sitting second in regards to points against. But also, when you look at their points differential, they are genuinely... Sorry, just get this up.
Plus 81.
81 points. The Storm have 83 points differential. The Sharks have 80, and the Panthers have 110. They are, points differential-wise, right up there. Roosters are very weird. They've got 133. But they're essentially a top 5 points differential side. That is incredible. When you look at the halves they have, no disrespect, Sexton booed again by 45,000 people. Very weird. You reckon Serraldo just boos him as he runs out just to get him rolled up?
Me and Matty did it as a bit of a joke when they ran out.
We actually booed him.
Yeah.
All right, I got to bounce, boys. I've got an appointment.
Tips or not?
Tips.
You want to text them to me, or you want to?
We'll have to do it. Oh no, I don't have time. I'll have to text you.
Text me.
You know what? I'm
practice
just
your
going to
joke.
I'll read them out right now to you, and then you guys can
All right.
guess the margins. Sharkies. Sharkies.
All right.
You can just throw whatever margin you think the
All right.
margin is. You can't throw 13 pluses out though.
Okay.
I'll trust you.
Yep.
Sharkies versus Dolphins. I'm going Sharkies. Raiders versus Cowboys. I'm going Raiders. Broncos versus Rabbitohs. I'm going Broncos. Tigers versus Titans. I'm going. I'll go Titans. Warriors versus Storm. I will go Warriors. Eels versus Roosters. I'm going to go Roosters. Manly versus Dragons. I'm going to go Manly. Knights versus Panthers. I'm going to go Panthers. All right, boys. I'll see you next week.
See you, mate.
Right, mate.
Bye, myself.
Boys, that bomb yesterday, we were lucky to be out there live. That might have been the highest kick I have ever seen, just quietly, outside of the bombs that I was catching at Bankwest Stadium a couple of months ago.
Yeah, Hammy nearly spilled his water watching that one, didn't you, mate?
I did. Got very excited. Came down with snow on it, that one. The big Matty Burton bomb. My favourite part of it, though, after it hit the deck and, the dust had settled a little bit, Roo was kind of up the back of the area we were sitting in, and he ran all the way down the stairs, came over to Matty, goes, that was a bit like you trying to catch that thing at Bankwest. And then Matty goes to me, goes, bit pointed.
A deserving drive-by.
Yeah, that was a huge
A bit of a
drive-by.
drive-by. Very good, though.
Yes. Very good. Moving on to the Eels.
Yeah, mate, I thought Blaze Talangi, the difference between him and 7-8 weeks ago when he made his debut, to me, Blaze Talangi, I feel like he's realised he belongs in first grade. He just seems like such a more confident player to me. I think that time at fullback has been huge for him. I thought he was great on the sting for him.
Just defensively was the big one. We know the kid can attack. And he scored that first try of the game for him, I believe it was. And the put down was fantastic. This is for a bloke who, coming through juniors, what's he been? Because we've seen him at the NRL level play fullback, 5'8", centre, and then he gets shifted to the wing.
Fullback and 5'8" is where I've seen him play juniors.
Yeah, and then you get thrown on the wing and centre. They couldn't be any more different positions.
Yeah, tough gig. Very tough gig. Mate, Sean Lane, I think he might have found a little home in the middle, just quietly.
I think if you can get anywhere near his 2022 form playing on the edge, 80-minute edge back row is his spot. But he's a long way from that form at the moment as an edge. So what they've done is Kelma Tuolangi, they've got him in starting on an edge, playing big minutes, and he's been destructive. And Shawnee Lane's gone, they basically just said to him, play through the middle, give us 30 to 40 of your best, work hard. He's starting to free the arm, but get that offload going a little bit as well again. And I think it's working really well. So, yeah, as I said, long term, he's not old, Sean Lane. I still want to see him back on the edge. But while he tries to find his best form back at NRL level, I think it's doing absolute wonders for him, this little move. And, Parramatta through the middle have been much better in recent weeks.
For sure. Hammy, Kelma, not a bad game.
Kelma Fudd. Hunting like it was Wabbit season out there. He was fantastic, I thought. He's had a very good, we kind of said it to each other at the game, a good sort of 4 to 6 weeks, I think. But particularly with the ball in hand yesterday, he was a real handful and playing some really good footy at the moment, Kelma. I wanted to quickly ask you guys as well. Mitch Moses, obviously, Origin talk, bit of that. I thought he started the game very well, but I thought he was pretty quiet probably after the first 20, 30 minutes. Certainly in the second half, I thought he was pretty quiet when the game was probably there to be won. What do you make of his performance? Do you think he's a walk-up start for game 2?
I do. I think he was solid in this game. The game was there to be won, and Parramatta had every opportunity. But I still think he did enough. Like it wasn't notched down as a try assist, but there was the one where he feigned to kick, took on the line on 5th tackle, burst through, and they scored off the back of that one. His kicking game, for the most part, was very good. I still think he's basically a walk-up start for the Blues. Yeah.
Yep.
Yeah, I think he'll be there as well. I'm not too worried about yesterday's game. Boys, one stat that really stood out to me from this game, and you won't find it on NRL.com, Matty the Waterboy, 6 bowls of pork yesterday.
Oh, yeah, it was so good.
Big performance.
Yeah, I was pretty hungry.
Durkin like they're saying.
I was pretty hungry coming into it. I got one of the pork straight away, and then I got the chicken. And as Hammy saw, I was wearing these linen pants, and I spilt the chicken all over the linen pants. So I went straight back to pork, and I just couldn't stop eating him. No one else was eating him, so I thought, oh, why not? So yeah, throughout the 2 hours, I had about, I don't know if it was 6, I think it was 4 or 5.
If Zach Climax wasn't such a hilarious play on words, there was a bit of chat. Matty the Waterboy was going to be the code for Hungry's players in the box there. There was a few people. There was a few kind of raised eyebrows. I mean that pork was supposed to be for everyone, mate. But I hope you enjoyed it anyway.
Well, it's funny. I got home and my girlfriend Courtney had made me a beef stroganoff, which I ate as well, and I actually somehow got it. I was wearing a white hat. I got some of the beef stroganoff on the hat as well. So I was all at sea yesterday. All at sea.
Yeah. Boys, in all seriousness, Parramatta, I know that there was a controversial decision at the end. I thought being out there and everything went against Canterbury, I personally thought the better team by far and away won in this game.
Absolutely. And adding the hurdles that were mentioned before, like that they had to overcome to do this, I thought they were the better team in this one.
Last guy I want to give a wrap to, Joe Offengawi. Obviously had the moment with Josh Curran, which is great to see, but I thought this is probably his best game I've seen from him, potentially in Parramatta colours. I thought he was really good through the middle.
178 metres, 39 minutes. Yeah, he was good.
Very good.
Another one the Tigers let go. Hey, we've mentioned as well the Dogs. You think they're a top 8 team as well, Roo. $2.30 still an offer for them to make the 8. Sitting 7th, playing some pretty good footy, and as we saw yesterday, a bit of a vibe around the place as well. So
pretty sure they haven't lost at home yet this year, which is good.
Yeah. All right, we've got our tips for next week brought to you by someone.
Yep. All right, we're probably going to pick Kempy's lines as well when we go through them. The first game we got. This is one of those games that'd be interesting to see if the actual mascots went head to head together in the wild. Shark v Dolphin. Sharks $1.34, Dolphins $3.30. The line 9.5 points. What do we think?
I am going to take the Sharkies with the Dolphins 9.5.
Yep.
I'm going to go Sharks.
I'm going to go Sharks, and I reckon Denon would go Sharks Dolphins personally, but I'll leave that up to everyone else.
I think he would too.
Mm-hmm.
Yep. Happy with that. I'm going to go Sharks Dolphins as well. Then we got your boys, 6 p.m. Friday. Timmy down there at GIO Stadium, $1.65. The Raiders against the Cowboys, $2.25. 2.5 points is the line.
Oh my. I'm going to go Raiders. Cowboys at the start.
Fresh off the bye, top 4 bound, Raiders.
Yep.
Raiders for sure.
I'm going Raiders as well. Cold, winter, North Queensland going down there. Don't think they're going to like it. What do you think for Kempy, Matty? I'll let you speak for him.
Did he give... I can't remember if he said Canberra. I reckon just give him... If he said Canberra, just give him the... It's only a 2.5 line, isn't it?
Yep.
Yeah, just give him Canberra.
Whatever he said, I'll just give him the lines for those just to make it easier. Yeah. All right, your boys. In fact, this is going to be a tense one. The Matty versus Kempy Cup. Rabbitohs $2.40. Broncos $1.58. 4.5 the line.
I'm going to take Reece Walsh not playing, right?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, no.
4.5. I'm going to go Broncos.
South to win.
I think South can win as well.
Beautiful.
I'm with you, Matty.
And South obviously with that start. Obviously.
Yep. Spoon Bowl, Saturday. Tigers $2.35. The Titans $1.60. 3.5 points at the 8th this weekend.
Titans.
Titans.
I'm going Tigers.
Yeah, good man. Same here. For me, the Ryan Hoffman Cup, Storm versus Warriors, $1.97. The Warriors, the Storm, $1.87. It's at McSmart Stadium. The line is half a point, so if you can give me a 1 to 12 or a 13 plus, obviously Kempy's 1 to 12 because he said no 13 plus.
I'm going to go Wars 1 to 12.
Yep.
I'm also Wars 1 to 12.
I am also Wires 1 to 12.
Do it, Hammy.
Yeah, I'll go Storm 1 to 12 then. Just to mix it up. Eels, Chooks. Eels 2.58, Chooks $1.51, 5.5 the line.
I'm going to go Roosters.
Yep.
Roosters.
Yeah, I reckon that line's way too short. Roosters.
Chooks for me as well. Manly versus the Dargans, $1.47 Manly. The Dargans, $2.69. Bit of value for the Dargans. 6.5 points is the line.
I'm going to go Manly to wins, Dragons with a start.
I will go. Got any word on Olaquatu?
He's fine, apparently.
He's good.
Yeah.
Okay.
Well, he got cleared for Origin, so I don't know if that means it's cleared for this week.
I'll go Manly.
Yeah, same. Oh, wait. What is it? 6.5?
Yeah, 6.5.
Oh, I don't know. Manly.
I'll go Manly Dargans. In fact, you know what? I'm going to go Dargans head to head. I think they're going to knock them off.
Nice.
Then we bring it home with the Jack Cogger Cup. Newcastle $4. The Panthers $1.25. 11.5 is the line.
I'm going to go Penrith with the night start.
Yep.
We thinking Edwards will play or not?
I reckon
he will.
Too.
But I have nothing to back that up. I'm
I'll
just
go
vibing it.
Panthers win, Knights to cover.
Panthers win, Knights to cover.
Yeah, I think Panthers Knights with the start as well. And that's it for round 15.
That's us done and dusted. We have got sandwiches to get to.
And as usual, we'll go and fuck ourselves.
Good stuff.
What's gambling really costing you? For free and confidential support, call the number on the screen or visit the website.